Demons, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Fyodor Dostoevsky's Demons. Bessie, 1872. Also The Possessed/The Devils, is the novel that made ideological possession the whole matter of Russian tragedy. A provincial chronicle, inspired by the Nechayev murder of 1869, of how sentimental liberalism in the fathers breeds violent nihilism in the sons. Anton G. V's rumor-laden eye carries the town from whist and skvoroshniki through slap, midnight theology, fate, fire, pond, and loft. Gadarene swine rushing into the sea so that, at terrible cost, the sick nation might sit at the feet of Jesus. This forensic examination tracks that subterranean argument that the crisis is theological before it is political, and that comedy is the contagion, while inhabiting V's cadence. Long accumulative periods, short shocks, devotion to Stepan Trofimovich to the point of blindness, polyphony through fog. Abstract. Demons, 1872, is Fyodor Dostoevsky's prophetic tragedy of ideological possession. Less a political novel than an exorcism of 19th-century Russia when the intelligentsia lost the faith of the fathers and the living bond to the people, Narod. Drawing on the Nechayev murder of Ivan Ivanov in 1869, the Pavir and Volokonsky text follows Anton Lavrentievich G. V's rumor-laden chronicle through 3 parts. The provincial comedy of Stepan Trofimovich Verkhovensky and Varvara Petrovna Stavrogina, ending when shadow strikes and the lawful wife is named. Stavrogin's midnight pilgrimages among the mines he poisoned, and Pyotr Stepanovich's manufacture of a quintet, of fate, and a glacier of rumor. The disastrous reading, arson at Zarakai. The Lebyadkin murders, Liza in the crowd, Shadov in the third pond, Kirilov's forged note, Stepan's deathbed pilgrimage, and a loft where the void hangs itself without signs of insanity. This forensic examination tracks the Gadarene metaphor from Pushkin's and Luke's epigraphs to Stepan's confession and Tikhone's cell, preserves the polyphonic collision of Shadov, Kirilov, Shigaliov, and Pyotr, and restores at Tikhone's as essential to Stavrogin's lucid damnation. Body prose and habits, direct eye, civic coquetry, fog, at roughly 1/5 of each part's source. Front and back matter, save the cat. Applied, deep dive, critical evaluation, conclusion, index, reading questions, are written last from the completed body. Save the cat. Applied. What is it? The logline that does Snyder's 4 jobs at once. A devoted provincial chronicler records how a vain liberal father, playing whist as a persecuted civic idea, opened the door for his bustling nihilist son and for a handsome void returning from Europe with a secret marriage to a lame holy fool, until a slap, a fate, a fire, and a pawn turned salon comedy into Gadarene stampede. And the father names himself among the swine, so Russia might sit healed at Jesus' feet. The irony is structural and theological. The man we sync with, Stepan, is the father who disseminated the ideas. The hero the cell wants as Ivan the Tsarevich, Stavrogin, is already empty. The most effective organizer, Pyotr, is a bedbug, not a devil, and escapes while believers drown. The mental picture is immediate and durable. Stepan trumping majestically with a heart while incarnating reproach, Maria crying bright falcon, and then Grishka Otropev, anathema, Kirilov holding a yellow leaf and stopping a clock at 2:37. The White Hall shouting Shakespeare versus Boots while Zarakai burns. The audience and cost are plain. An adult political theological novel whose pleasure is neither thriller pacing nor scandal but rumor, polyphony, and the slow working out of an exorcism. Dostoevsky intended the Luke/Pushkin epigraphs as the book's inward title, and the length, the fog, and Matriosha's sash are the price of that inwardness. The title itself passes the test in 3 keys. Bessie/Demons says what enters the spirits of Luke 8. The possessed names the patients, the herd. The devils names the agents, Pyotr, the ideas. This summary tracks Pavir and Volokonsky's demons because it keeps both the spirits and the sick man in one word. Same thing, only different. Again, Snyder's 10 mechanical types, Demons sits at the intersection of three. Its house is monster in the house. The monster is alien ideas living as demons. The sin is the Father Salon liberalism. Whist protests they did not understand, Piotr raised without roots. The confined space is the province. Skvoroshniki, the club, Virginsky's drawing room. The White Hall, from which the herd cannot leave except in a fire and pond. Its engine is institutionalized. The quintet, our people, Yulia Mikhailovna's fate committee, and the higher liberals without an aim are group dynamics in which shame at one's own opinion is the cement, and the rebel, Shadov, is bumped off as informer so the institution can bind. And its magnetic center is superhero inverted. Stavrogin is the special person everyone misunderstands. Pyotr's son, Shadov's former creed, Kirilov's well. Except that the specialness is void, Astia, a man capable of everything who desires nothing, crowned as Ivan the Tsarevich and refusing the role. A fourth flavor, Wydunit, runs under the slap, the secret marriage, and Tikkun. The mystery is not who struck, but why a lawful wife, why a child, why hatred rather than pity. This same thing is the 19th century fathers and sons / conspiratorial cell line. Turgenev's manners, the Nechayev affairs facts, the political novels betrayal and blood bond. The different is that Dostoevsky will not let ideology stay ideology. A mouse sits in an icon case. Shigaliov starts from unlimited freedom and concludes at unlimited despotism with notebook rigor. Stavrogin believes in the demon canonically. Stepin's deathbed reads Luke and the Laodiceans as personal confession. Snyder's caveat that the same thing must not fight the different holds. The cell machinery, quintet, press, suicide note, is kept as the familiar spine, while the moral payload, that the herd must drown so the sick man may sit at Jesus' feet, is the reversal that makes it a new story. The immutable laws of screenplay physics. The novel obeys Save the Cat twice before the cliff. Stepin as Gulliver still shouting at London carriages, vanity that is also pathos, and Maria as Falcon Prince, holy fool insight that sinks us with the lame girl before the salon shatters. It obeys Pope in the pool natively. Exposition is the fever. Whist as civic ecstasy, literary evenings as contagion, Shigaliov's notebook as scripture, Pyotr's inventory of uniforms, and shame delivered on the walk to Virginsky's. Its deepest alignment with the covenant of the Ark is spiritual diagnosis. Stepin arcs from civic poseur through perquisition and the high road to deathbed Christian. Stavrogin from Prince Harry Mask through slap, duel, and matriosha to the loft. Shadov from Slavophile rage through Marie's child to the third pond. Liza from hope to the locksmith's crowd. Who does not arc is the point. Pyotr remains the ape who organizes and slips abroad. Shigaliov remains the notebook. The antagonists prove the story by refusing change. The law the novel breaks most deliberately is laying pipe. The catalyst, Stavrogin's return, secret marriage rumors, Pyotr at Mat Vivo, arrives mid, part 1, after a long Stepin biography, because Dostoevsky is setting the Father's moral vocabulary first. The break works because what reads as pipe is already possession, exceeding numbers of ideas the fathers cannot name. Against watch out for that glacier, the 8 days of rumor, the mouse, fool's berry, and the fate look like slow ice. They're in fact the cliff already under the whist table. Danger present is comedy. Against double mumbo jumbo, the book runs 2 systems, Gadarene metaphor as national diagnosis, and Stavrogin's personal demon believed canonically, not as allegory. But it earns the second in Tikkun's cell, where the sash is not a second magic, but the first system's human face. It nearly breaks too much marzipan, duel, cell, fate, fire, confession stacked, and survives because each flavor is the same demon at a different temperature. Where Zola's pit digests a people, Dostoevsky's Salon digests a nation into swine. Executive summary. Demons is Fyodor Dostoevsky's most durable political theological novel. Anton G. V's first-person chronicle of a province that runs from whist at Skvoroshniki to a loft without signs of insanity. In the process, invents possession as the whole matter of Russian tragedy. Rumor, polyphony, and the slow working out of an exorcism. The narrative is built on a single claim, that when a nation loses the faith of the fathers and the living bond to the people, it does not become enlightened, it becomes possessed, and the whole structure is the staging and testing of that claim. The civic poseur who trumpets with a heart, the void returning from Europe with a lawful lame wife, the bustling son who organizes a quintet and a fete, the slap that draws blood, the fire at Zerachai, the third pond, the gospel woman on the high road, and the rope. Each part of the body summary inhabits V's cadence, his civic coquetry, his fog, his devotion to Stepan Trofimovich to the point of blindness, while mapping the machinery the comedy conceals. The Gadarene metaphor, the cell as institution, Stavrogin's Astia as inverted superhero, and Tikhon's cell as the human face of the demon. The book's significance is double. As narrative art, it is the founding work of the polyphonic political novel, the point at which competing ideologies, Shadov's Slavophilism, Kirilov's man-godhood, Pyotr's radicalism, Stepan's liberalism, Shigalio's notebook, speak with full autonomy, and truth emerges from their collision rather than from a single licensed voice. As argument, it is the era's sharpest claim that ideas live as demons. The Luke and Pushkin epigraphs govern the stampede, Stepan's deathbed names the herd, and the Nechayev facts are kept to spine while the moral payload, that the swine must drown so the sick man may sit at Jesus' feet, is the reversal. The costs are equally real. Matryoshka's sash, the convenient survival of Pyotr, the length of rumor before the cliff, and they're the subject of the critical evaluation that follows the body. This summary is written for the reader who wants the novel's argument and its art at once. The part-by-part forensic reading that shows how possession is built, roughly a fifth of the source per part. In V's own register, the Save the Cat, analysis of its structural DNA, the deep dive into characters, themes, and symbols that the body can only gesture at, and a critical evaluation that weighs intent against execution without flattery. For such a reader, the recommendation is direct. Read V's voice here, as Dostoevsky demands. Not as the story of a conspiracy, but as the story of a town that played whist while the cliff was already under the table. Central thesis. Demons argues that the crisis of Russia is theological before it is political. When a nation loses the faith of its fathers and the living connection to its people, it does not become enlightened, it becomes possessed. Alien Western ideas enter Russian souls like demons entering swine, driving the herd toward collective self-destruction with the frenzy of unlimited freedom they claim to worship. The liberal fathers who played at dismantling tradition opened the door. The nihilist sons walked through it to burn the house down. Between them stands Stavrogin's void, more destructive than active evil because it poisons while refusing to act. Foundational observations. Ideological possession. The Gadarene swine. The central metaphor, drawn from Luke's Gospel and Pushkin's epigraph, frames the radicals not as misguided reformers, but as spiritually possessed. Alien Western ideas enter Russian souls like demons entering swine, driving the nation toward collective self-destruction, not toward a new heaven, but over a cliff into the sea. Stepan Trofimovich's final vision on his deathbed pilgrimage identifies himself, his son Pyotr, and the whole conspiratorial herd as those possessed swine who must rush off the cliff and drown, so that Russia, the sick man healed, may sit at the feet of Jesus. Generational guilt. Fathers and sons. The liberal fathers, secular, aesthetic, detached from the Nerad they claimed to serve, created the spiritual vacuum that nihilist sons filled with destruction. Stepan Trofimovich's vanity, his dependence on Varvara Petrovna's patronage, his signing of protests he did not understand, his raising of Pyotr without moral roots, all of this birthed Pyotr Stepanovich's violence. The novel is an indictment of the intelligentsia's irresponsibility toward the ideas it disseminates like contagion. Shigalievism, from unlimited freedom to unlimited despotism. The revolutionary theorist Shigaliev begins axiomatically from unlimited freedom, without God, and concludes, with mathematical rigor, at unlimited despotism. His system enslaves 90% of humanity to a 10% elite in the name of equality. Dostoevsky eerily predicts the logic of 20th century totalitarianism. The proof that slavery is necessary for happiness, that the road from liberty ends in the camp. The man-God versus the God-man. Kirillov embodies the atheist apotheosis. God is the pain of the fear of death. He who overcomes pain and fear will himself become God. His planned suicide is the terminal act of self-will. Not despair, but theorem. This stands in opposition to the Christian God-man, Christ incarnate. Stavrogin planted these ideas in Kirillov, making him the poisoner of minds whose own void generates philosophical monstrosity in others. Stavrogin as false messiah. Nikolai Stavrogin is the charismatic void at the center, the impostor the revolutionaries worship without understanding what they worship. Pyotr wants to present him as Ivan the Tsarevich, a pretender leader for the mob that needs an image, not truth. Stavrogin is capable of everything but desires nothing. His spiritual apathy, aesthesia, makes him more terrifying than active evil, because he poisons while refusing to lead. The chronicler in Polyphony, Anton G. V narrates from limited, rumor-filled perspective, creating a fog of possession around the town. We never enter Stavrogin's or Pyotr's interior, only witness their effects. Competing ideologies, Shadov's Slavophilism, Kirillov's man-godhood, Pyotr's radicalism, Stepan's liberalism, Shigaliov's despotism, speak with full autonomy. Truth emerges from their collision, not from a single authoritative voice. The narrator's bewildered devotion to Stepan Trofimovich is itself part of the method. Sacrilege and social collapse, acts of desecration, a mouse placed in the icon case, the disastrous literary fate where old culture is shouted down, signal spiritual rot spreading through the province. The fire at Zarakai is the physical manifestation of Pyotr's ideological arson. When culture cannot speak to the new generation, when Stepan Trofimovich's defense of beauty is mocked by the sons he bred, only chaos remains. Redemption through suffering and new life. Amid the darkness, Shadov's transformation at the birth of his wife's child, Stavrogin's son, whom he accepts as his own, stands as the counter-argument to Kirillov's suicide and Pyotr's murder. New life against nihilism, active love against void. Stepan Trofimovich's final pilgrimage, his encounter with the gospel woman Sofia Matveyevna, his confession that he was lukewarm like Laodicea, these offer the novel's spiritual resolution. The possessed must drown so Russia may be healed. The suppressed confession, Matriosha, the appendix at Tikhon's, reveals Stavrogin's great sin, the abuse of the child Matriosha, who subsequently hanged herself. Bishop Tikhon perceives that Stavrogin does not seek forgiveness, but demonic pride. He wants to publish the confession to be hated, not to repent. This chapter, censored from the original publication, is essential to understanding Stavrogin's void. Without it, his evil appears merely enigmatic rather than lucidly damned. Prophecy of Revolution, based on the 1869 Nechayev murder of Ivan Ivanov. The novel's depiction of the revolutionary cell, blood bonding through murder, manipulation of liberal society women, cynical use of suicide notes, and the survival of pure evil while believers are shot and thrown in pawns eerily predicted Bolshevik methods. Pyotr Stepanovich achieves every goal except making Stavrogin his idol, and escapes to Petersburg while Shadov is murdered and Kirillov is used as a martyr for a lie. Significance and recommendation. Demons is essential reading both as the founding example of the polyphonic political novel and as the 19th century's sharpest claim that ideology can possess a people. The book that made a provincial chronicle the matter of national exorcism and stated, decades early, the logic later totalitarianism would take as method. It should be read by anyone interested in how fiction invents a nation's demons, by students of the Russian novel and of revolutionary history, and by readers of political thrillers who want the genre's theology, not its concessions. Recommended approach. Read the body parts as conduct of the argument. G. V's fog, Stepan's pose, the slap, the fate, the pond, the loft, then the Save the Cat, applied section for the structural DNA, then the deep dive and critical evaluation for the costs, Matryoshka, Pyotr's escape, the length of rumor, and return to the epigraphs and Stepan's deathbed as the two centers on which everything turns. Pair with the brothers Karamazov for the God question at full pressure, with Turgenev's fathers and sons for the generational quarrel still dressed as manners. Pavir and Volokonsky is the text this summary tracks. Part 1. Opening image/theme stated. I am forced, for want of skill, to begin somewhat far back, with Stepan Trofimovich Verkhovinsky and Varvara Petrovna Stavrogina at Skvoreshniki, that closed circuit in which, without anyone noticing, possession will spread. Nikolai Vsevolodovich returns from scandal abroad. The Lebyatkins crawl into the chronicle. On Sunday, Pyotr Stepanovich arrives like a wise serpent, Shatov strikes, and a lawful wife is named before the assembled salon. Pushkin's demons already whirl in the snow. Luke's herd already rushes down the cliff. Every whist game is already an exorcism waiting to happen. I love Stepan Trofimovich to the point of blindness, and therefore I shall never give you a clean beginning, never Stavrogin from within, only rumor and devotion and the fog in which we live. 20 years at Skvoreshniki, Tocqueville in the garden, Paul de Kock in the pocket, Kukelnik's portrait as costume, the materials collected and the work never coming. At the end of the 50s, exceeding numbers of ideas arrive in the province. The fathers who disseminated them cannot adapt. The bewilderment is already the fever. The son who will arrive bustling is only the fever made flesh. Instead of an introduction, opening image/theme stated. In setting out to describe the recent and very strange events that took place in our town, hitherto not remarkable for anything, I am forced, for want of skill, to begin somewhat far back, namely, with biographical details concerning the talented and much esteemed Stepan Trofimovich Verkhovinsky. Let these details serve merely as an introduction to the chronicle presented here, while the story itself, which I am intending to relate, still lies ahead. Stepan Trofimovich constantly played a certain special and, so to speak, civic role among us, and loved this role to the point of passion, so much so that he would have been unable to live without it. Not that one equates him with a stage actor. God forbid, particularly as I happen to respect him. It could all have been habit, or better, a ceaseless and noble disposition from childhood toward a pleasant dream of his beautiful civic stance. He was, for example, greatly enamored of his position as a persecuted man and, so to speak, an exile. There is a sort of classical luster to those two little words that seduced him once and for all, and, raising him gradually in his own estimation over so many years, brought him finally to some sort of pedestal, rather lofty and gratifying to his vanity. Habit brought him to much the same thing as Gulliver among the Lilliputians, still shouting at carriages to move aside long after returning to London, but in a still more innocent and inoffensive form, if one may put it so, for he was a most excellent man. Toward the end, he was forgotten by everyone everywhere. It is by no means possible to say he had been completely unknown earlier. He belonged for a while to the famous Pleiad, Chatov, Belinsky, Granovsky, Herzen just beginning abroad, and for one brief little moment his name was uttered almost on a par with theirs. But his activity ended almost the moment it began, due, so to speak, to a whirlwind of concurrent circumstances. And just think, it turned out later that there had been not only no whirlwind, but not even any circumstances, at least not on that occasion. He sincerely believed all his life that he was under surveillance, that each new governor brought a special worrisome idea of him. Yet he had never even been in exile. Such, then, is the power of one's own imagination. Had someone convinced him, on irrefutable evidence, that he had nothing at all to fear, he would no doubt have been offended. He returned from abroad and shone briefly as a lecturer at the university at the end of the 40s. A few lectures, apparently on the Arabians, a brilliant thesis on the nearly emerged civic and Hanseatic importance of the German town of Hanau between 1413 and 1428, together with the peculiar and vague reasons why that importance never took place. The thesis needled the Slavophiles and gained him infuriated enemies. Later he published the beginning of a most profound study on the remarkable moral nobility of some knights in some epoch. Some lofty and remarkably noble idea was upheld in it, and the sequel was either forbidden or, more likely, left unfinished because the author was too lazy. A poem from Berlin, circulating in manuscript, was seized, an allegory resembling the second part of Faust, choruses of women and men and powers and souls that have not lived yet, but would very much like to live a little, insects singing, a turtle with sacramental Latin, a mineral getting to sing, a civilized young man sucking wild herbs and seeking to lose his reason as quickly as possible. I find it difficult to give the plot because, to tell the truth, I understand nothing of it, and that incomprehension is already a verdict. Poetry without the people, nobility without roots, a festival of life in which everything sings and nothing is responsible. Varvara Petrovna Stavrogina provides the capital and the protection. Stepan provides the intellectual prestige and the illusion of progressive purpose. She is a woman classic, a Maecenas whose acts presuppose only the loftiest considerations. Yet she guards him from champagne and trivial inclinations as from a nurse. Their 20-year bond is a microcosm of the intelligentsia's dependence on the aristocracy they claim to critique, a strange friendship in which neither can part without falling sick. Stepan's circle, Lipudin the gossip, Shadov the irascible Slavophile, Kirillov, Virginsky, and others, foreshadows the conspiratorial cell. Their conversations on censorship, the emancipation of women, the abolition of God, are harmless salon chatter that will mutate into deadly conspiracy when Pyotr gives them organization and fear. At the club, Stepan Trofimovich seems to say with his whole look, "Cards. Me sit down and play whist with you? Is it compatible? Who must answer for it? Ah, Berishwisia," and trumps majestically with a heart. The closed circuit of Skvoreshniki, the town, the club, the literary evenings is the circuit in which possession will spread, and the father who incarnates a reproachable civic idea while living off patronage is already the seed of the son who will burn the house down. Our evenings were, they said around town, a hotbed of free thinking, depravity, and godlessness. The rumor has always persisted. What we had was the most innocent, nice, perfectly Russian, jolly liberal chatter. Higher liberalism and the higher liberal, that is, a liberal without any aim, are possible only in Russia. Stepan Trofimovich, like any witty man, needed a listener, and besides he needed an awareness that he was fulfilling the high duty of the propaganda of ideas, and finally someone to drink champagne with, over the wine, exchanging jolly little thoughts of a certain sort about Russia and the Russian spirit, about God in general and the Russian God in particular. For the 100th time, repeating scandalous Russian anecdotes, known to everyone and repeated by everyone. We were not above local gossip either, and here sometimes reached the point of stern and highly moral verdicts. We also fell into general human things, sternly discussed the future destiny of Europe and of mankind, prophesied doctrinarily that after Caesarism France would fall at once to the level of a secondary state, which we're quite sure could come about terribly, quickly, and easily. For the Pope, we had long ago prophesied the role of mere metropolitan in a united Italy, and were quite convinced that this whole 1,000-year-old question was, in our age of humaneness, industry, and railroads, but a trifling matter. Indeed, higher Russian liberalism has no other way of treating things. If things got too boring, the little Jew Lyamshin, a petty postal clerk, a good hand at the piano, would sit down to play, and in the intermissions would do mimicries of a pig, a thunderstorm, a childbirth with the first cry of the baby, and so on, and we would laugh, and Stepan Trofimovich would laugh, and none of us guessed that the mimicries were already the fate, that the pig was already the mouse in the icon case, that the childbirth would later belong to Marie Shatova, and, pig to a literary quadrille. Chance guests used to visit. Captain Kartizov, for a while an inquisitive old man, but he died. Lipudin started bringing an exiled Polish priest named Slonzewski, and for a time we receive him on principle, and later we even stopped receiving him. On principle, and then not. That is our whole politics. Shatov corresponded completely to his convictions. Clumsy, blonde, shaggy, short with broad shoulders, thick lips, bushy beetling white eyebrows, a scowling forehead, and unfriendly eyes stubbornly downcast and as if ashamed of something. There was this one lock of his hair that simply refused to lie flat and was eternally sticking up. He was 27 or 28. It no longer surprises me that his wife ran away from him, Varvara Petrovna once aloud, after studying him intently. He tried to dress neatly despite extreme poverty. He refused again to turn to her for help, got by on whatever God sent him, had some doings with shopkeepers, sat in a shop, almost left on a trading ship as a salesman's assistant, fell ill just before the departure. After the illness, she secretly and anonymously sent him 100 rubles. He found out the secret, pondered, accepted the money, went to thank her, sat 5 minutes silent, staring dully at the floor and smiling stupidly, and suddenly, without letting her finish at the most interesting point of the conversation, got up, bowed sideways, hulkily, dissolved in shame, incidentally brushed against her expensive inlaid work table, which went crashing to the floor and broke, and walked out nearly dead from disgrace. Lipudin later upbraided him strongly, not only for accepting the 100 rubles instead of rejecting them with contempt as coming from his former despot landowner, but for dragging himself there to thank her on top of it. He lived solitarily on the outskirts and did not like it when anyone, even one of us, stopped to see him. He regularly came to Stepan Trofimovitch's evenings and borrowed newspapers and books, usually after delivering a monologue, that we have lost the faith of the fathers and become either atheists or indifferent, depraved trash. And you too, Stepan Trofimovitch, I do not exclude you in the least. He would seize his cap and rush to the door, completely certain that it was all over now. Stepan Trofimovitch always managed to stop him in time. Why not make peace, Shatov, after all these nice little words? Offering his hand good-naturedly from his chair. Clumsy but bashful Shatov did not like tendernesses. Having growled something under his nose, shuffling in place like a bear, he would suddenly grin, lay his cap aside, and sit down in his former chair, stubbornly staring at the ground. Of course, wine would be brought out, and Stepan Trofimovitch would pronounce some appropriate toast, say, to the memory of one of the old activists. The lock of hair that will not lie flat is already the slap. The broken work table is already the loft. The toast of the old activists is already a requiem for a whirlwind that never existed. Virginsky bore some resemblance to Shatov, though he was also apparently his complete opposite in all respects. But he was a family man as well. A pathetic and extremely quiet young man, already about 30, with considerable education, mainly self-taught, poor, married, in the civil service, supporting his wife's sister and an aunt. His spouse and all the ladies were of the latest convictions, but with them it all came out somewhat crudely. Here, precisely, was an idea that ended up in the street, as Stepan Trofimovitch put it once on a different occasion. They got everything out of books, and even at the first rumor from our progressive corners in the capital were prepared to throw anything whatsoever out the window, provided they were advised to throw it out. Madame Virginsky practiced the profession of midwife in our town. As a young girl, she had lived a long time in Petersburg. Virginsky himself was a man of rare purity of heart, and rarely have I encountered a more honest flame of the soul. Never, never shall I abandon these bright hopes, he used to say to me, his eyes shining, always softly with sweetness and a half-whisper, as if secretly. He was quite tall, but extremely skinny and narrow-shouldered, with remarkably thin hair of a reddish hue. He bore meekly all of Stepan Trofimovitch's scornful jibes. "You are all half-baked," Stepan observed jokingly, "all your sort. Though in you, Virginsky, I have not noticed that others I met with in Petersburg chez seminarists, but still you're half-baked." Shatov would very much prefer to have been fully baked, but he, too, is half-baked. "And me?" asked Lipudin. "And you are simply the golden mean that will get along anywhere, in your own fashion." Lipudin was offended. It was told of Virginsky, unfortunately on quite good grounds, that his wife, after less than a year of lawful wedlock, suddenly announced to him that he was being retired and that she preferred Lebyadkin. This Lebyadkin, some sort of transient, later turned out to be a rather suspicious character, and was even not a retired captain at all, as he styled himself. He only knew how to twirl his mustaches, drink, and spout the most uncouth nonsense imaginable. The man quite indelicately moved in with them at once, being glad of another man's bread, ate and slept with them, and finally began treating the master of the house with condescension. It was asserted that when his wife announced his retirement, Virginsky said, "My friend, up to now I have only loved you, but now I respect you." But it is hardly possible that such an ancient Roman utterance was actually spoken. On the contrary, they say he wept and sobbed. Once, about 2 weeks after his retirement, the whole family went to a grove to have tea with friends. Virginsky was somehow feverishly merry and took part in the dancing. But suddenly, and without any preliminary quarrel, he seized the giant Lebyadkin, who was dancing a can-can solo, by the hair with both hands, bent him down, and began dragging him around with shrieks, shouts, and tears. The giant was so frightened that he did not even defend himself. After the dragging, he became offended with all the fervor of a noble man. Virginsky spent the whole night on his knees begging his wife's forgiveness. But forgiveness was not granted, since he still would not consent to go and apologize to Lebyadkin. He was denounced, besides, for paucity of convictions and stupidity, the latter because he knelt while talking with a woman. The captain soon vanished and reappeared in our town only quite recently, with his sister and with new purposes. Only one time, as we were returning together from Stepan Trofimovitch's, did Virginsky begin speaking remotely about his situation, but at once, seizing me by the hand, he exclaimed ardently, "It's nothing. It's just a particular case. In no way will it hinder the common cause. The common cause will later sit in his drawing room as a quintet. The particular case is already Lebyadkin in the bread. The midwife will later deliver Marie Chatova's child while the common cause loads a revolver. Half-baked, that is our whole baking." He dressed for the role, a soft hat with a wide brim, a white batiste cravat with a big knot and hanging ends, a cane with a silver knob, shoulder-length hair only recently beginning to go a bit gray. He shaved his beard and mustache. He was said to have been extremely handsome as a young man, and as an old man he was also remarkably imposing. Out of a certain civic coquetry, he not only did not try to look younger, but seemed to flaunt the solidity of his years, and in his costume, tall, lean, with hair falling to his shoulders, he resembled a patriarch, or, more precisely, the portrait of the poet Kukulnik in a lithograph from some edition of the 30s, especially when he sat in the garden in summer, on a bench, under a flowering lilac bush, leaning with both hands on his cane, an open book beside him, poetically pondering the sunset. Varvara Petrovna had fallen in love with that picture as a boarding school girl in Moscow and still kept it among her most intimate treasures at 50, so that perhaps only because of it had she invented a costume for Stepan Trofimovitch somewhat resembling the one in the picture. Towards the end, he began somehow to withdraw from reading. The newspapers and magazines Varvara Petrovna subscribed to in great numbers he read constantly. He was constantly interested in the successes of Russian literature, though without in the least losing his dignity. He would take Tocqueville with him to the garden, but with Paul de Kock tucked in his side pocket. For the first half of his residence, he still had thoughts of some sort of a work and was seriously preparing every day to write it. For the second half, he must even have forgotten what it had all been about. More and more often he would say, "It seems I'm ready to work, the materials have all been collected, yet the work doesn't come. Nothing gets done." And he would hang his head dejectedly. "I'm forgotten. No one needs me," escaped him more than once. This intense spleen took particular hold at the end of the 50s. Varvara Petrovna finally understood that it was a serious matter and could not bear the thought that her friend was forgotten and not needed. She took him to Moscow to patch up his fame among refined literary connections. Moscow was not satisfactory either. It was a peculiar time. Something new was beginning, quite unlike the former tranquility, something quite strange, but felt everywhere, even in Skvoreshniki. Various rumors arrived. The facts were generally more or less known, but it was obvious that besides the facts, certain accompanying ideas also appeared, and, what's more, in exceeding numbers. That was what was bewildering. There was no way to adapt and find out just exactly what these ideas meant, and the bewilderment of the fathers before the ideas they had themselves disseminated is already the diagnosis. Stepan Trofimovich at whist, incarnating reproach, while the province fills with exceeding numbers of ideas he cannot name. The comedy is the contagion. He loved writing to distraction, wrote to her even while living in the same house, and, on hysterical occasions, even 2 letters a day. She always read them attentively, laid them away in a special drawer, marked and sorted, and laid them up in her heart. Then, having kept her friend all day without an answer, she would meet him as if nothing had happened. She gradually drilled him so well that he himself did not dare to remind her of the previous day and only kept peeking into her eyes. Encouraged by her composure, he would laugh and frolic over the champagne if friends stopped by. What venom there must have been in her eyes at those moments. Yet he noticed nothing. Maybe after a week or a month or even half a year, recalling some expression, he would suddenly burn with shame and come down with one of his attacks of cholerine. The usual outcome of his nervous shocks, a rather interesting peculiarity of his organism. She undoubtedly and quite frequently hated him. But there was one thing he failed to notice to the very end. For her, he finally became her son, her creation, even her invention, flesh of her flesh. She maintained him not at all from envy of his talents alone. Some unbearable love for him lay hidden in the midst of constant hatred, jealousy, and contempt. She protected him from every speck of dust, fussed over him for 22 years, would lie awake whole nights if his reputation as a poet, scholar, or civic figure were in question. She invented him, and she was the first to believe in her invention. He was something like a sort of dream of hers. But for that she demanded a lot of him, sometimes even slavery. Once, in the time of the first rumors about the emancipation of the serfs, a traveling Petersburg baron visited, a man with the highest connections. She invited Stepan and put him on display. When the baron positively confirmed the complete reliability of the rumors, Stepan suddenly could not restrain himself and shouted hurrah, and even made some sort of gesture signifying delight. His shout was not loud and was even elegant. It may even be that the delight was premeditated and the gesture rehearsed in front of the mirror half an hour before tea. But something here must not have come out right, so that the baron allowed himself a little smile. As he was leaving, he held out 2 fingers. On returning to the drawing room, she remained silent about 3 minutes, looking for something on the table. Then she turned, pale, her eyes flashing, and whispered through her teeth, "I will never forgive you for that." The next day, she met him as if nothing had happened. 13 years later, at a tragic moment, she recollected it and became pale in just the same way. Only twice in her whole life did she say those words. The first occasion was the year 55, May, after news of Lieutenant General Stavrogin's demise from a stomach disorder on his way to the Crimea. She was left a widow and clad herself in deep mourning. Though for the last 4 years she had lived separately and provided him with an allowance. All the wealth in Skvoroshniki belonged to her, the only daughter of a very rich tax farmer. May was in full bloom. The bird cherry was blossoming. The 2 friends came together in the garden every evening and stayed until nightfall in the gazebo. A strange thought suddenly dawned on him. Is the inconsolable widow not counting on him and expecting a proposal at the end of the year of mourning? A cynical thought. Loftiness of constitution sometimes fosters an inclination towards cynical thoughts. True, it's an immense fortune, but she was a tall, yellow, bony woman with an exceedingly long face recalling something horse-like. He hesitated, even shed a few tears from indecision. In the gazebo, his face involuntarily began to express something capricious and mocking, coquettish, and at the same time haughty. Most likely nothing was awakening in her heart that could fully have justified his suspicions, and she would not have exchanged her name of Stavrogin for his, however glorious it might be. In Petersburg, he proclaimed that boots are lower than Pushkin, even very much so. He was hissed so mercilessly that he burst into tears right there, publicly, before he even got off the platform. She brought him home more dead than alive. On m'a traité comme un vieux bonnet de coton. He babbled. She spent the whole night looking after him, gave him laurel water, and kept telling him until dawn, "You are still useful. You will still make your appearance. You will be appreciated elsewhere." The very next day, 5 writers called, 3 complete strangers, and announced they had looked into the case of her magazine. She should turn it over to them with the capital under the rights of a free cooperative, leave for Skvoreshniki, and not forget to take along Stepan Trofimovich, who was obsolete. From delicacy, they agreed to send her 1/6 of the net income annually. 4 of the 5 certainly had no mercenary motive. They were busying themselves only for the sake of the common cause. "We left as if in a daze," he used to say. "I was unable to sort anything out, and, I remember, kept muttering to the click-clack of the wheels. Vek and Vek and Lev Kambek and Vek. You cannot imagine what sorrow and anger seize one's whole soul when a great idea, which one has long and piously revered, is picked up by some bunglers and dragged into the street, to more fools like themselves, and one suddenly meets it in the flea market, unrecognizable, dirty, askew, absurdly presented, without proportion, without harmony, a toy for stupid children. No, it was not so in our day. Our day will come once more. Otherwise, what will there be? She sent him abroad to rest. I shall resurrect there, he kept exclaiming. With his first letters from Berlin, he struck his perennial note. My heart is broken. Here everything reminds me of the old days. Where is she? Where are they both? Where are you, my 2 angels, of whom I was never worthy? Where is my son, my beloved son? Where, finally, am I myself, my former self, strong as steel, while now some Andreyev, an orthodox clown and a beard, put Breezer mon existence into. He had seen his son only twice in his life, at birth and recently in Petersburg, where the young man was preparing to enter the university, brought up all his life by aunts, at her keeping, 500 miles from Skvoreshniki. Andreyev was simply a local merchant, a self-taught archaeologist, who still owed 400 rubles for timber. Stepan had been counting especially on those 400 for secret expenses and nearly wept when asked to wait a month. She underlined, "Where are you both?" dated it, and locked it away. In the second letter, "I work 12 hours a day. Or maybe just 11, she grumbled. Athenian nights, Spanish airs, the Sistine Madonna, a light shot through with darkness. But then there are spots, even on the sun. Don Lu pays de Makar, et de csvo. Where Makar never drove his calves. He sometimes deliberately translated Russian proverbs into French in a most stupid way, from a special sort of chic. He did not hold out even 4 months. There are natures that become extremely attached to home, like lapdogs. The reunion was rapturous. In 2 days, everything was back the old way, and even more boring. My friend, I've discovered something new and terrible for me. Je suis un mere sponger et rien de plus. Mais rien de plus. Then came a lull of almost 9 years. I am surprised how it could have been that he did not put on weight. His nose only became a little redder, and he grew more benign. A circle established itself, perpetually small. She was acknowledged as our patroness. Never before had she enjoyed so much importance as during the last 7 years, right up to the appointment of our present governor. Ivan Osipovich was a close relation of hers. His wife trembled at the thought of displeasing her. The Kukulnik patriarch under the lilac, the 2-letter days, the Baron's 2 fingers, the gazebo in May, boots lower than Pushkin, Lev Kambek on the rails, Berlin, and the 400, the mere sponger who cannot live without Skvoreshniki. That is already the whole of the civic pose before a single Sunday. Civic ecstasy as vanity. Stepan's persecuted exile. Pose is not hypocrisy so much as a pleasant dream that became a pedestal. Gulliver's still shouting at London carriages, offended by the very evidence that he was never under surveillance. Quote, he was, for example, greatly enamored of his position as a persecuted man and, so to speak, an exile. There is a sort of classical luster to these 2 little words that seduced him once and for all, and, later raising him gradually in his own estimation over the course of so many years, brought him finally to some sort of pedestal, rather lofty and gratifying to his vanity. Quote, "And just think, it turned out later that there had been not only no whirlwind, but not even any circumstances, at least not on that occasion." Such, then, is the power of one's own imagination. Prince Harry, matchmaking, setup/catalyst. There was one other person on earth to whom Varvara Petrovna was attached no less than to Stepan Trofimovich, her only son, Nikolai Vsevolodovich Stavrogin. It was for him that Stepan had been invited as a tutor when the boy was about 8, the frivolous General Stavrogin already living separately, the child growing up in her care alone. One must do Stepan Trofimovich justice. He knew how to win his pupil over. The whole secret lay in his being a child himself. There was not the least distance between them. More than once he awakened his 10 or 11-year-old friend at night, only to pour out injured feelings in tears, or to reveal some domestic secret, not noticing that this was altogether inadmissible. They used to throw themselves into each other's embrace and weep. The boy knew that his mother loved him very much, but he hardly had much love for her. She spoke little to him, rarely hindered him, yet he always somehow morbidly felt her eyes fixed upon him, watching him. In the whole business of education and moral development, she fully trusted Stepan Trofimovich. One may suppose that the pedagogue somewhat unsettled his pupil's nerves. When he was taken to the lycée in his 16th year, he was puny and pale, strangely quiet and pensive, later distinguished by extraordinary physical strength. One may also suppose that when the friends wept, throwing themselves into their mutual embrace at night, it was not always over little domestic anecdotes. Stepan Trofimovich managed to touch the deepest strings in his friend's heart, and to call forth in him the first, still uncertain sensation of that age-old, sacred anguish which the chosen soul, having once tasted and known it, will never exchange for any cheap satisfaction. There are lovers of this anguish who cherish it more than the most radical satisfaction, if that were even possible. But in any event, it was good that the youngling and the minter, though none too soon, were parted in different directions, for the anguish planted in the boy will ripen into the void that poisons a province, and the minter who planted it will never recognize his seed. After the lycée, military service, horse guard, money without stint from Varvara despite the reform's cutting of her income. Then suddenly mad, wild life. Not gambling or drink so much as savage unbridledness. People run over by horses, beastly behavior toward a lady of good society with whom he had had a liaison and whom he afterwards publicly insulted, something even too frankly dirty. He picked on people and insulted them for the pleasure of it. Varvara was worried and anguished. Stepan Trofimovich assured her that these were merely the first stormy impulses of an overabundant constitution, that the sea would grow calm, and that it all resembled Shakespeare's description of the youth of Prince Harry, carousing with Falstaff, Poins, and Mistress Quickly. This time Varvara Petrovna did not shout, "Nonsense, nonsense," as had lately become her habit. She paid great heed, asked him to explain in more detail, herself took Shakespeare and read the immortal chronicle with extreme attention. But the chronicle did not calm her down, nor did she find all that much resemblance. Soon the fatal news. Prince Harry had almost simultaneously fought 2 duels, was entirely to blame for both, had killed one opponent on the spot and crippled the other, and as a consequence was broken to the ranks and exiled to an infantry regiment. The literary consolation proved a lie. Hal had warmth beneath the debauchery, a king who must emerge. Stavrogin has only void, and the void, returning from Europe after 4 years, will electrify the province with a face that resembles a mask. In the year 63, he somehow managed to distinguish himself. He was awarded a little cross, promoted to non-commissioned officer, and then, somehow quite soon, to officer. Throughout this time, Varvara Petrovna had sent perhaps as many as 100 letters to the capital with requests and pleas. She allowed herself to be somewhat humiliated in so extraordinary a case. After his promotion, the young man suddenly retired, once again did not come to Skvoreshniki, and stopped writing to his mother altogether. It was learned in some roundabout way that he was back in Petersburg, but was not seen at all in the former society. he seemed to have hidden somewhere. It was discovered that he was living in some strange company, had become associated with some cast-offs of the Petersburg populace, with some down-at-the-heel officials, retired military men who nobly begged for alms, drunkards, that he visited their dirty families, spent days and nights in dark slums and God knows what corners, that he had gone to seed, gone ragged, and that he apparently liked it. He did not ask money of his mother. He had his little estate, a former village of General Stavrogins, which did bring at least some income and which, according to rumors, he had rented out to a German from Saxony. At last his mother begged a visit out of him, and Prince Harry appeared in our town. It was then that I first had a close look at him, for before then I had never seen him. I expected to see some dirty ragamuffin, wasted away from depravity and stinking of vodka. On the contrary, this was the most elegant gentleman of any I had ever happened to meet, extremely well dressed, of a behavior such as is to be found only in a gentleman accustomed to the most refined decorum. I was not alone in my surprise. The whole town was surprised, having already been informed, of course, of the whole of Mr. Stavrogins' biography, and even in such detail that it was impossible to imagine where it could have come from, and, what is most surprising, half of which turned out to be true. All our ladies lost their minds over the new visitor. They were sharply divided into two parties. One party adored him, the other hated. The slums and the little cross, the German from Saxony and the horse guard, the ragamuffin I expected and the gentleman who arrived. Already the mask, already the void that likes dirty corners and then appears as if from a ball. On return he appears even more striking, paler, thinner, so that it can no longer be said his face resembles a mask, though the repulsion remains. The whole town loses its mind over him. One party adores, another hates to the point of blood vengeance. Ververa's imperious authority cannot contain him. She watches with pride and constant unease as he observes provincial etiquette with unswerving attention, then suddenly shows his claws, pulling a dignified club member by the nose, biting the governor's ear, acts of absurd cruelty that are not wild pranks, but symptoms of a soul that has exhausted normal human passion and now tests boundaries for the pleasure of the test. Society was surprised because the biography had already circulated in perfect detail, half of it true. People said much else about his physical strength. The mask and the body contradict each other. Meanwhile, Ververa attempts to marry off her ward Darya Pavlovna to Stepan Trofimovich to cover Stavrogin's potential involvement with Darya, a moral compromise of the older generation, a sacrificial marriage arranged without the fiancé's knowledge. Stepan agrees with excessive readiness, then swaggers that Ververa might provoke him to stop wanting it. He did not understand his position at all. Liza Tushin, beautiful, already half in love with the man who cannot receive love, learns the matchmaking gossip through servants and busybodies, mocks Mavriky Nikolayevic's height, and flirts with disaster. The duel is foreshadowed. Stavrogin stands under fire without flinching. He is precisely the sort of man who, if slapped, would kill on the spot. Yet he will not kill, and the proof will be more terrifying than murder. The sacred anguish Stepan planted in the boy is already theology disguised as pedagogy. There are lovers of this anguish who cherish it more than the most radical satisfaction. Stavrogin will become such a lover, and then a man who can no longer feel even the anguish, only the void where anguish used to live. When he returns from Europe, the town invents explanations because it cannot bear the truth that its prince is already dead inside. Corsican vendetta, confidential service, ruined honor in Switzerland. All the rumors that will thicken after the slap are already latent in the Prince Harry phase. When Stepan's Shakespearean consolation failed, and Ververa read the chronicle herself and found no resemblance. The matchmaking with Darya Pavlovna is the older generation's attempt to manage the void with a sacrificial marriage, Stepan agreeing with excessive readiness, then swaggering, then not knowing for a week whether he is engaged, and it is already someone else's sin before Lebiadkin arrives with his cannonball verse. Liza Tushin learns everything through servants and busybodies because in this province gossip is the nervous system. Mavriky Nikolayevic's height becomes comedy. The man who cannot receive love becomes the magnet for everyone who still believes love is possible. First the mask, then the slap, then later, in the rain, the demon believed canonically. The Drozdovs returned from Vernex Montreux grape, cured to settle in the province for good. Praskovia Ivanovna, Mrs. Tushin by first marriage, daughter of an old-time tax farmer like Ververa, Liza's own money safely reckoned at no less than 200,000. The big house with boarded windows will open. Ververa is quite pleased with her Swiss understanding and even expansive with Stepan, who cries hurrah and snaps his fingers, having spent the separation extremely dejected, angry over a card loss, tormented by financial obligation that cannot be met without her help, and by the change in provincial society's attitude after von Lenke's entrance. Dowries, pensions, boarded windows, grape cures, the material base of the salon that will shatter when the lawful wife drinks coffee in the middle of the drawing room. Matchmaking, Liza's orbit, Mavricky's height, the anonymous letters, the lame girl on Ververa's heart like a stone. All of it is already capital and gossip before Pyotr arrives. When the mask arrives, the capital is ready to adore and hate. When the lame girl arrives, it is ready to shatter. When a wise serpent arrives, it is ready to be managed into catastrophe. You undoubtedly know, excellent Amy, what is meant by a Russian administrator, newly baked, newly installed. Ces interminables mots Russes. But it is unlikely that you can have learned in practice what administrative rapture means. Set some utter nanity to selling paltry railroad tickets, and this nanity will at once decide he has the right to look at you like Jupiter when you come to buy a ticket. Pour vous mentir sans pouvoir. A beadle abroad chased a wonderful English family out of church, les dames charmantes, just before the Lenten service on the sole pretext that it is not in order for foreigners to hang about in Russian churches. This beadle was in a fit of administrative rapture. Abbreviate if you can. Von Lemke is touring the province, a Russian German of Orthodox faith, remarkably handsome of the 40-year-old sort. Where did you get that he's a handsome man? He has sheep's eyes. Since when have you been wearing a red necktie? Only today. Do you take your 4-mile walk as the doctor prescribed? Not always. Just as I thought, even in Switzerland. You're now going to walk not 4, but 6 miles a day. You've gone terribly to seed. Quelle idée rouge. He is one of those administrators who vegetate in insignificance until they're 40 and then suddenly make their way by an unexpectedly acquired wife. It was whispered that I am a corrupter of youth and a fomenter of provincial atheism. When it was reported that you ruled the province, he allowed himself to say that such things will not continue. Yulia Mikhailovna, we shall behold at the end of August. From abroad. I met her there, in Paris and in Switzerland. She's related to the Drozdovs. She sat a spinster without a kopeck until she was 45, then married her von Lemke. Her whole goal is to pull him up. A pair of intriguers. Her mother used to get herself invited to my balls out of charity. The girl sat alone in the corner all evening with a turquoise fly on her forehead. No one would dance with her, so when it got past 2, I'd take pity and send her first partner. They still took her out in short skirts at 25. That fly, I can just see it. I stumbled right onto an intrigue. That fool Drozdov herself suddenly looked at me as if she were asking why I'd come. I undid it all at once, and Praskovia is on my side again. But the intrigue. She's related to Karmazinov. The writer, yes. A puffed-up creature. She'll bring him with her. She intends to introduce literary gatherings. He'll come for a month to sell his last estate. I wish you were better dressed. You're getting more slovenly by the day. What are you reading now? I understand. Friends, drinking parties, club, and cards, and the reputation of an atheist. I'd rather you weren't called an atheist, especially now. I've arrived at a conviction that you and I alone are not smarter than everyone else in the world, but that some people are smarter than we are. Witty and apartment suppose I am mistaken, but do I not have my all-human, all-time, and supreme right of free conscience? Et puis, comme on trouve toujours plus de moines que de raisons. That can't be yours. You must have gotten it somewhere. Pascal said it. Just as I thought. It wasn't you. Why don't you ever say anything like that? So brief and so apt, instead of dragging it all out. Ma foi, because I'm not Pascal, after all, and we Russians cannot say anything in our own language. At least we haven't yet. On my way, I thought of talking with you seriously. Now that all these Limkas, all these Karmazinovs, oh, how you torment me. I wish these people to feel respect for you, because they're not worth your little finger, and look how you carry yourself. You've surrounded yourself with riffraff. You cannot live without wine and cards. You read nothing but Paul de Kock, and you write nothing, while there they all write. Is it possible to be friends with such riffraff as your inseparable Liputin? Why am I and why inseparable? He has boundless respect for you, and has gone to collect an inheritance. What about Shadov? Irascible, mais bon. I can't bear your Shadov. How is Darya Pavlovna's health? You mean Dasha? Why her all of a sudden? She's well. I left her with the Drozdovs. I heard something about your son in Switzerland. Something bad. Oh, c'est une histoire bien bête. Enough. I'm exhausted. You're beginning to splutter when you laugh. There's decrepitude for you. Karmazinov will never come to call on you. Well, enough? You might finally spare a person. He spared a person, but withdrew in perplexity. He had visibly gone to seed, drank more, grew more tearful, became overly sensitive to refinement. His face acquired a strange ability to change from the most solemn expression to the most ridiculous. He could not endure solitude. He had an absolute need for gossip, some local anecdote, and it had to be new each day. If no one came, he wandered dejectedly, chewed his lips at the windows, and finally all but whimpered. He kept having presentiments of something unexpected, inevitable, began paying great attention to his dreams. That whole day he sent for me, narrated for a long time, incoherent. There was no wine, though as a rule a little bottle was almost always brought out after a while. Why is she so angry all the time? Tous les hommes de génie et de progrès en Russie étaient, sont et seront toujours des card players et des drinkards qui boivent en appuis, and I'm not such a card player and drinkard yet. She asked why I don't write. Strange notion. What else can a man destined to be a standing reproach do but lie down? Doesn't she see that? Many times that evening he went up to the mirror and stood before it for a long while. Finally he turned with some strange despair. Mon cher, je suis un man gone to seed. Until that very day, he had remained certain of just one thing, that despite all her new views, he still had charms over her woman's heart, not only as an exile or a famous scholar, but as a handsome man. For 20 years, this flattering conviction had been rooted in him, and, of all his convictions, it was perhaps the hardest to part with. Sit facing me, Darya. I want to see all of you. Do you want to be married? Wait, don't speak. First of all, there is a difference in age, a very great difference. But you know better than anyone what nonsense that is. You're a reasonable girl. He is still a handsome man. In short, Stepan Trofimovich, whom you have always respected. Wait, don't speak. You have money left to you in my will, but if I should die, what will become of you even with money? They will deceive you and take it. With him, you will be the wife of a noted man. If I were to die now, even if I provide for him, what will become of him? But on you I can truly rely. He is light-minded, a maunderer, cruel, an egoist with base habits, but you will appreciate him, first of all, because there are much worse, and above all, because I ask it of you. He's an old granny, but so much the better for you. A pitiful old granny. It's not worthwhile a woman's loving him, but it is worthwhile loving him for his defenselessness. He will love you because he must adore you. Besides, I will always be here. He will start complaining about you, slander you, whisper with the first person he meets, write letters from one room to another, 2 letters a day, but still he won't be able to live without you, and that is the main thing. Make him obey. If you can't, you're a fool. He'll want to hang himself. He will threaten to. Don't believe him. It's just nonsense. Don't believe him, but still keep your ears pricked up. Who knows? Maybe he will. They hang themselves not out of strength, but out of weakness. So you must never push it to the last limit. That is the first rule of married life. Dasha nodded. I just knew you would. The matchmaking is already the first rule. Keep him alive. Keep him obedient. Keep Skvoreshniki inventing him. And cover Nicholas with an honorable name if the stone on the heart should prove a lawful wife. The claws shown at the club and the governor's ear are not wild pranks the town can digest as Prince Harry. Liputin guesses first, still in possession of consciousness and cunning, but not of common sense and will, which the facts confirm. Ivan Osipovich, delicate and sensitive, is extremely embarrassed. Curiously, that means he too considers Nikolai Vsevolodovich capable of any crazy act while in his right mind. In the club, they are ashamed they failed to notice the elephant. Nicholas spends more than 2 months in bed. A famous doctor is invited from Moscow. The whole town comes to call on Varvara Petrovna. Forgiveness is granted. Towards spring, recovered, he is sent without objection to Italy, and she persuades him to pay farewell visits and make apologies as far as possible. He has a most delicate talk with Pavel Pavlovich Gaganov in his own home, which leaves the man perfectly satisfied. Going around, he is very serious, even somewhat gloomy. Everyone receives him with complete sympathy, and everyone is also embarrassed and glad that he is going to Italy. Ivan Osipovich even sheds a tear, but does not dare to embrace him even at this final parting. Some among us remain convinced the scoundrel is simply laughing at us all, and that his illness is beside the point. He stops by at Liputin's. How could you guess beforehand what I was going to say about your intelligence, and provide Agafya with an answer? Because I also regard you as an intelligent man. Still, a remarkable coincidence. Does it mean you regarded me as an intelligent man and not a crazy one when you sent Agafya over? As a most intelligent and reasonable man, I only pretended. Bah, do you really think I'm capable of throwing myself on people when I'm in my right mind? Why would I do that? Liputin cringes. Nicholas becomes somewhat pale. You have a very amusing turn of mind, and as for Agafya, I realize you sent her to abuse me. The question is the void examining its own rumor. If I am well, why would I do that? The town prefers the elephant of madness. Liputin prefers the patent of wit. Neither can bear a man who pulls noses and bites ears while remaining, as he mutters, not well. Italy is the province's relief. The mask will return paler and thinner, and then it will no longer be possible to say the face resembles a mask, though the repulsion remains. Prince Harry without Hal. Stepan's Shakespearean consolation fails because Stavrogin's debauchery has no emerging king beneath it. Only the mask, the sacred anguish planted by a child mentor, and the void that will poison Kirilov and Shatov before it hangs itself in a loft. Quote, these were merely the first stormy impulses of an overabundant constitution, that the sea would grow calm, and that it all resembled Shakespeare's description of the youth of Prince Harry, carousing with Falstaff, Poins, and Mistress Quickly. Quote, before, even though he had been considered a handsome man, his face had indeed resembled a mask, as certain vicious-tongued ladies of our society put it. Someone else's sins. Fun and games / B story. About a week went by, and the affair began to expand itself somewhat. I endured much anguish during this unfortunate week, staying almost constantly at the side of my poor match-made friend in the quality of his closest confidant. It was mainly shame that oppressed Stepan Trofimovich, though during this week they did not see anyone and sat by themselves all the time. But he was ashamed even before Anton G.V., and to such an extent that the more he revealed, the more vexed he was for it. In his insecurity, he suspected that everyone already knew everything all over town, and was afraid to show himself not only at the club, but in his own circle as well. Even for a stroll, to get the necessary exercise, he would go out only at full dusk, when it was already quite dark. A week went by, and he still did not know whether he was engaged or not, and had no way of finding out for certain, however much he tried. He still had not seen the fiancée, did not even know if she was his fiancée, did not even know if there was anything serious in it all. Varvara Petrovna, for some reason, decidedly did not want to admit him to the house. She replied to one of his first letters with a direct request that he spare her any relations for the time being, because she was busy, and, as she herself had much of the greatest importance to tell him, she was deliberately waiting for a freer moment, and she vowed to send his letters back unopened, because it was all just sheer indulgence. And yet all of it, All this rudeness and uncertainty was nothing compared with his chief care, something he was ashamed of most of all, and which he by no means wished to speak about even with his confidant. Whenever the occasion arose, he lied and hedged like a little boy, and yet he himself would send for Anton every day, unable to be without him even for 2 hours, needing him like water or air. Shared isolation is sometimes extremely damaging to true friendship. From a certain angle, Stepan understood some aspects of his position correctly. Oh, is this how she was then? Is she the same woman she once was when she and I used to talk? Do you know that she was still able to talk then? Can you believe that she had thoughts then? Her own thoughts. That's all changed now. She says it was all just the same old blather. She despises the former times. She's become some sort of steward, an economist, a hard person, and she's angry all the time. Cher ami. If he hadn't consented, she would have been terribly angry, but still less than she is now that he has consented. The phrase pleased him for a moment. The next day, he was more terrible and morose than ever. I had long since guessed this chief secret for myself and seen through it all. According to my deepest conviction then, the revealing of it would not have added to his credit, and therefore, being still a young man, I was somewhat indignant at the coarseness of his feelings and the ugliness of some of his suspicions. In the heat of passion, and, I confess, finding it boring to be a confidant, I perhaps blamed him too much. In my cruelty, I tried to obtain a full confession from him. He clearly saw that I understood him thoroughly, and that I was even angry with him, and was himself angry with me for being angry with him and for understanding him thoroughly. Perhaps my irritation was petty and stupid, but shared isolation is sometimes extremely damaging to true friendship. I was vexed with him most of all because he could not even bring himself to go and pay the necessary call on the just-arrived Drozdovs to renew the acquaintance, which it was heard they themselves desired, for they had already asked about him, and which grieved him daily. He spoke of Lizaveta Nikolaevna with a sort of rapture incomprehensible to me. No doubt he remembered in her the child he had once loved so much. But besides that, for some unknown reason, he fancied that near her he would at once find relief from all his present torments, and would even resolve his most important doubts. He hoped to find some extraordinary being in Lizaveta Nikolaevna, and yet he would not go to her, though he made ready to do so every day. The main thing was that at the time I myself wanted terribly to be introduced and recommended to her, for which I had only Stepan Trofimovitch to count on. I had been greatly impressed then by my frequent meetings with her. In the street, of course, when she went for an outing on horseback, dressed in a riding habit and mounted on a beautiful horse, accompanied by her so-called relative, a handsome officer, the late General Drozdov's nephew. My blindness lasted only a moment, and soon afterwards I understood all the impossibility of my dream. But it really did exist, if only for a moment, and therefore it may be imagined how indignant I occasionally became with my poor friend at that time for his persistent seclusion. Our group was officially notified from the very beginning that Stepan Trofimovitch would not be receiving for a while and asked to be left in perfect peace. He insisted on a circular notification, though I advised against it, and so I went around, at his request, and gave out to everyone that Varvara Petrovna had charged our old man with some urgent work putting in order some correspondence from several years past, that he had locked himself in, and I was helping him, and so on and so forth. Only I had no time to go to Lipyadin and kept postponing it, or, rather, I was afraid to go. I knew beforehand that he would not believe a single word I said. It so happened that while I was picturing all this to myself, I accidentally ran into him in the street. He had already learned everything from the friends I had just notified. But, strangely, he was not only not curious and asked nothing about Stepan Trofimovitch, but himself interrupted me and skipped at once to town news. The arrival of the governor's wife with her new conversations, the opposition that had already formed in the club, how everyone was shouting about the new ideas. He talked for nearly a quarter of an hour, and was so amusing that I was unable to tear myself away. The man was, in my opinion, a natural-born spy. He knew at any moment all the latest news and all the innermost secrets of our town, mostly of the nasty sort, and one marveled at the degree to which he took things to heart that sometimes did not concern him at all. I always thought that the main feature of his character was envy. When I told Stepan Trofimovich that evening, to my surprise, he became extremely agitated and asked me a wild question. Does Lipyudin know or not? I started proving that he could not possibly have found out so soon. Stepan Trofimovich held his own. Believe it or not, then, but I am convinced that he not only knows all about our position in all its details, but also knows something beyond that, something you and I do not know yet, and perhaps will never know, or will find out only when it's already too late, when there will be no turning back. After that, we did not so much as mention Lipyudin for 5 days. Cursed be the moment I met Karmazinov at a street corner and directed him to Beekov Street. A honeyed, somewhat shrill little voice, a cloak such as would have been worn at that season somewhere in Switzerland or the north of Italy. Little cuff links, collar, studs, the tortoise-shell lorgnette on its narrow black ribbon, the little signet ring, almost assuredly just as they are with people of irreproachably good tone. I seemed to have grown timid and looked fawning. He instantly noticed everything, and of course understood everything at once, that I already knew who he was, that I had read him and revered him since childhood. He asked for the nearest cab stand. I almost turned and ran to fetch a cab. I came to my senses at once. He had made good note of my movement. Then he suddenly dropped a tiny satchel. Not a satchel, by the way, but a sort of little box, or rather a little reticule such as ladies once used to carry, and I seemed to have rushed to pick it up. I'm perfectly convinced that I did not pick it up, but my initial movement was unquestionable. It was too late to conceal it, and I blushed like a fool. "Don't trouble. I'll do it myself," he said charmingly, picked it up as if forestalling me, nodded, and went on his way, having made a fool of me. It was the same as if I had picked it up myself. For about 5 minutes, I considered myself disgraced utterly and forever. Coming up to Stepan Trofimovich's house, I suddenly burst out laughing and decided to amuse him by acting out the whole scene. But this time I found him in an extreme change. As soon as I uttered the name of Karmazinov, he flew into a complete frenzy. "Don't tell me, don't utter. Here, look, read." 3 small scraps of paper, hastily written in pencil, all from Varvara Petrovna. The most vapid content, betraying her vain and ambitious concern for fear that Karmazinov might forget to call on her. Not a word about me. The most noble thing would be not to receive him at all. "I'm sending you a Bokhara rug and 2 Chinese jars, and also my tenures for a time. Hang the tenures to the right above Gerda's portrait. If he finally appears, receive him with refined courtesy, talk about trifles, about something learned, make it seem as if you parted only yesterday." He had had time, while I was reading, to change his usual white tie for a red one. His hat and stick lay on the table. He was pale, and his hand were even trembling. "I won't hear of her worries. She has the heart to worry about Karmazinov, and yet she doesn't answer my letters. Here is a letter she returned to me unopened yesterday, under Lhomka writ. What do I care if she's grieving over an Ikyolenka? I put the vases away in the front hall, and tenures into the chest, and demanded that she receive me at once. I want Darya Pavlovna herself to tell me with her own lips and before the face of heaven, or at least before you. I do not want to blush. I do not want to lie. I do not want secrets. Let them confess everything to me sincerely, and then perhaps I'll surprise the whole generation with my magnanimity. Am I a scoundrel or not, my dear sir? Can you really suppose that I, Stepan Verkovensky, will not find moral strength enough to take my box, my beggar's box, and heaving it onto my weak shoulders, go out the gate and disappear from here, forever? This is not the first time that Stepan Verkovensky will have to repel despotism with magnanimity, be it only the despotism of a crazy woman. Nastasia walked in and silently handed him a piece of paper. On it, in Varvara Petrovna's hand, were written just 2 words, "Stay home." He silently grabbed his hat and stick and went quickly to the door. I followed him mechanically. Suddenly voices and the sound of someone's rapid footsteps came from the hallway. He stopped as if thunderstruck. "That's Lipyudin, and I'm a lost man," he whispered, seizing my arm. At the same moment, Lipyudin entered the room. The beggar's box is already the road with Sofia Matveyevna. The 10 years above Gerda is already the pedestal that will not survive a Sunday. Karmazinov's dropped reticule is already the fate that will make a fool of us all. Meanwhile, Captain Lebyadkin expands into the chronicle, a buffoonish, drunken poet over 6 feet tall who recites awful verse. A cannonball with hot love-loaded slash in Ignat's noble breast exploded and grabbed strangers by the chest, demanding friend or foe. He hints at a dark secret binding him to Stavrogin, degradation that follows in Stavrogin's wake like a shadow that cannot be shaken off. Hints emerge that Stavrogin is legally bound to Maria Timofeevna Lebyadkina, the lame girl. Anonymous letters bombard Praskovia Ivanovna. Lipyudin circulates rumors, the golden mean that will get along anywhere, in your own fashion, saying more than he knows and knowing more than he says. The lame girl lies on Varvara's heart, like a stone, like a nightmare, even as she dreams of Count Chaos daughters for her son. 2 nightmares at once. Brzezinski's wife retired him in favor of this same captain. The family scenes are grotesque parodies of domestic life that foreshadow the conspirators' meetings. Shadov knows or suspects the truth. He lives in the same house as the Lebyadkins. He is Maria's shatushka, bound by blood and shame to secrets he cannot speak in Varvara's drawing room. What begins as comedy ends in the foreboding of someone else's sins becoming everyone's catastrophe. The father's humiliating week of not knowing whether he is engaged is the comic mirror of his son's secret marriage, and both are someone else's sins that the province will be forced to inherit. Lipyudin is already Pyotr's instrument before Pyotr arrives. The golden mean that will get along anywhere, circulating rumors, testing boundaries, knowing the Lebyadkins' lodging and Shadov's lock of hair, and the anonymous letters that bombard Praskovia Ivanovna. Lebyadkin squalor is not a sideshow. It is what Stavrogin leaves behind, human wreckage masked as comedy. Brzezinski's wife retired him in favor of this same captain. Those family scenes are grotesque parodies of domestic life. The same carnival face ideology will later wear the conspirators' meetings. Stepan's chief care, the shame he will not name even to me, is the erotic and financial dependence that mirrors Varvara's patronage. The father who needs his confidant like water or air while lying about what he needs is the comic prelude to the son who needs blood to bind a cell. Shared isolation damages true friendship. My irritation is petty and stupid, yet the week of not knowing whether one is engaged is already possession as fog. Everyone knows something, everyone conceals something, and the truth will only explode when Maria Timofeevna sits in the middle of Varvara's drawing room by the big round table. The main thing with them is the female sex. Butterflies and strutting roosters. Landowners with little wings like antique cupids. Lady killer pecorins. If you were to marry a pretty and young one, you might just keep your door bolted against our prince. If this Mademoiselle Lebyadkin, who gets whipped with knouts, weren't mad and bow-legged, by God, I'd think it was she who was the victim of our general's passions, and that this is what Captain Lebyadkin has suffered in his familial dignity. The whole town is clattering. Captain Lebyadkin, in a drunken state, is shouting for the whole town to hear. Well, and isn't that the same as if the whole marketplace was shouting? His Excellency, while still in Switzerland, supposedly sent 300 rubles by a most noble girl and humble orphan to be given to the captain. Later, Lebyadkin received most precise information that the sum sent was not 300 but 1,000. That means he is shouting that the girl filched 700, and he wants to demand it back even through the police. That is mean of you. The engineer suddenly jumped up. But you yourself are that most noble person who confirmed to Lebyadkin that it was not 300 but 1,000. That is an unfortunate misunderstanding. Someone made a mistake. It will all be made clear, but I can no longer. It's baseness and enough. He ran out. Lipyudin, all aflutter, jumped up and ran after Alexei Nilik. Stepan stood in thought, glanced at me somehow without looking, took his hat and stick, and slowly walked out. Passing through the gate, he noticed I was following. Ah, yes, you can serve as a witness to our accident. With a pathetic and lost smile, a smile of shame and utter despair, and at the same time of some strange rapture, he whispered, stopping for a moment. I really cannot marry someone else's sins. This was just the phrase I had been waiting for after a whole week of hedging. I decidedly lost my temper. And such a base thought could come to you, to Stepan Verkovensky, to your lucid mind, even prior to Liputin. He looked at me, made no reply, and continued on his way. I wanted to testify before Varvara Petrovna. I would have forgiven him if, in his womanish faint-heartedness, he had simply believed Liputin. But it was clear now that he had conceived it all even long before Liputin, and Liputin had merely added fat to the fire. He had not hesitated to suspect the girl from the very first day. He had explained Varvara Petrovna's despotic actions only by her desperate wish to paint over the aristocratic peccadillos of her priceless Nicholas by a marriage with an honorable man. I certainly wanted to see him punished for it. Au Dieu qui est si grand et si bon. Oh, who will comfort me? He exclaimed, having gone another 100 steps. It's him, Stepan Trofimovitch. Is it you? A fresh, playful young voice, like a sort of music. Lizaveta Nikolaevna, on horseback, with her usual companion. Come quickly. I haven't seen him for 12 years, and I recognized him. Don't you recognize me? He seized the hand she offered and kissed it reverently. He looked at her, as if in prayer, and could not utter a word. He recognizes me, and he's glad. Mavriky Nikolaevich, he's delighted. Why haven't you come for 2 whole weeks? Auntie kept persuading us you were sick. I know Auntie lies. I stamped my feet and abused you, but I absolutely wanted you to be the first to come. God, he hasn't changed in the least. Ah, no, there are wrinkles, lots of little wrinkles around the eyes and on the cheeks and some gray hair, but the eyes are the same. And have I changed? Why don't you say something? I remembered having been told she was almost ill when she was taken to Petersburg at 11. During her illness, she had allegedly cried and asked for Stepan Trofimovitch. He babbled, in a voice breaking with joy. I just cried out, who will comfort me? And then heard your voice. Il regarde un miracle et je commence à croire. En Dieu qui est là-haut et qui est si grand et si bon. You see, I remember all your lectures by heart. Mavriky Nikolaevich, how he taught me then to believe. And do you remember your story of how Columbus discovered America and everybody shouted, land, land? My nurse, Alyona Frolovna, says that I raved during the night after that and shouted, land, land, in my sleep. And do you remember telling me the story of Prince Hamlet and how poor immigrants were transported from Europe to America? It was all untrue. I learned it all later, but how well he lied to me then. It was almost better than the truth. Why are you looking at Mavriky Nikolaevich that way? He is the best and most faithful man on the whole earth, and you must come to love him as you do me. Il fait tout ce que je veux. Unhappy, is it so? I am happy now. Does Annie offend you? That same wicked, unjust, and eternally priceless Annie of ours. And do you remember how you used to throw yourself into my arms in the garden, and I'd comfort you and weep? Don't be afraid of Mavriky Nikolaevich. He has known everything about you for a long time. You can weep on his shoulder as much as you like. Lift your hat, take it all the way off, stand on tiptoe. I'm going to kiss you on the forehead now, as I kissed you that last time when we were saying goodbye. See, that young lady is admiring us through the window. God, how gray he's become. And, leaning down from her saddle, she kissed him on the forehead. Well, now to your house. I'll pay you the first visit. Tell Shadov to come tomorrow morning at 12. Of course, I ran at once to Shadov. Mon ami, Stepan overtook me on the porch. You must be here when I come back. Oh, I am guilty, all too guilty before you, and before everyone. I did not find Shadov at home. I ran by 2 hours later, again no one. After 7, again not. His apartment was locked. He lived alone without any servant. It occurred to me to try knocking downstairs at Captain Lebyadkin's. It was locked there too, not a sound, not a glimmer. Cursing my bad luck and already going out the gate, I suddenly ran into Mr. Kirilov. He was going to the house and recognized me first. Since he began questioning me himself, I told him all the essentials and that I had a note. Let's go, he said. I'll do everything. He occupied the wooden wing in back, shared with some old deaf woman who also served him. The rooms were quite clean, but the wallpaper was dirty, furnishings random, ill-sorted, utter rejects, 2 card tables, an alderwood chest, a big plank table from some peasant cottage, chairs, and a sofa with lattice backs and hard leather cushions. In the corner, an old icon before which the woman had lighted an oil lamp. On the walls, 2 big, dark oil portraits. The late Emperor Nikolai Pavlovich, painted back in the 20s by the look of it, the other of some bishop. He lit a candle, and from his still unpacked suitcase took an envelope, a piece of wax, and a crystal seal. "Seal your note and address the envelope." I tried to protest. He insisted. Having addressed it, I took my cap, and I thought perhaps some tea. I bought tea. "Want some?" The woman soon brought a great big kettle of hot water, a small teapot of strongly brewed tea, 2 large crudely painted stoneware cups, a calice, and a whole soup plate of crumbled loaf sugar. "I like tea," he said, "at night. A lot. I walk and drink till dawn. Tea at night is awkward abroad. You go to bed at dawn? Always a long time. I eat little, mainly tea." Lipudin is cunning, but impatient. There were some unpleasant misunderstandings today. It's foolishness, great trifles. Lebyadkin is drunk. Lipudin has a lot of fantasy. In place of the trifles, he made mountains. I trusted Lipudin yesterday, and me today. I laughed. But you already know everything from this morning. Lipudin is either weak, or impatient, or harmful, or envious, or into all together. Yes, Lipudin is a chaos. Is it true what he was blathering, that you're planning to write something? Why blathering? He frowned, staring at the floor. I began assuring him I was not trying to get it out of him. He blushed. He was telling the truth. I am writing. Only it makes no difference. Suddenly, he smiled the same childlike smile as that morning. He invented about the heads himself from books and told me first, and he understands badly, but I'm only looking for the reasons why people don't dare to kill themselves, that's all. And it makes no difference. What do you mean, don't dare? Do we have so few suicides? Very few. And what, in your opinion, keeps people for suicide? I still know little. 2 prejudices keep them. 2 things, just 2. One very small, the other very big. But the small one is also very big. What is the small one? Pain. There are 2 sorts. Those who kill themselves from great sorrow or anger, or the crazy ones. They do it suddenly. They think little about pain. But the ones who do it judiciously, they think a lot. Are there any who do it judiciously? Very many. If it weren't for prejudice, there'd be more. Very many. Everybody. But aren't there ways of dying without pain? Imagine a stone the size of a big house. It's hanging there, and you're under it. If it falls on you, on your head, will it be painful? A stone as big as a house. Naturally, it's frightening. Fright is not the point. Will it be painful? A stone as big as a mountain, millions of pounds? Of course, it wouldn't be painful at all. But go and stand there in reality. And while it's hanging, you'll be very much afraid of the pain. Every foremost scientist, foremost doctor, all of them will be very afraid. They'll all know it won't be painful, but they'll all be very afraid it will be. And the second reason, the big one, the other world. Punishment, you mean? That makes no difference. The other world, the one other world. Aren't there such atheists as don't believe in the other world at all? Again, he did not reply. You're judging by yourself, perhaps. Each man cannot judge except by himself. There will be entire freedom when it makes no difference whether one lives or does not live. That is the goal to everything. The goal? But then perhaps no one will even want to live? No one, he said resolutely. Man is afraid of death because he loves life. That's how I understand it. And that is what nature tells us. That is base, that is the whole deceit. His eyes began to flash. Life is pain, life is fear, and man is unhappy. Now all is pain and fear. Now man loves life because he loves pain and fear. That's how they've made it. Life now is given in exchange for pain and fear, and that is the whole deceit. Man now is not yet the right man. There will be a new man, happy and proud. He for whom it will make no difference whether he lives or does not live. He will be the new man. He who overcomes pain and fear will himself be God. And this God will not be. So this God exists, In your opinion? He doesn't, yet he does. There's no pain in the stone, but there is pain in the fear of the stone. God is the pain of the fear of death. He who overcomes pain and fear will himself become God. Then there will be a new life, a new man, everything new. Then history will be divided into two parts, from the gorilla to the destruction of God, and from the destruction of God to the gorilla? To the physical changing of the earth and man. Man will be God and will change physically, and the world will change, and deeds will change, and thoughts and all feelings. If it makes no difference whether one lives or does not live, then everyone will kill himself, and perhaps that will be the change. It makes no difference. They will kill the deceit. Whoever wants the main freedom must dare to kill himself. He who dares to kill himself knows the secret of the deceit. There is no further freedom. Here is everything, and there is nothing further. He who dares to kill himself is God. Now anyone can make it so that there will be no God, and there will be no anything. But no one has done it yet, not once. There have been millions of suicides, but all not for that, all in fear and not for that, not to kill fear. He who kills himself only to kill fear will at once become God. He may not have time, I observed. It makes no difference, he replied softly, with quiet pride, almost with scorn. I'm sorry you seem to be laughing. The man God drinks tea till dawn under Nikolai Pavlovitch and a bishop. The stone hangs. Liputin has already made mountains of trifles. The note for Shatov is sealed with crystal. I really cannot marry someone else's sins is already the stone. Columbus shouting land is already Liza's fever. Kirilov's tea is already the hour that will stop at 2:37. Someone else's sins become everyone's catastrophe when rumor crosses the threshold from Liputin's mouth into Varvara's nightmare and Praskovia's anonymous letters. The week of not knowing whether one is engaged is comic. The secret marriage is not. Together they teach that in this province private degradation is always already public property, waiting for a Sunday to explode. Stepan needing Anton like water or air while lying about what he needs. Lebyadkin demanding friend or foe. Shatov bound by shame to the house where Maria lives. The closed circuit of Skvoreshniki tightening until the wise serpent arrives to cut it open. Liputin brings the confidential down from a height into a room of 4 and calls us not strangers, even taking Alexei Nilik. Never to forget that I have spoken with you confidentially. You may expect of me a complete and henceforth permanent readiness to show my gratitude at every opportunity. Stepan stammers that he does not believe him. Observe how great the trouble if such a question is addressed from such a height to such a man as me. And if she stoops so far as to beg for secrecy. Has she received some unexpected news about Nikolai Vsevolodovitch? I don't know, some days since I've seen, but if this was told you confidentially and now, in front of everyone, absolutely confidentially, God strike me dead. We 3 will keep the secret. It is you, the 4th, that I am afraid of. I do not believe you in anything. Oh, come now. I'm the one who is most to gain. The eternal gratitude was promised. Yesterday evening, under the influence of that conversation at Varvara Petrovna's, I addressed Alexei Nilik. You used to know Nikolai Vsevolodovitch even before abroad and in Petersburg. What do you think regarding his intelligence and abilities? This gentleman answers laconically, as his way is, that he is a man of refined mind and sound judgment. And didn't you ever notice some deviation of ideas, a peculiar turn, some madness? I repeated Varvara Petrovna's own question. Alexei Nilik suddenly turned thoughtful and scowled. Yes, at times it seemed to me there was something strange. Note, besides, if there could seem something strange, even to Alexei Nilik, then what might turn out in reality? Is this true? I wish not to speak of it. Kirilov suddenly raising his head and flashing his eyes. I want to contest your right, Liputin. You have no right to this occurrence about me. I by no means told my whole opinion. Though I was acquainted in Petersburg, that was long ago. I still know Nikolai Stavrogin very little. I ask that you remove me. This all resembles gossip. Liputin spreads his arms. The golden mean has already turned Varvara's confidential into a test of Kirilov's laconic yes. The man god who will later abolish time is first a man who will not let gossip steal a half-spoken strangeness. Stepan does not believe Liputin in anything. I am already watching the fourth who will not keep a secret. The week of not knowing whether one is engaged is the comic twin of this confidential that is already public. Someone else's sins as inheritance. Stepan's week of not knowing whether he is engaged and Stavrogin's secret marriage to the lame girl are the same structure. Older generations' compromises and younger generations' degradations circulating as rumor until the Sunday explosion makes them public property. Quote, a week went by, and he still did not know whether he was engaged or not, and had no way of finding out for certain, however much he tried. He still had not seen the fiancée, did not even know if she was his fiancée, did not even know if there was anything serious in it all. The lame girl. Midpoint. Shatov proved not to be stubborn and, following Lizaveta Nikolaevna's note, came at noontime to call. Anton V. entered at almost the same time, paying his first call. All of them, Liza, Maman, and Mavriky Nikolaevich, were sitting in the big drawing room, arguing. Maman had requested that Liza play some waltz. When she began the requested waltz, the old woman started insisting that it was the wrong one. Mavriky Nikolaevich, in his simplicity, interceded for Liza. The old woman got so angry that she burst into tears. She was ill, legs swollen, waxing capricious, and finding fault despite having always been slightly afraid of Liza. They were glad that the callers came. Liza blushed with pleasure and led Shatov over to Maman. This is Mr. Shatov, of whom I spoke to you, and this is Mr. GV, a great friend of mine and of Stepan Trofimovich. And which one is the professor? There isn't any professor, Maman. Yes, there is. You were saying yourself there would be a professor. It must be this one, pointing squeamishly at Shatov. It's Stepan Trofimovich's son that Maman keeps calling a professor. The comic confusion already naming Pyotr before he arrives. The wise serpent mistaken for university chair. The literary undertaking Liza explains to Shatov with surprising seriousness is a book compiling a year's newspaper facts into a characterization of Russian life. Swiss idealism applied to provincial chaos. One of the new sort. I think it's not for nothing she was in Switzerland. Shatov listens attentively, eyes fixed on the ground, not surprised in the least that an idle society girl should undertake affairs seemingly so unsuitable for her. Comedy of swollen legs and wrong waltzes already braids itself with the seriousness that will become catastrophe. Liza's project is harmless. The marriage rumor is not. Maria Timofeevna is introduced in religious ecstasy and squalor. The holy fool, Eurodevea, who perceives truths others miss but is trapped in madness. Driven by suspicion and anonymous letters, Varvara Petrovna brings Maria into her carriage with Liza, a scene of compressed social explosion on the church porch before the whole town. When Maria limps into the carriage, Varvara cried out, "You're lame," and turned pale. Everyone noticed, but no one understood. Varvara sat, as if in some magnetic sleep, while Maria laughed hysterically for the 3-minute ride. In the drawing room, Maria is completely enthralled. With delight, and not the least embarrassment, she studies the furniture, the carpets, the paintings, the old-style decorated ceiling, the big bronze crucifix in the corner, the porcelain lamp, the albums and knickknacks, enchanted by high society, while Varvara Petrovna is terrified by what this woman knows. "So you're here, too, Shatushka," she suddenly exclaims. "Imagine, I noticed you long ago, but I thought, it's not him. How could he have come here?" And she laughed gaily. Varvara demands of Shatov what he knows. He mumbles, grins an unnecessary smile, falters, "There's no point talking," and resolutely falls silent, even blushing at his own resoluteness. "Of course, nothing more could be expected of you." Varvara cuts him off indignantly. It was clear to her now that everyone knew something, and at the same time that everyone was afraid of something and was evading her questions, wishing to conceal something from her. Maria refers to Stavrogin as her bright falcon and prince, mythologizing him against Varvara's self. "You are a barn owl and a little merchant." Her love is tragic and deluded. Yet she alone sees his spiritual potential and failure. She asks if she may kneel to him. He will refuse with magnificent tenderness that is also terrible condescension. The class abyss yawns. Aristocratic Skvoreshniki and the degraded world of the Lebeadkins cannot meet in a carriage without the province sensing that something has entered that will not leave quietly. Her madness sees farther than the intelligentsia's enlightenment. She will recognize the impostor before the salon does, calling him Grishka Otrepyev when the falcon turns owl. Daria Pavlovna enters unaware. Stepan Trofimovich tries to hide the catastrophe from her with comic futility. The holy fool sits drinking coffee and calling Varvara auntie, while the great lady's authority begins to shatter, and the wise serpent has not yet even arrived. The church porch scene compresses the class abyss into 3 minutes of carriage hysteria. Varvara's magnetic sleep, Maria's laughter, Liza's presence as witness and rival, the whole town watching. When Maria enters the drawing room, she is not abashed. She is enthralled by the bronze crucifix, the albums, the porcelain lamp, and her delight is more terrifying to Varvara than any accusation, because delight means the lame girl belongs here by some claim Varvara cannot name. Shadow of silence is the silence of a man who knows too much and will later hit too hard. His lock of hair, which Liza studies with extreme curiosity, is already the mark of the believer who will die for knowing. Daria Pavlovna's entrance unaware, Stepan's comic attempt to hide catastrophe, Praskovia Ivanovna's haughty arrival, expecting Varvara to quail. All of it is the salon preparing its own demolition. The holy fool's insight is not sentimentality. The Eurodevea sees what we, busy with Tocqueville and Paul de Kock, cannot see. That the falcon in the pocket has a knife, that the prince is already Grishka Otrepyev, that the drawing room's bronze crucifix will not save anyone who has already invited the demons to coffee. She reaches for the roll with her left hand, having probably heard about the roll too, keeps it, then puts it back without a bite, distracted by the newly sprung-up conversation. It keeps coming out the same. A journey, a wicked man, someone's perfidy, a deathbed, a letter from somewhere, unexpected news. It's all lies, I think. Shatushka, what's your opinion? If people lie, why shouldn't cards lie? She mixes the cards. It's the same thing I said once to Mother Praskovia, a venerable woman. She used to stop by my cell to read the cards, in secret from the Mother Superior. And she wasn't the only one. They'd oh and ah, shake their heads. I'd just laugh. Mother Praskovia, how are you going to get a letter if it hasn't come for 12 years? Her daughter's husband took her daughter to Turkey. For 12 years, not a word. The next day, I was sitting at the Mother Superior's having tea. Our Mother Superior is of a princely family, a lady visitor, a great dreamer, and a little monk from Athos, rather a funny man. That same monk had brought Mother Praskovia a letter from her daughter in Turkey that same morning. There's the knave of diamonds for you. Unexpected news. We're having tea. And this monk says, most of all, blessed Mother Superior, the Lord has blessed your convent because you keep such a precious treasure in its depths. What treasure? Mother Lizaveta the Blessed. Now this blessed Lizaveta was set into our convent wall, in a cage 7 feet long and 5 feet high, and for 17 years she's been sitting there behind the iron bars, winter and summer, in nothing but a hempen shift, poking at the cloth with a straw or some twig, saying nothing, not combing, not washing. In winter they'd push in a sheepskin coat. Every day a cup of water and a crust of bread. Pilgrims look, say, Asai, give money. A nice treasure for you, the Mother Superior replied. She was angry. She disliked Lizaveta terribly. Lizaveta sits there only out of spite, only out of stubbornness, and it is all a sham. I didn't like that. I myself was thinking then about shutting myself away. And in my opinion, I said, God and nature are all the same. And they all said to me in one voice, there now. The Mother Superior laughed, whispered to the lady, called me, was ever so nice, and the lady gave me a pink bow. Want to show it to you? The little monk began reading me a lesson. The salon hears a fool's story and cannot hear that Lizaveta in the wall is already Maria in the drawing room. Treasure or sham, stubbornness or blessing, a cage the pilgrims pay to see. God and nature all the same is the holy fool's heresy spoken over tea. The pink bow is the lady's payment for a laugh. Shadov is shatushka. The cards lie as people lie. The knave of diamonds arrives from Turkey the morning after the reading. Varvara wants a fact about a marriage. Maria gives her a convent, a cage, and a bow. The province will later put a mouse in an icon case. Here the holy fool has already put a blessed woman in a wall and asked whether spite and holiness can be told apart. Holy fool against Salon. Maria's falcon/owl mythology and her delight in the bronze crucifix outsee Varvara's imperious dread. Madness is spiritual insight, while the rational intelligentsia speaks folly through reason and concealment. Quote, "Only mine is a bright falcon and a prince, and you are a barn owl and a little merchant." Quote, "What? You're lame," Varvara Petrovna cried out, as if totally frightened, and turned pale. The wise serpent. Bad guys close in. Varvara Petrovna rang the bell and threw herself into an armchair by the window. "Sit down here, my dear." She motioned Maria Timofeevna to a seat in the middle of the room by the big round table. "Stepan Trofimovich, what is this?" Here, look at this woman. What is this?" Stepan stammered. The footman came. "A cup of coffee, now, specially, and as quickly as possible. Don't unhitch the carriage." "Mais, chérie, excellent ami, dans quelle inquiétude!" Stepan exclaimed in a sinking voice. French. You can see right off it's high society." Maria Timofeevna clapped her hands, preparing rapturously to listen. We were all silent, awaiting some denouement. Shadov would not raise his head. Stepan was in disarray, as if it were all his fault. Sweat stood out on his temples. Liza's eyes kept darting keenly from Varvara to the lame woman and back. A smile twisted on her lips, but not a nice one. Varvara Petrovna saw this smile. The demon of the most arrogant pride took possession of Varvara precisely when she had the slightest suspicion that she was for some reason considered humiliated, and Praskovia Ivanovna walked in with a naive conviction that Varvara would quail before her. Childhood friends on the brink of open war. 5 days since the ladies had seen each other. Rumors vague, and therefore all the more offensive. Varvara of a direct and proudly open character, a swooping character, least of all able to endure secret, lurking accusations. Then the noise of footsteps again, and Nikolai Vsevolodovich, and with him Pyotr Stepanovich Verkhovensky, the wise serpent, having met at Matvivo where the rear cars got derailed in the night, and they almost broke their legs, having first taken Pyotr to Kirilov, bursting in with the smirk of a man who knows everything before anyone speaks. Lebyadkin recites while we wait for a marriage to be named. Full of fly-phagy, "Lord, what is this?" It's in the summertime. The captain hurries, waving his arms with the irritated impatience of an author whose recitation is being hindered, when lots of flies get into a glass. Then fly-phagy takes place. Any fool can understand that. Don't interrupt, you'll see. The cockroach took up so much room it made the flies murmur. A crowded glass. Is this our doom? They cried to Jupiter. But as the flies did make their moan along, came Nikifor, a kind, old, noble man. I haven't quite finished here, but anyway, in plain words. Nikifor takes the glass and, in spite of their crying, dumps the whole comedy into the tub, both flies and cockroach, which should have been done long ago. But notice, madam, notice the cockroach does not murmur. This is the answer to your question. Why? The cockroach does not murmur. As for Nikifor, he represents nature, added in a quick patter, pacing self-contentedly. Varvara Petrovna becomes terribly angry. And to do with what money? Allow me to ask you. Supposedly received from Nikolai Vsevolodovich, and supposedly not given to you in full, have you dared to accuse a person belonging to my household? Slander. No, it is not slander. Madam, there are circumstances that make one rather endure family disgrace than proclaim the truth aloud. Lebyadkin will not let on. He is as if blind. He is inspired. He feels his significance. He already wants to offend, to show his power. Ring the bell, please, Stepan Trofimovich. Lebyadkin is cunning. He has his stumbling block, the Old Hussar's War Bottle sung by Denis Davidoff. In that four-chord, it may happen that he sends a letter in verse, magnificent, which afterwards he might wish to bring back with the tears of his whole life, for the sense of beauty is violated. But the bird has flown. After 2 bottles, what turns up, instead of the expected thing, is Leviathan's cunning. Flies murmur. The cockroach does not. Nikifor nature dumps the comedy into the tub. Pyotr will be Nikifor with a smile. The quintet will be the crowded glass. Stavrogin will be the cockroach who does not murmur. Before the wise serpent even finishes his first performance, the captain has recited the Gadarene into a drinking song and called it nature. Pyotr Stepanovich does not let the fable remain a fable. Not before you give me some answer to my first question. Is everything I said true? It's true, sir, Leviathan dully, glancing up at his tormentor, sweat even coming to his temples. Everything? Everything, sir. You can think of nothing to add? If you feel we are being unjust, declare as much. Protest. Declare your dissatisfaction aloud. No, I can think of nothing. Did you recently threaten Nikolai Vsevolodovich? That was drink more than anything, Pyotr Stepanovich. If family honor and the heart's undeserved disgrace cry out among men, then can a man be to blame even then? He bellows, forgetting himself. And are you sober now? I am sober. What is the meaning of this family honor and the heart's undeserved disgrace? It's about nobody. I didn't mean anybody. It's me myself. The captain crumbles. You seem very irritable. Excuse me, but I haven't even begun to talk about your conduct in its real aspect. I shall begin. That may very well be. So far, I haven't even begun in any real aspect. Leviathan gives a start and stares wildly. Pyotr Stepanovich, I am only now beginning to awaken. HM, and it's I who have awakened you? Yes, it's you who have awakened me, and I've been sleeping for 4 years under a dark cloud. May I finally withdraw? Now you may, unless Varvara Petrovna finds it necessary. She waved him on his way. He bows, walks 2 steps, puts his hand to his heart, does not say it, rushes out, and in the doorway runs right into Nikolai Vsevolodovich, who stands aside. The captain shrinks and freezes like a rabbit in front of Snake. Nicholas brushes him aside with his arm and walks into the drawing room, cheerful and calm. Perhaps something very nice just happened, as yet unknown to us. Will you forgive me, Nicholas? She cannot help herself and rises hastily. He positively bursts out laughing. Just as I thought. I see you already know everything. And I, once I'd walked out of here, began thinking in the carriage. I ought at least to have told them the anecdote. It's not right to go off like this. But then I remembered that you'd been left with Pyotr Stepanovich, and my care dropped away. As he speaks, he looks cursorily around. Pyotr Stepanovich told us an old Petersburg story from the life of one whimsical fellow. She rapturously joins in. One mad and capricious fellow, though always lofty in his feelings, always chivalrously noble. Chivalrously? Can't have gone as far as that. Nicholas laughs. Anyhow, this time I'm very grateful to Pyotr Stepanovich for his hastiness. A momentary glance. Be it known to you, man, that Pyotr Stepanovich is a universal peacemaker. That is his role, his disease, his hobby horse, and I especially recommend him to you on that point. I can guess what he dashed off for you here. He precisely dashes off when he talks. He's got an office in his head. Note that being a realist, he cannot lie, and truth is dearer to him than success. Save, naturally, on those special occasions when success is dearer than truth. For years under a dark cloud, the rabbit and the snake, the office in the head, the care that drops away because the peacemaker has been left with Mammon. The awakening is Pyotr's. The anecdote is Stavrogin's. The salon is already managed before the slap even falls. Marya Timofeevna, having caught a slight smile, rises, limping, and goes timidly up. Take it, I forgot to give it back. Don't be angry at my impoliteness. She takes from her shoulders the black shawl Varvara Petrovna had put on her earlier. Put it back on at once, and keep it for good. Go and sit down, drink your coffee, and please do not be afraid of me. Merci. She takes the cup, then bursts out laughing at having said merci to a footman. Then, meeting the menacing gaze, becomes timid and sets the cup on the table. "You're not angry, Auntie?" She prattles with frivolous playfulness. "What? Verver our ears. What sort of aunt am I to you? What are you suggesting?" Maria, who had not expected such wrath, begins trembling with convulsive little shivers, as if in a fit, recoils against the back of her chair. "I thought that's how it should be. That's what Liza called you." "Which Liza?" "This young lady." "So she's already Liza to you? You yourself just called her that." "And I saw a beauty just like her in a dream." She chuckles as though inadvertently. Vervara understands and calms somewhat. She even smiles slightly. The auntie that is not an aunt. The shawl kept for good. The merci to a footman. The dream beauty who is already Liza. The holy fool keeps naming kinships the salon cannot afford. Coffee cools. The carriage is still hitched. Then the noise of footsteps again, the derailed train survivors fully in the room, and a slap that can no longer be postponed. "Nikolai Vsevolodovich," she cried, drawing herself up straight, but not quitting her armchair, "stop for one moment." Despite the remarkable firmness of soul and the considerable amount of reason, and of practical, even managerial tact she possessed, there was no lack of moments in her life in which she would give all of herself suddenly, entirely, totally without restraint. For her, the present moment could indeed have been one of those in which the whole essence of a life, all that has been lived through, all the present, and perhaps the future, is suddenly focused. I shall also remind myself of the anonymous letter she had received, as she had just so irritably led on to Praskovia Ivanovna, though I think she kept silent about the further contents. And precisely in it, perhaps, lay the key. "Nikolai Vsevolodovich," she repeated, rapping out the words in a firm voice in which a menacing challenge sounded, "I ask you to tell me right now, without moving from that spot, is it true that this unfortunate lame woman, there she is, over there, look at her, is it true that she is your lawful wife?" I remember that moment only too well. He did not even blink an eye, but looked intently at his mother. Not the slightest change in his face ensued. At last he smiled slowly, a sort of condescending smile, and, without a word of reply, quietly went up to his mother, took her hand, brought it reverently to his lips, and kissed it. And so strong was his ever irresistible influence on his mother that even then she did not dare snatch her hand away. She simply stared at him, all question, and her whole look confessed that she could not endure the uncertainty a moment longer. But he continued to be silent. Having kissed her hand, he glanced all around the room once again and, still as unhurriedly as before, went straight to Marya Timofeevna. She, all numb with fear, rose to meet him and clasped her hands before her as if entreating him. And at the same time, there was rapture in her eyes, a sort of insane rapture that almost distorted her features, a rapture hard for people to bear. Perhaps both were there, both fear and rapture. I myself quickly moved closer, for I fancied she was about to faint. "You cannot be here." He spoke to her in a caressing, melodious voice, and an extraordinary tenderness shone in his eyes. He stood before her in a most reverent attitude, and his every movement expressed the most sincere respect. "And may I kneel to you now?" she breathlessly murmured. "No, you certainly may not." He smiled magnificently at her, so that she, too, suddenly gave a joyful little smile. "Consider that you are a girl, and I, though your most faithful friend, am nevertheless a stranger to you, not a husband, not a father, not a fiancé. Now give me your hand and let us go. I will see you to the carriage, and, if you permit, will take you to your house myself." She listened and bent her head as if pondering. "Let us go," she said, sighing, and gave him her hand. But then a small mishap befell her. She must have turned somehow awkwardly and stepped on her bad, shorter leg. In a word, she fell full sideways on the armchair, and if it had not been for the armchair, she would have fallen to the floor. He instantly caught her up, supported her, holding her firmly under the arm, and led her carefully and sympathetically to the door. She was obviously distressed by her fall, became embarrassed, blushed, and was terribly ashamed. Silently looking down, limping badly, she hobbled after him, almost hanging on his arm. They walked out like that. Liza, I noticed, for some reason, suddenly jumped up from her chair as they were walking out and followed them with a fixed stare to the very door. Then she silently sat down again, but there was some convulsive movement in her face, as if she had touched some viper. As soon as they walked out, everyone suddenly began talking, or not talking so much as exclaiming. I have somewhat forgotten now the order, because there was a tumult. Stepan Trofimovich exclaimed something in French and clasped his hands, but Varvara Petrovna could not be bothered with him. Even Mavriky Nikolaevich muttered something abruptly. But most excited of all was Pyotr Stepanovich. He whirled all around the room. Did you hear? Did you hear what he just said to her? The latter could no longer even reply, and merely mumbled something, waving her hand. The poor woman had her own troubles. She kept turning her head towards Liza, looking at her in unaccountable fear, and no longer dared even to think of getting up and leaving before her daughter rose. Meanwhile, the captain certainly wanted to slip away. Pyotr Stepanovich seized him by the arm and did not let him leave. This is necessary, necessary. He spilled out his beads at Varvara Petrovna. You can see for yourself that there's a misunderstanding here, and much that looks odd, and yet the thing is clear as a candle and simple as a finger. I realize only too well that no one has authorized me to tell about it, and that I perhaps look ridiculous in inviting myself. But, first of all, Nikolai Vsevolodovich himself attaches no great importance to this thing, and finally there are still cases when it is difficult for a man to bring himself to explain things personally, and it must be undertaken by a third person, for whom it is easier to express certain delicate matters. Believe me, Nikolai Vsevolodovich is not in the least to blame for not giving your question a radical explanation at once, even though the matter is a trifling one. I've known of it since Petersburg. Besides, the whole anecdote only does honor to Nikolai Vsevolodovich, if it's necessary to use this vague word honor. You mean to say that you were a witness to some occurrence that gave rise to this misunderstanding? A witness and a participant. If you give me your word that this will not offend Nikolai Vsevolodovitch's delicacy in certain of his feelings towards me, from whom he does not conceal in why thing, and if you are so sure, besides, that it will even give him pleasure. Pleasure? Most certainly. That's why I regard it as a particular pleasure for me. I'm convinced he would ask me himself. It was rather strange, this importunate desire on the part of this gentleman who had suddenly fallen from the sky to tell other people's anecdotes. But he caught Varvara Petrovna with his bait, having touched her sorest spot. You may speak, she announced reservedly and cautiously, suffering somewhat from her indulgence. It's a short matter. In fact, if you like, it's not even an anecdote. However, a novelist might cook up a novel from it in an idle moment. It's quite an interesting little matter, Praskovia Ivanovna, and I'm sure Lizaveta Nikolaevna will listen with curiosity, because there are many things here which, if not queer, are at least quaint. The beads spill. The third person has already stolen the son's mouth. The lawful wife has been let out hanging on an arm that will not own her. Liza has already touched the viper. Pyotr Stepanovich enters as a whirlwind of chatter, manipulation, and disrespect, immediately dominating the room, humiliating Stepan Trofimovich, managing the crisis for Varvara as universal peacemaker, his role, his disease, his hobby horse. He embraces his mother tenderly. Some dry, hard little note sounds in his voice. Varvara understands the note, yet her exaltation will not leave her. Liza begins to laugh, at first softly, fitfully, then louder and more obvious, flushed, the contrast with her recent gloomy look extreme. Beckoning Mavriky Nikolaevich as if to whisper, then dissolving in laughter at his height, at the blessing of a broken leg, at the couple they will make when she is tiny minus a limb. Hysterics. Pyotr whispers, "A glass of water, quickly." He had guessed right. A minute later, everyone was bustling about. Liza embraced her man, kissed her fervently, wept on her shoulder, then began laughing loudly again. Finally, the man also began to whimper. Varvara hustled them off to her rooms. When the ladies returned, the terrible question hangs. Is it true that this unfortunate lame woman is Nikolai Vsevolodovitch's lawful wife? Stavrogin kisses his mother's hand, walks to Maria with reverent tenderness, treats her as a girl and himself as a stranger, not a husband. The legal truth without the moral bond. And suddenly Shadow swung his long, heavy arm and hit him in the face with all his might. Nikolai Vsevolodovich swayed badly on his feet, blood from lip and teeth. He seizes Shadow's shoulders and jerks his hands back, clasping them behind him. He says nothing. 10 seconds of terrible self-control, as if clutching a red-hot bar to measure strength of mind, while the room freezes. Then the confession, open before the assembly. It's true. Maria Timofeevna Lebedetkina is my lawful wife, married to me in Petersburg about 4.5 years ago. You hit me on account of her, didn't you? Praskovia Ivanovna points at Maria as the whole truth. Liza swoons and strikes her head on the carpet. The two childhood friends nearly come to open war. Varvara's salon, which seemed absolute, she who ruled the province by rumor if not by office, shatters before her son's void and the lame girl drinking coffee. Shadow's slap is not punishment but anguish. Stavrogin meant so much in his life, and the marriage is a lie, an experiment in absurdity, for your fall for the lie. He did not know he would hit until he did. He walks out hunched, whispering to himself, while Stavrogin swallows the insult with inhuman calm. From his first appearance, Pyotr reduces Stepan Trofimovich to a figure of fun and takes charge of the social crisis with cold efficiency. Within hours, the whole town knows every detail. Through him, presumably. We lock ourselves in, Stepan and I, and watch timorously from afar. 8 days of rumor follow. Lebedetkins disappeared, Shadow shouting that Shadow is not home. Locked doors, the province chattering with the appetite of a herd that does not yet know it is rushing toward a cliff. The lawful wife has been named. The slap has drawn blood. The peacemaker has arrived. The father's civic ecstasy has been reduced to a figure of fun. Comedy has curdled. Pushkin's Whirlwind and Luke Swine are no longer ornaments on a title page. They are already among the whist players, the bronze crucifix, the albums on the table. Rain will come. Midnight rooms will open. For now, the floor of the salon has only begun to slope. Slap and confession as public possession. Shadow's blow and Stavrogin's admission of the lawful marriage convert private sin into provincial epidemic. Pyotr is peacemaker who spreads the disease he pretends to manage. Quote, it's true. Maria Timofeevna Lebedetkina is my lawful wife, married to me in Petersburg about 4.5 years ago. You hit me on account of her, didn't you? Quote, and suddenly Shadow swung his long, heavy arm and hit him in the face with all his might. Nikolai Vsevolodovich swayed badly on his feet. Part 2. Dark Night of the Soul. 8 days passed. Now, when everything is past, and I am writing, we know what it was all about, but then we still knew nothing, and various things seemed strange. Stepan Trofimovich and I locked ourselves in and watched timorously from afar, though I went out here and there and brought news, without which he could not even exist. Rumors spread concerning the slap. Lizaveta Nikolaevna's swoon, the mysterious lame girl. The surprising thing was through whom it all came out so quickly and accurately. None of the persons then present would seem to have found need or profit in breaking secrecy. No servants had been there. Lebedetkин alone might have blabbed from lack of restraint. But Lebedetkin, together with his sister, disappeared without a trace the very next day. Shadow locked himself in. The lawful wife has been named. The slap has drawn blood. The peacemaker has arrived. What thickens now is not salon comedy, but midnight rooms. Kirilov's Leaf, Shadow's Nation, a demon believed canonically, Fedka on the bridge, Maria's anathema, a duel emptied of honor, a mouse in an icon case, Yulia Mikhailovna's fate already kindling in her vanity, Pyotr bustling, the quintet taking shape, Ivan Tsarevich offered like a toy, a perquisition of the father's papers, filibusters of gossip before fire. The mouse is not yet in the icon case. Fedka is already waiting. Kirilov is already waiting for his hour. Pyotr Stepanovich bustles with the energy of a man who knows the cliff is near and the swine are restless. Night. Dark night of the soul. 8 days passed. Now, when everything is past, and I am writing, We know what it was all about, but then we still knew nothing, and various things seemed strange. Stepan Trofimovich and Anton V locked themselves in and watched timorously from afar. Though Anton went out here and there and brought news, without which Stepan could not even exist. Rumors spread concerning the slap, Lizaveta Nikolaevna's swoon, the mysterious lame girl. The surprising thing was through whom it all came out so quickly and accurately. None of the persons then present would seem to have found need or profit in breaking secrecy. No servants had been there. Lebyadkin alone might have blabbed from lack of restraint. But Lebyadkin, together with his sister, disappeared without a trace the very next day. Shatov locked himself in and spent all those 8 days sitting in his apartment, even stopped his lessons. When Anton knocked on Tuesday, Shatov jumped off the bed, came to the door with big strides, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shatov's not home." Stepan and Anton finally arrived at the thought that the one and only person who could be to blame for spreading the rumors was Pyotr Stepanovich. Though later Pyotr asserted he had found the story already on everyone's lips, predominantly at the club, and perfectly known in the smallest detail to the governor's wife and her husband. Lipyadin already knew everything to the last word by Monday evening. Ladies of the best society insisted on seeing the lame girl. Both homes were shut tight. Liza was said to be lying in brain fever. The same of Nikolai Vsevolodovich, with repugnant details about a tooth knocked out and a swollen cheek. In some little corners it was said there would perhaps be a murder, that Stavrogin was not a man to bear such an offense, that he would kill Shatov secretly, as in a Corsican vendetta. This idea was liked. The ancient hostility of society toward Nikolai Vsevolodovich was markedly evident. Even the most solid people were eager to accuse him, though they themselves did not know of what. It was whispered that he had ruined Liza's honor in Switzerland. Covert talk flashed and disappeared, that he had special business in the province, high relations through Count K, that he was serving confidentially, the servant looking as little as possible like an official. The fog of possession thickens. Rumor is the medium, and through rumor Stavrogin walks at night to the rooms where his ideas have taken flesh. He goes first to Kirilov. Rain, darkness, locked gates. The attic of a man who has resolved to shoot himself in order to become God. Kirilov argues that fear of pain and fear of the beyond prevent men from being gods. To kill oneself without fear is to become God, not by grace but by theorem, not by prayer but by the pistol's report. God is the pain of the fear of death. He who overcomes pain and fear will himself be God. The formula inverts Christianity with mathematical precision. The God-man replaced by the man-God, incarnation replaced by suicide. This is not despair dressed as philosophy. It is philosophy that has become a religion, complete with ritual, the shot, sacrament, the note, and martyr, Kirilov himself. Stavrogin planted these ideas. He listens now with the detachment of a man who has poisoned a well and returns to watch others drink. Kirilov speaks of a yellow leaf blown by the wind, decayed on the edges, of stopping his clock at 2:37 as emblem that time should stop, of the apocalypse where the angel swears that time will be no more. Everything is good. Even if someone dies of hunger, even if a girl's head is smashed in, everything is good for those who know they are good. He loves children. He loves life. Yet life's separate, and that's separate. Life is, and death is not at all. Stavrogin asks whose baby was crying. Kirilov gives it a hamburg ball to strengthen the back. The man-God rocks a child while preparing to abolish time. Stavrogin is the negative Christ. Where Christ gave life, Stavrogin gives death ideas. Where Christ drew disciples, Stavrogin draws fanatics who will die to prove his theorems. His spiritual apathy is more destructive than Pyotr's active evil, because it operates at the level of the soul's root system. Then Shatov. The Slavophile who hit him demands whether Stavrogin believes in God. Stavrogin replies he believes in the demon canonically, not allegorically, not metaphorically, but in a personal devil as real as any bishop. Better to believe in Satan than in nothing, because at least Satan is someone. Shatov reminds him of his own past words. An atheist cannot be Russian. He who is not Orthodox cannot be Russian. Rome proclaimed a Christ who had succumbed to the third temptation. If France is suffering, Catholicism alone is to blame. If I had belief, I would no doubt repeat it now as well. I wasn't lying, speaking as a believer, Stavrogin says very seriously, but I assure you that this repetition of my past thoughts produces an all too unpleasant impression on me. Shatov will not stop. Not one nation has ever set itself up on the principles of science and reason. Socialism by its very essence must be atheism. Nations are formed by the unquenchable desire to get to the end while denying the end, seeking for God, its own God, entirely its own. God is the synthetic person of the whole nation. It is a sign of a nation's extinction when there begin to be gods in common. Every nation has its own idea of evil and good. When many nations start having common ideas, the nations die out and the distinction between evil and good fades. Half science is a despot such as has never been seen before, worse than plague, hunger, or war. These are all your own words, Stavrogin. Shatov hits because the marriage to Maria was an experiment in absurdity for your fall for the lie, and Stavrogin meant so much in his life. He warns, you are on the brink of the abyss. Find God through labor. Peasant work on the soil, the whole essence there, or else you will disappear like vile mildew. Acquire God by labor. Leave your wealth. Go to Tikhon, the retired bishop. The prescription is almost comic in its concreteness. Yet he means it. The squire who has lost the distinction between good and evil must recover it through the nation's body, through sweat and earth, or perish. 3 midnight colloquies. Every competing faith at full volume. The man who planted them all listening with the terrible calm of one who believes in nothing and therefore believes in the demon canonically. On the way out, Kirilov, if you found out that you believe in God, you would believe, but since you don't know yet that you believe in God, you don't believe. Stavrogin grins. It's not that. You've inverted my thought, a drawing-room joke. Remember what you've meant in my life. Stavrogin, come at night. Why? You haven't forgotten about tomorrow. Ah, I forgot. Don't worry, I won't oversleep at 9 o'clock. I can wake up whenever I want to. I go to bed and say, at 7 o'clock, and I wake up at 7. You have remarkable qualities. I'll go and unlock the gate. Don't bother. Shatov will unlock it. The man God who can command his own waking will later sign when Pyotr commands the hour. The drawing-room joke is already the theorem inverted. What Stavrogin meant in Kirilov's life is the well from which both of them still drink. The porch of the empty house where Shatov lodged was not locked. On going into the entryway, Stavrogin found himself in complete darkness and began feeling with his hand for the stairway to the attic. Suddenly the door opened upstairs and light appeared. Shatov did not come out himself, but only opened his door. Will you receive me on business? Come in and sit down. Lock the door. Wait, I'll do it. During that week, he had lost weight and now seemed to be in a fever. You've been tormenting me. Why didn't you come? Were you so certain I'd come? Yes, wait. I was delirious. Maybe I'm delirious now. Wait. He stood up and got hold of something on the topmost of his 3 bookshelves. It was a revolver. One night, I had a delirium that you would come and kill me, and early in the morning, I bought a revolver with my last money from that worthless Lyamshin. I didn't want to give in to you. Later, I came to my senses. I have no powder or bullets. It's been lying on the shelf ever since. He rose and opened the vent window. Don't throw it out. What for? It cost money, and tomorrow people will start saying there are revolvers lying around under Shatov's window. Put it back. Tell me, why are you, as if repenting before me, for thinking I would come and kill you? And I haven't come now to make peace, but to talk about necessary things. You didn't hit me because of my liaison with your wife? You know I didn't. And not because you believed the stupid gossip about Darya Pavlovna? No, of course not. Then I guessed right, and so did you. Maria Timofeeva Lebedykina is my lawful wife. You hit me on account of her, didn't you? I guessed, but didn't believe it. For your fall for the lie. I didn't go up to you in order to punish you. As I was going, I didn't know I would hit you. It was for your having meant so much in my life. I understand. Save your words. It's too bad you're in a fever. I've come with the most necessary business. I've been waiting too long for you. Owing to certain circumstances, I was obliged to choose this hour to warn you that it's possible you will be killed. I knew I could be in danger, but you, how can you know it? Because I, too, belong to them, as you do, and am a member of their society, as you are. You're a member of the society? I see by your eyes that you expected anything but that from me. You joined this society abroad 2 years ago, still under the old organization, just before your trip to America, right after our last conversation, of which you wrote me so much in your letter from America. By the way, forgive me for not answering with a letter of my own and limiting myself to sending money. Wait. He pulled open a drawer and took an iridescent banknote from under some papers. Here, take it, the 100 rubles you sent me. Without you, I'd have perished there. I wouldn't have paid it back for a long time if it weren't for your mother. She gave me that 100 rubles 9 months ago on account of my poverty after my illness. In America, you changed your thinking and, on returning to Switzerland, wanted to renounce. They gave no answer, but charged you to receive some printing press here in Russia from somebody, and to keep it until you turned it over to a person who would come to you from them. You undertook it in the hope that it would be their last demand. All this I learned not from them, but quite accidentally. But what you don't seem to know yet is that these gentlemen have no intention of parting with you. That's absurd. I declared honestly that I disagree with them in everything. It's my right of conscience and thought. I won't have it. You shouldn't shout. This little Verkovensky is the kind of man who could be eavesdropping on us now, with his own or someone else's ear, maybe in your own entryway. Even the drunkard Lebyadkin was all but obliged to keep watch on you. He's accepted. He says it's possible, and I have a right. Well, then he's deceiving you. I know that even Kirilov, who hardly belongs to them at all, has furnished information on you. As for agents, they have a lot of them, some who don't even know they're serving the society. You've always been watched. Pyotr Verkovensky came here to resolve your case finally, and is authorized to do so, namely, by destroying you at an opportune moment, as someone who knows too much and may inform. They are fully convinced that you are a spy. Even if I were a spy, where would I go to inform? No, enough about me. You, Stavrogin, how could you mix yourself in with such shameless, giftless, lackeyish absurdity? You a member of their society. And this is Nikolai Stavrogin's great exploit. He even clasped his hands, as though nothing could be more bitter. You seem to look upon me as some sort of son, and upon yourself as some sort of bug compared with me. I noticed it even in your letter from America. In a strict sense, I don't belong to this society at all, and have no right to, because I haven't joined them, and they know it. On the contrary, I've even quarreled with them. But I know some things. The warning is the void's last almost human act, cold, duty-shaped, without peace, and Shadov hears membership as a fall worse than the marriage, a sun mixing itself in a slum. The 100 rubles from America, the 100 from Vervara after illness, the revolver without powder. The believer is already priced, already watched, already the fifth who will be bumped off as informer. The printing press is already in the house. Little Verkovensky is already authorized. Kirilov has already furnished information without quite belonging. The slap's true cause sits on the table between a banknote and a revolver. You meant so much in my life, and you have mixed yourself in with lackeys. But wasn't it you who told me that if someone proved to you mathematically that the truth is outside Christ, you would better agree to stay with Christ than with the truth? Did you say that? Did you? Stavrogin raised his voice. What is this whole impatient and spiteful examination leading to? This examination will end forever. You keep insisting that we are outside space and time. Be silent. I'm stupid and clumsy, but let my name perish in ridiculousness. Will you permit me to repeat before you your main thought of that time? Oh, only 10 lines, just the conclusion. Stavrogin nearly made a move to look at his watch, but refrained. Not one nation. These are all your own words, Stavrogin, all except the words about half-science. Those are mine because I myself am only half-science, and therefore I especially hate it. I wouldn't say you haven't, Stavrogin remarked cautiously. You took it ardently, and have altered it ardently without noticing it. The fact alone that you reduce God to a mere attribute of nationality. I reduce God to an attribute of nationality? On the contrary, I raise the nation up to God. The nation is the body of God. The Jews lived only to wait for the true God. The Greeks deified nature. Rome deified the nation and the state. France flung her Roman god down into the abyss and plunged into atheism, which for the time being they call socialism, solely because atheism is, after all, healthier than Roman Catholicism. The only God-bearing nation is the Russian nation. And do you really regard me as such a fool who cannot even tell whether his words now are old, decrepit rubbish, ground up in all the slothful mills of Moscow, or a completely new word? There was even foam on his lips. On the contrary, Shatov, with your ardent words you've revived many extremely powerful recollections in me. I recognize in your words my own state of mind 2 years ago. It even seems to me that they were still more exceptional, still more absolute, and I would wish very much to confirm everything you've said, even to a word, but you need a hair? Your own vile expression. To make sauce from a hair, you need a hair. To have belief in God, you need a God. You went around saying in Petersburg, I'm told, like Nozdryov, who wanted to catch a hare by its hind legs. No, he was precisely boasting that he'd already caught it. Tell me about your hare. Have you caught it? Or is it still running around? Do not dare to ask me in such words. Use others. The examination that will end forever does not end. The hare still runs. Christ versus the truth is still the question Stavrogin will not answer. Foam on Shatov's lips is already the pond, and the watch Stavrogin does not look at is already Tickin's clock. The fog after the slap is method, not delay. 8 days of rumor, brain fever, swollen jaw, Corsican vendetta, confidential service. Teach how possession spreads before any quintet meets. Through Liputin by Monday evening, through the club, through ladies insisting on seeing the lame girl, through both homes shut tight. Stepan and I locking ourselves in is the Father's last strategy. Watch timorously from afar, while Stavrogin walks at night into the rooms where his words have become flesh. Kirilov's yellow leaf and stop clock are not eccentricity. They're the aesthetics of a theorem that has abolished time in advance of the shot. When he says everything is good, even hunger, even a smashed head, he has already performed the man-God's theodicy. If there is no God, goodness is a knowledge state, not a commandment, and the child with the hamburger ball is loved with the same indifference as the suicide is planned. Shatov's examination, will you permit me to repeat before you your main thought of that time? Is the disciple forcing the master to hear his own gospel and finding the master an atheist who was not lying when he spoke as a believer? The pain of that discovery is the slap's true cause, not the marriage alone, but the discovery that the man who taught that an atheist cannot be Russian has become exactly that, and still sits humbly answering shouts with respect and tact. Go to Tikhon is already spoken into the rain. Acquire God by labor, or disappear like vile mildew. The rain and locked gates are the province holding its breath. The revolver on Shatov's shelf remembers the slap as anguish. Happiness discovered last week on a Wednesday night while pacing. Stavrogin mutters old philosophical places with squeamish regret. Kirilov picks up with flashing eyes that they're the same since the beginning of the ages and no others, ever. We will never receive these conversations cleanly. I reconstruct them later. We hear demons through devoted fog, competing voices overheard, misreported, feared, and believed canonically only by the man who believes in nothing else. Man-God / God-man hinge. Kirilov's suicide theorem and Shatov's God-bearing nation are Stavrogin's children arguing while their father believes only in the personal demon. Midnight rooms where every faith speaks at full volume. Quote, God is the pain of the fear of death. He who overcomes pain and fear will himself be God. Quote, have you seen a leaf from a tree? I saw one recently, a yellow one, with some green decayed on the edges, blown about by the wind. Not an allegory, simply a leaf, one leaf. A leaf is good. Everything is good. Quote, I believe in the demon, believe canonically in a personal demon, not an allegory. Quote, Not one nation has ever set itself up on the principles of science and reason. There has never been an example of it, unless perhaps only for a moment, out of foolishness. The aim of all movements of nations is solely the seeking for God, its own God, entirely its own, and faith in Him as the only true one. Night continued. Dark night of the soul continued. He walked the whole length of Bogoyavlensky Street. At last the road went downhill, his feet slid in the mud, a wide, misty, as if empty space opened out suddenly. The river. Houses turned to hovels. The street vanished into a multitude of disorderly lanes. For a long time, Nikolai Vsevolodovich made his way along the fences without straying from the bank, finding his way surely and without even thinking much about it. He was occupied with something else, and looked about him in surprise when suddenly, coming out of deep thought, he found himself almost in the middle of our long, wet pontoon bridge. There was not a soul around, so that it seemed strange to him when all at once, almost at his elbow, he heard a politely familiar, incidentally rather pleasant voice, with that sweetly drawn-out intonation flaunted among us by over-civilized tradesmen or young, curly-headed sales clerks from the shopping arcade. "Will you allow me, dear mister, to borrow a bit of your umbrella for myself?" In fact, some figure crept, or merely meant to make a pretense of creeping, under his umbrella. The tramp walked along beside him, almost elbow to elbow, as soldier boys say. Slowing his pace, Nikolai Vsevolodovich bent down to see, as well as he could in the dark. The man was not tall, and looked like some little tradesman on a spree. His clothes were neither warm nor sightly. A wet flannel cap with a torn-off peak perched on his shaggy, curly head. He seemed to be very dark-haired, lean, and swarthy. His eyes were large, undoubtedly black, very shiny, and had a yellow cast, like a gypsy's, that could be guessed even in the dark. He must have been about 40 and was not drunk. "Do you know me?" "Mr. Stavrogin, Nikolai Vsevolodovich. You were pointed out to me at the station the moment the train stopped 2 Sundays ago. Besides from the fact that I heard about you before." "From Pyotr Stepanovich? Are you Fedka the convict?" "I was baptized Fyodor Fyodorovich. I've still got a natural parent here in these parts, sir, an old woman, God love her, growing right into the ground, prays to God for me daily, day and night, so as thereby not to waste her old woman's time lying on the stove. You're a fugitive from hard labor? Change my destiny. Handed over books and bells and everything else, because they aimed to settle my hash with that hard labor, sir, and for me it was far too long a wait. What are you doing here?" "Watching the clock go round. Then, too, my uncle died here last week in prison on account of bad money, so in his memory I threw a couple of dozen stones at the dogs. That's all my doing so far. Besides from that, Pyotr Stepanovich is kindly promising me a passport, good for all of Russia, a merchant's, for example, so I'm also waiting on his favor. Because, he says, Papa lost you at cards in the English Club, and he says, find this inhumanness unjust. Maybe you could stoop to 3 rubles, sir, for tea, to warm up? So you've been watching for me here. I don't like that. On whose orders? As for orders, there is no such thing from anybody, sir. It's solely from knowing your loving kindness, so famous to the whole world. Our income, you know yourself, is either a handful of rye or a poke in the eye. Granted, last Friday, I stuffed myself with pie like nobody's business, but after that I gave up eating for a day, starved for another, and fasted for a third. There's plenty of water in the river. I'm breeding carp in my belly. So maybe your honor will be generous. And, as it happens, I've got a lady friend waiting not far from here. Only one had better not come to her without a ruble. And what has Pyotr Stepanovich promised you for me? It's not that he promised anything, sir. He just said in words, sir, that I could maybe be of use to your honor if such a spell comes, for example. But what it might actually be he didn't exactly explain, because Pyotr Stepanovich is testing my Cossack patience, shall we say, and doesn't feel any confidentiality towards me. Why is that? Pyotr Stepanovich is an astro-miner and has learned all God's planets, but even he is subject to criticism. Before you, sir, it's like I'm before the true one, because I've heard a lot about you. Pyotr Stepanovich is one thing, and you, sir, are maybe something else. With him, once he says a man is a scoundrel, then except from the scoundrel, he knows nothing about him. And if it's a fool, then he's got no other title for him except fool. But maybe I'm only a fool on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and on Thursdays I'm smarter than he is. So now he knows about me that it's real bad for me without a passport, because there's no way to be in Russia without a document. So he thinks he's got my soul captive. I tell you, sir, it's very easy for Pyotr Stepanovich to live in the world, because he imagines a man and then lives with him the way he imagined him. And besides from that, he's way too stingy. He's of the opinion that apart from him, I won't dare disturb you. But before you, sir, it's like I'm before the true one. It's 4 nights now I've been waiting for your honor on this bridge, which goes to show that with quiet steps I can find my own way even apart from him. Better, I'd say, bow down to a boot than to a bast shoe. And who told you I'd be crossing this bridge at night? That, I confess, came, by the way, mostly on account of Captain Lebyadkin's foolishness, because he can't keep things to himself. So, then, 3 rubles from your honor, let's say for 3 days and 3 nights, I'd have it coming from my boredom. And as for my wet clothes, that's an offense I won't speak of. I go left, you go right, the bridge is ended. Listen, Fyodor, I like my words to be understood once and for all. I won't give you a kopeck. Don't meet me on the bridge or anywhere else from now on. I don't and won't have any need of you. And if you refuse to obey, I'll tie you up and hand you over to the police. March. Well, at least throw me something for my company. It was more fun walking, sir. Off with you. And do you know your way around here, sir? There be such back alleys. I could lead you, because this town here is like the devil took and shook it from a sack. Hey, I'll tie you up. You might consider, sir, it's easy enough to wrong an orphan. Well, you certainly are sure of yourself. I'm sure of you, sir, not so much of myself. I don't need you at all, I told you. But I need you, sir, that's what. All right, then, I'll wait till you come back. On my word of honor, if I meet you, I'll tie you up. And I'll prepare the belts, sir. Have a good journey, sir. Anyway, you warmed an orphan under your umbrella. For that alone, I'll thank you till my dying day. He dropped behind. This man who had fallen from the sky was fully convinced that he was necessary to him, and hastened to declare it all too insolently. Generally, he was being treated unceremoniously. But it could also be that the tramp was not altogether lying, and was offering to be of service just on his own and precisely in secret from Pyotr Stepanovich. Now that was the most curious thing of all. The house that Nikolai Vsevolodovich came to stood in a deserted nook between fences, beyond which stretched kitchen gardens, literally on the very edge of town. It was quite a solitary little wooden house, built only recently and not yet clapboarded. The shutters of one of the windows were purposely not closed, and a candle stood on the windowsill, evidently meant to serve as a beacon for a late visitor who was expected that night. From 30 paces away, he could make out the figure of a tall man standing on the porch, probably the master of the house, who had come out impatiently to look down the road. "Is it you, sir? Is it? It's me." But not before he had actually come to the porch, folding his umbrella. "At last, sir." Captain Lebyadkin fussed and fidgeted. "Your umbrella. Please, it's very wet, sir. I'll open it here on the floor in the corner. Welcome, welcome. If it hadn't been for your word that you'd certainly come, I'd have stopped believing it." 1:15, looking at his watch as he went into the room. "And in this rain, and such an interesting distance. I don't have a watch, and there are just kitchen gardens out the window, so one lags behind events. But, as a matter of fact, not to murmur, I wouldn't dare, solely from impatience consumed all week, in order to finally be released. How's that? To hear my fate, Nikolai Vsevolodovich. Welcome." The room was tiny, low, the furniture the most necessary, wooden chairs and a sofa of quite new manufacture, without upholstery, calmly and precisely, as if it were a matter of the most ordinary household instructions. Nikolai Vsevolodovich informed him that one of those days, perhaps even the next day or the day after, he intended to make his marriage known everywhere, to the police as well as to society, and consequently the question of family dignity would end of itself, and along with it the question of subsidies. The captain goggled his eyes. He did not even understand. He had to have it explained to him. "But isn't she a half-wit? I'll make certain arrangements. But what about your mother?" "Well, that's as she likes. But won't you have to bring your wife into your house? Perhaps so. That, however, is in the fullest sense none of your business. How does it not concern me? And what am I to do? Well, you certainly will not enter the house. But am I not a relation? One flees such relations. Consider for yourself. Then, why should I give you any money? Nikolai Vsevolodovich, this cannot be. You don't want to lay hands on. What will the world think? Much I fear your world. Didn't I marry your sister then? When I wanted to, after a drunken dinner, on a bet for wine, and why shouldn't I now proclaim it aloud if it now amuses me? He uttered this somehow especially irritably, so that Lebyadkin, with horror, began to believe it. But me? What about me? I'm the main thing here. Perhaps you're joking? No, I'm not joking. Be it as you will, but I don't believe you. I'll file a petition then. You are terribly stupid, Captain. Maybe so, but this is all I've got left. Before, we were at least given lodging for the work she did in those corners. But now what will happen if you drop me altogether? But don't you want to go to Petersburg and change your career? Incidentally, is it true what I've heard, that you intended to go and make a denunciation, hoping to obtain a pardon by naming all the others? The captain gaped, goggle-eyed, and did not reply. Listen, Captain. Stavrogin suddenly began to speak with extreme seriousness, leaning slightly across the table. Up to then he had spoken somehow ambiguously, so that Lebyadkin, experienced in the role of buffoon, remained a bit uncertain until the last moment whether his master was really angry or was only teasing. Now the unusually stern look was so convincing that a chill even ran down the captain's spine. Listen and tell the truth. Have you made any denunciation yet, or not? Have you managed to really do anything? Did you send some letter out of foolishness? No, sir, I haven't managed and wasn't thinking of it. Well, that you weren't thinking of it is a lie. That's why you were begging to go to Petersburg. If you haven't written, you must have blabbed something to somebody. Tell the truth. I've heard a thing or two. To Lipyudin while drunk. Lipyudin is a traitor. I opened my heart to him, the poor captain whispered. Heart or not, there's no need to be a tomfool. If you had a notion, you should have kept it to yourself. Smart people are silent nowadays, they don't talk. Nikolai Vsevolodovich, you had no part in anything. It's not you that I... Of course, you wouldn't dare denounce your milch cow. And in despair, in tears, the captain began hurriedly telling his story over all those 4 years. The night continues its descent. From philosophy to violence, from the attic rooms of ideologues to the squalid lodging of the holy fool who alone sees the knife in his pocket. On the bridge, Stavrogin meets Fedka, the convict, raw violent potential in the Russian peasantry when unmoored from morality, the orphan who robs churches, kills beetles, and waits with the patience of a predator who knows his prey will return. Pyotr uses him as a tool. Stavrogin gives him money, implicitly sanctioning violence while maintaining the plausible deniability that is itself a form of murder. Fedka speaks of Pyotr as an astro-miner who has learned God's planets but believes in nothing. The convict understands the hierarchy of evil better than the intelligentsia does. Stavrogin dashes Fedka against the bridge in rage, then gives him money anyway. Complicity without commitment. The moral signature of a man capable of everything who desires nothing. At the Lebyadkins, Marya suddenly recoils, calling him Grishka Otrepyev, the false Dmitri, an impostor. Not her falcon, but a murderer with a knife in his pocket. She saw it when he came in. She was not asleep. The holy fool's insight pierces the mask that society still admires. When Varvara Salon sees a prince, Marya sees anathema. No, it can't be that my falcon has turned into an owl. My prince is not like that. And then the shriek into the darkness. Grishka Otrepyev, anathema. Her love turns to terror in a single stroke, and with it dies the last illusion that Stavrogin might be redeemed by someone's faith in him. She accuses him of wanting to kill her. Stavrogin throws money at them and leaves, essentially paying for their eventual murder by Fedka, the 1,500 rubles he could have taken any time if he had only waited. A knife, he repeats in unquenchable spite as he walks through the mud. The word becoming a mantra, a confession without words, the weapon he carries in spirit, if not always in pocket. Maria's recognition links him to Russia's tradition of false messiahs, charismatic figures without legitimate claim who draw the nation's hunger for salvation toward catastrophe. Grishka Otrepyev is the archetype Pyotr will later try to revive when he crowns Stavrogin as Ivan the Tsarevich. Maria sees it first, in her madness, because madness here is often clearer than enlightenment. The owl and the falcon. When Maria shrieks anathema, the myth dies, and with it, perhaps, the last human being who loved Stavrogin without calculation. Before Maria's anathema, the captain has already poured out his 4-year slavery in tears, a fool drawn into something not his business, spreading papers on stairways, behind bell pulls, into theater hats and pockets. Quick, lock the churches, destroy God, break up marriages, grab your knives. 5 lines for which officers beat him and let him go. Counterfeit 50-ruble bills. The freedom of the social wife proclaimed at Virginsky's. Pyotr Stepanovich threatening obedience. I am a slave, I am a worm, but not a god. That is my only difference from Derzhavin. But my means, just think of my means. Stavrogin listens with curiosity, learns much he claims not to have known, and advises the captain to tell them Lipyudin was lying, that the denunciation was only a scare to extract money. The void coaching the buffoon in the lie that will keep the milch cow safe a little longer. Lebyadkin gapes. He will not be allowed to go to Petersburg to change his career. Lodging for Maria's work in those corners is all that is left, and even that will end when Fedka's patience is paid. The night thus braids 3 degradations. Fedka's funded knife, Maria's piercing madness, Lebyadkin's comic terror. Someone else's sins become the province's schedule. Fedka waits. Maria shrieks. Lebyadkin weeps over means and Derzhavin. Stavrogin coaches the lie about Lipyudin and walks into the mud repeating knife. The night that began with Kirilov's Leaf and Shadow's God-bearing nation ends in spite and funded murder deferred. Theorem to knife in a single reign. We will not return to this lodging until Fedka completes what the 1,500 rubles priced. Maria's anathema will prove truer than Varvara. The falcon who became owl will not become falcon again. The province still invents Corsican vendettas. The holy fool has already named Grishka Otrepyev. The void has already paid. Imposter unmasked. Maria's Grishka Otrepyev cry and Fedka's funded knife convert the salon's lawful confession into the night's practical theology. The falcon paid for. The murder deferred but already priced. Quote, no, it can't be that my falcon has turned into an owl. My prince is not like that. Kuota, Grishka Otrepyev, anathema. The duel. Bad guys close in. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the proposed duel took place. The speedy outcome was furthered by Artemy Pavlovich Gaganov's indomitable desire to fight at all costs. He did not understand his adversary's conduct and was furious. For a whole month he had been insulting him with impunity and was still unable to make him lose patience. He needed a challenge from Nikolai Vsevolodovich because he had no direct pretext for a challenge himself. And for some reason, he was embarrassed to admit his secret motive. Simply a morbid hatred of Stavrogin for the family insult of 4 years ago. Inwardly, he set Stavrogin down as a shameless coward. He simply could not understand how he could suffer a slap from Shadov, and thus he finally resolved to send that letter, remarkable in its rudeness, which finally prompted Nikolai Vsevolodovich to suggest a meeting himself. Having sent this letter the day before, he provided himself, just in case, with a second, namely, Mavriky Nikolaevich Drozdov, his friend from school days. So it was that when Kirilov came with his errand the next day at 9 o'clock, he found the ground quite prepared. All the apologies and unheard-of concessions were rejected at once, from the first word, with remarkable vehemence. Mavriky, who had learned only the day before of the course the affair had taken, gaped in astonishment and wanted to insist at once on a reconciliation. But noticing that Artemy Pavlovich almost started shaking in his chair, he kept silent. Had it not been for the word he had given his friend, he would have walked out immediately. He stayed solely in hopes of helping at least with something. Kirilov conveyed the challenge. All the conditions stipulated by Stavrogin were accepted at once, literally, without the least objection. Only one addition was made, albeit a very cruel one, namely, that if nothing decisive occurred at the first shots, they would begin over again. If it ended with nothing the second time, they would begin a third time. Kirilov frowned, bargained a little about the third time, but having bargained unsuccessfully, agreed, on condition that 3 times was possible, but for absolutely not. And so, at 2 o'clock, the meeting took place at Brykovo, a little woods outside town, between Skvorshniki on one side and the Shpigulins' factory on the other. Yesterday's rain had stopped entirely, but it was wet, damp, and windy. Low, dull, broken clouds raced quickly across the cold sky. The trees rustled densely and rollingly at their tops, and creaked on their roots. The morning was very melancholy. Gaganov and Mavriky arrived in a jaunty charabanc and pair, driven by Artemy Pavlovitch. They had a servant with them. At almost the same moment, Nikolai Vsevolodovitch and Kirilov appeared, not in a carriage, but on horseback, and also accompanied by a mounted servant. Kirilov, who had never mounted a horse before, sat bold and straight in the saddle, clutching in his right hand the heavy pistol box, which he would not entrust to the servant, and with his left hand, for want of skill, constantly twisting and pulling at the reins, causing the horse to toss its head and display a desire to rear, which, however, did not frighten the rider in the least. The insecure Gaganov considered this arrival on horseback a new offense, implying that his enemies therefore hoped for success, since they did not even assume the need for a carriage in case a wounded man had to be transported. He got down all yellow with anger and felt his hands trembling. He did not respond at all to Nikolai Vsevolodovitch's bow and turned away. The seconds cast lots. The lot fell on Kirilov's pistols. The barriers were measured out. The carriage and horses were sent with the servants about 300 paces off. The weapons were loaded and handed to the adversaries. Mavriky was melancholy and preoccupied. Kirilov, on the other hand, was perfectly calm and indifferent, very precise in the details of the duty he had assumed, but without the least fussiness, and almost without curiosity as to the fatal and so imminent outcome. Nikolai Vsevolodovitch was paler than usual, dressed rather lightly in an overcoat and a white beaver hat. He seemed very tired, frowned from time to time, and did not find it at all necessary to conceal his unpleasant mood. Artemy Pavlovitch was a man of large stature, white-skinned, well-fed, as simple folks say, almost flabby, with thin blonde hair, some 33 years old, and perhaps even handsome of feature. He had retired as a colonel, and had he attained the rank of general, he would have looked even more imposing as a general, and it may well be that a good combat general would have come out of him. The main reason for his retirement was the thought of his family disgrace, which haunted him long and painfully after the offense inflicted on his father 4 years ago in the club. In all conscience, he considered it dishonorable to continue in the service, and was inwardly convinced that he was a blot on his regiment and his comrades, though none of them even knew of the event. True, once before he had also wanted to leave the service, long before the offense, for a totally different reason. This initial impulse came from the manifesto of February 19th on the emancipation of the peasants. Artemy Pavlovitch, the wealthiest landowner of our province, who did not even lose very much after the manifesto, who, moreover, was himself capable of being convinced of the humaneness of the measure and almost of understanding the economic advantages of the reform, suddenly, after the appearance of the manifesto, felt himself personally offended, as it were. This was something unconscious, like a sort of feeling, but all the stronger the more unaccountable it was. He was one of those strange but still surviving Russian noblemen who greatly value the antiquity and purity of their noble lineage and are all too seriously interested in it. At the same time, he could not bear Russian history and regarded all Russian customs in general as somewhat swinish. Already in his childhood, in that special military school for wealthier and more aristocratic pupils, certain poetic attitudes took root in him. He became fond of castles, medieval life, the whole operatic side of it, chivalry. Even then he all but wept for shame that in the time of the Muscovite kingdom the Tsar could corporally punish a Russian boyar, and he blushed at the comparison. This taught, extremely strict man who knew his service and discharged his duties remarkably well. In his soul was a dreamer. He had kept silent in himself for all his 33 years. He bore himself with remarkable arrogance, even in that grand Petersburg milieu. His meeting in Petersburg with Nikolai Vsevolodovich, who had just returned from abroad, almost drove him out of his mind. At the present moment, standing at the barrier, he was in terrible anxiety. He kept fancying that the thing might somehow not take place after all, and the slightest delay sent tremors through him. Gaganov hates Stavrogin for an insult to his father. He wants blood, not satisfaction, not apology, but the ancient sacrament of the duel that still means something to men who believe in honor. Stavrogin has offended not a person, but a code. Gaganov fights to restore a world in which insults have consequences. He is the last representative of an old Russia that is being buried alive. Stavrogin stands under fire without flinching and deliberately fires into the air. Apologizes but refuses to show fear, refuses even the dignity of mutual destruction. Kirillov shouts, "Too long! You're aiming too long! Fire!" With the impatience of a man who understands that for Stavrogin the duel is already over before the shots are fired, that the barrier is a stage and the pistols props in a comedy of which only Kirillov sees the script. The bullet grazes Stavrogin's ear. He does not fall. He does not kill. He has performed the ritual and emptied it of meaning. This is not courage, but spiritual apathy. Aestia, the sin of those who cannot be bothered to sin with conviction. A dead man walking through the forms of the living. Society will call this courage because it cannot call it what it is. At Tikhins will later reveal that Stavrogin felt intoxication at the barrier, shameful pleasure in humiliation, which is worse than fear because it is chosen. Gaganov demands a third shot. He knows he has been cheated of mutual risk, the sacrament of shared mortality. You cannot shame a man who is already beyond shame. The formal apparatus of honor, seconds, doctors, rules, the barrier measured in paces, contrasts with Stavrogin's inner void like a liturgy performed in an empty church. Society still functions. The soul has ceased to. Varvara's salon breathes easier because its prince has passed the test of honor. Rumors of supreme bravery will circulate. The truth remains locked inside a consciousness I cannot enter. Why are you silent? He called impatiently to Kirillov, not far from home. What do you want? The latter answered, almost slipping off his horse, which reared up. Stavrogin restrained himself. I didn't mean to offend that fool. And here I've offended him again, he said softly. Yes, offended again, Kirillov cut off. And besides, he's not a fool. Still, I did all I could. No, what should I have done? Not challenge him. Take another slap in the face? Yes, take a slap. I'm beginning not to understand anything. Why does everyone expect something of me that they don't expect of others? Why should I take what no one else takes and invite burdens that no one else can bear? I thought you yourself were seeking a burden? I'm seeking a burden? Yes. You saw that? Yes. Is it so noticeable? Yes. There was a minute's silence. Stavrogin had a very preoccupied look, was almost struck. I didn't shoot at him because I didn't want to kill. There was nothing else. I assure you, hastily and anxiously, as if justifying himself. You shouldn't have offended him. And what should I have done? You should have killed him. You're sorry I didn't kill him? I'm not sorry about anything. I thought you really wanted to kill him. You don't know what you're seeking. I'm seeking a burden, laughed Stavrogin. You didn't want blood. Why would you let him kill? If I hadn't challenged him, he'd have killed me anyway, without a duel. Not your business. Maybe you wouldn't have, and would just have beaten me up? Not your business. Bear the burden. Otherwise, there's no merit. I spit on your merit. I'm not seeking that from anyone. I thought you were, Kirillov concluded with terrible equanimity. They rode into the courtyard. Want to come in? No, home. Goodbye. He got off the horse and took his box under his arm. You at least are not angry with me? Stavrogin gave him his hand. Not at all. If the burden is light for me because of my nature, then maybe the burden is heavier for you because of your nature. Nothing to be much ashamed of, only a little. I know I'm a worthless character, but I'm not trying to get in with the strong ones. Don't. You're not a strong man. Come for tea. He learned at once from Alexei, Yegorovich that Varvara Petrovna, very pleased with Nikolai Vsevolodovitch's going out. The first time after 8 days of illness, for a ride on horseback, ordered a carriage to be readied and drove off alone, after the pattern of former days, to take a breath of fresh air, for in these 8 days she has forgotten what it means to breathe fresh air. Did she go alone, or with Darya Pavlovna? He interrupted the old man with a quick question and frowned deeply on hearing that Darya Pavlovna declined to accompany her, being unwell, and is now in her rooms. "Listen, old man," he said, as if suddenly making up his mind. "Keep an eye out for her all day today, and if you see her coming to me, stop her at once, and tell her that at least for a few days I'll be unable to receive her, that I myself ask it of her, and that I'll send for her when the time comes. Do you hear? I'll tell her, sir," with anguish in his voice, lowering his eyes, "but not before you see clearly that she's coming to me herself. Do not worry. If you please, sir, there will be no mistakes. Up to now, the visits have taken place through me. My assistance has always been called upon. I know, but still, not before she comes herself. Bring me some tea, quickly if you can." As soon as the old man went out, at almost the same moment, the same door opened and Darya Pavlovna appeared on the threshold. Her eyes were calm, but her face was pale. "Where did you come from?" "I was standing right here, waiting for him to come out so that I could come in. I heard the order you gave him, and when he came out just now, I hid around the corner to the right, and he didn't notice me. I've long meant to break it off with you, Dasha. Meanwhile, for the time being, I couldn't receive you last night, despite your note. I wanted to write back to you, but I'm no good at writing," he added with vexation, even as if with disgust. "I myself thought we should break it off. Varvara Petrovna is too suspicious of our relations. Well, let her be. No, she shouldn't worry. And so, that's it now. Until the end? You're still so certainly expecting an end?" "Yes, I'm sure of it. Nothing in the world ever ends. Here there will be an end. Call me then. I'll come. Now goodbye." "And what sort of end will it be?" Nikolai Vsevolodovitch grinned. "You're not wounded, and haven't shed blood?" she asked, without answering. "It was stupid. I didn't kill anyone, don't worry. However, you'll hear all about it this very day from everyone. I'm a bit unwell. I'll leave. The marriage won't be announced today," she added irresolutely. "Not today. Not tomorrow. About the day after tomorrow, I don't know. Maybe we'll all die, and so much the better. Leave me, finally. You won't ruin the other woman, the insane one?" "I won't ruin the insane ones, neither the one nor the other, but it seems I will ruin the sane one. I'm so mean and vile, Dasha, that it seems I really will call you in the final end, as you say, and you, despite your sanity, will come. Why are you ruining yourself? I know that finally I alone will remain with you, and I'm waiting for that. And what if I don't finally call you, but run away from you? That cannot be. You'll call. There's much contempt for me there. You know, it's not just contempt. So there's still contempt? I didn't put it right. God be my witness. I wish very much that you should never have need of me. One phrase is worth another. I also wish not to ruin you. Nothing you do can ever ruin me, and you know it better than anyone else," Darya Pavlovna said quickly and firmly. "If it's not you, I'll become a sister of mercy, or a sick nurse, or a book hawker and sell gospels. I've decided it so. I can't be anyone's wife. I can't live in a house like this either. That's not what I want. You know all that. No, I never could discover what you wanted. It seems to me that you're interested in me in the same way as certain antiquated sick nurses, for some reason, take an interest in some one patient as opposed to all the others. Or, better still, the way certain pious old women who hang about at funerals prefer certain nice little corpses that are comelier than the others. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Are you very sick?" she asked sympathetically, looking at him in some special way. "Oh, God, and this man wants to do without me. Listen, Dasha, I keep seeing ghosts now. Yesterday, on the bridge, one little demon offered to put a knife into Lebyadkin and Marya Timofeevna for me, to do away with my lawful marriage and cover the traces. He asked for 3 rubles down, but let me know plainly that the whole operation would cost not less than 1,500. There's a calculating demon for you. A bookkeeper. Ah, Ah, but you're quite certain it was a ghost? Oh no, it wasn't a ghost at all. It was simply Fedka the convict, a robber who escaped from hard labor. But that's not the point. What do you think I did? I gave him all the money I had in my wallet, and now he's quite certain I've given him his down payment. You met him at night, and he made you such an offer? But don't you see that you're all entangled in their net? Well, never mind them. You know, you've got a question on the tip of your tongue. I can see by your eyes, he added, with a spiteful and irritated smile. Dasha became frightened. There isn't any question, and there aren't any doubts whatever. You'd better keep still, she cried anxiously. So you're sure I won't go shopping at Fedka's? Oh, God. She clasped her hands. Why do you torment me so? Well, forgive me my stupid joke. I must be acquiring their bad manners. You know, since last night I've wanted terribly to laugh all the time, constantly, long, loud. It's as if I'm charged with laughter. Say, Mother's come back. I can tell the clatter of her carriage when it stops at the porch. Dasha seized his hand. May God preserve you from your dark spirit. And call me soon. Oh, he's no dark spirit. He's simply a nasty, scrofulous little demon with a runny nose, a failure. And you, Dasha, again, there's something you don't dare say? She looked at him with pain and reproach and turned towards the door. Listen, he shouted after her with a spiteful, twisted smile. In short, if you understand, well, even if I did go shopping and called you after that, would you still come after that shopping? She went out without turning or answering, covering her face with her hands. She'll come even after that shopping, he whispered, having thought a moment, with a look of scornful disgust. A sick nurse. HM. However, that may be just what I need. Aestia is not the absence of feeling. It is feeling perverted into pleasure at one's own emptiness, and the province, which still believes in honor, cannot diagnose what it applauds. Pyotr turns green when he learns of the duel only the next day. When everybody already knows, vanity suffers. The ape needs to manage even the void's improvisations. 5 days without meeting. Then the club whisper, you really had no right to fight. Stavrogin looking with a distracted air, walking toward the buffet. Pyotr seizing his shoulder about Shadov and publishing Marya Timofeevna. The hand shaken off, a strange long smile lasting only a moment. The duel that emptied honor has also emptied Pyotr's schedule. He cannot forgive being left out of the void's improvisation, and that resentment will season the bustle that follows. The printing press, the suicide pact, the father's humiliation, the fatal morning already written in green envy, as much as an ideology. Kirilov as second doffs his hat with terrible equanimity. Gaganov stands as if he does not understand. The machinery of provincial honor grinds on while its center is hollow. Stavrogin has offered his forehead and emptied the sacrament. Society will call it the gallant purpose of offering himself to an enraged man. Ververa will breathe easier. The rumors of bravery will circulate. The truth, intoxication at the barrier, shameful pleasure in humiliation, consciousness intact, waits for Tikhon and Matryoshka's sash. Between the duel and the fate, Pyotr's green envy and Stavrogin's distracted walk to the buffet are the void and the ape out of sync. The ape cannot forgive being left out of an improvisation that required no bustle, only indifference. Quote, too long, you're aiming too long. Fire, all in expectation. Bad guys close in. The town enters a state of pregnant dread. Everyone senses catastrophe approaching, but no one can name it, like a congregation waiting for the liturgy of destruction to begin. Pyotr implies a vast network of revolutionary cells, quintets, exists, creating paranoia. In reality, he fabricates much of it to assert control, inventing connections in Petersburg and Moscow that may or may not exist. The genius of his method is that the lie and the truth become indistinguishable. Even he might have 2 or 3 fivesomes elsewhere, or connections, perhaps even very curious ones. And I admit Pyotr may have had notifications from the capital that arrived just in time to deepen the mystical fear. Uncertainty is the instrument. Fear is the product. The quintet is real because Pyotr says it is real. Acts of sacrilege occur. A mouse in the icon case at the monastery gates, the glass broken, the sacred profaned through absurdity. Everyone insists it was Fedka. The mouse is comedy and blasphemy at once, evil entering the sacred through the ridiculous. Kirillov had thrown icons belonging to his landlord. The province accumulates sacrileges like symptoms of a disease the doctors refuse to name. Lipudin's cell takes shape under Pyotr's direction. Lipudin the gossip, Virginsky the liberal, Shigaliov the theorist, each compromised by fear or vanity, drawn into a trap they do not understand. Even well-meaning liberals are drawn into Pyotr's orbit, unable to distinguish reform from destruction. They sign protests they do not understand, attend meetings whose purpose eludes them, and mistake Pyotr's bustling efficiency for idealism. A general, muddled cynicism reigns, forced and strained. Some point fingers at their foreheads. Lyamshin puts 2 fingers above his. The mood is not political, but epidemiological. Shadov withdraws further, clinging to his vision of the Russian god while the conspiracy closes around him. The believer who will be the first to die, because he is the only one who still knows what is at stake. All in expectation is epidemiological, possession spreading through gossip before blood. The fabricated network and the actual cell become indistinguishable. Mystical fear deepens on notifications that may or may not have arrived from the capital. Liberals sign what they do not understand. Stepan signed collective protests without knowing against what. Now his son signs men into blood brotherhood with the same cheerful ignorance. Lyamshin puts 2 fingers above his forehead. The mood is not political, but medical. An epidemic of ideas for which the fate will be the crisis and the pawn the crisis's resolution. Shadov's isolation is prophetic. He lives in the same house as the Lebeyatkins. He is Maria's Shatushka. He alone might have saved Maria and did not. The believer bound by shame as well as faith, already walking, without knowing it, toward the third pond. Expectation without comprehension is the Russian man's amusement at scandal and secret sickness of everything. Forced, strained cynicism, fingers to foreheads. Lyamshin's 2 fingers, hints at domestic events and whispers. The mood epidemiological before it is conspiratorial. Pyotr's fabricated branches and the actual 4 members of Virginsky's become the same fear. Notifications from the capital may or may not have arrived. Lipudin knows everything by Monday evening after the slap. Sacrilege accumulates. Mouse, throne icons, the sacred entered through the ridiculous. The fathers opened the door with protests they did not understand. The sons walk through with blood brotherhood they also do not understand. Shadov alone knows what is at stake and is already isolated for knowing. The fate will release the breath the province is holding, as fire, as quadrille, as pond. Mouse in the icon case. Sacrilege as comedy signals spiritual, rot spreading through gossip before it spreads through blood, possession as epidemiology. Quote, but the main thing was that besides the theft, a senseless, jeering blasphemy was committed. Behind the broken glass of the icon, a live mouse was said to have been found in the morning. Before the fate, fun and games. Pyotr manipulates the governor's wife, Yulia Mikhailovna, turning the local administration into unwitting accomplices of the revolution. She believes she can tame the youth and lead the liberal movement. Pyotr plays on her vanity to allow the radicals free rein, flattering her as a Mecenas while using her salon as cover for conspiracy. Until the final hour, she remains blind, convinced she is surrounded and still the subject of fanatical devotion, while the lady's merciless hatred converges on her alone. The governor von Lemke is slowly going mad, sensing chaos but unable to stop it. Pyotr drives him toward breakdown with the patient cruelty of a man who knows that authority must be hollowed out before it can be toppled. Lemke's mental disintegration is the political parallel to Kirillov's spiritual suicide. Both men lose the center that held them. The charity fete is meant to celebrate provincial culture, but Pyotr turns it into an instrument of destruction. Karmazinov's farewell, Stepan Trofimovitch's defense of beauty, the literary quadrille. All will be kindling. Yulia Mikhailovna connects so much significance with the fate that even if Lemke died that night, the event would still take place in the morning. Society rubs its hands, anticipating colossal adventure. Trashy sorts appear in troubled times. Scum rises to the surface without goal or idea, and falls under Pyotr's command without knowing it. Karmazanov, parody of Turgenev, seeks to cozy up to revolutionaries to save his reputation. Vanity meeting cynicism. The old literature try to purchase relevance from the new chaos. Stepan is drawn into the fate planning, still believing in beauty and the ideal while the ground shifts beneath him, preparing his witticisms in front of a mirror, recalling puns written in a notebook. Cher Ami, I have moved from my place of 25 years and suddenly set out where I do not know. The artistic nature prepares for its own humiliation as if it were a triumph. The respectable invite demons to tea and call it progress. And the White Hall is already too solemnly expectant for anything but disaster. Yulia Mikhailovna's blindness is not stupidity. It is the liberal hostess's structural incapacity to see that taming the youth and leading the movement are the same vanity Pyotr flatters in order to hollow out. She answers evasively about Lemke's agitation, invites the committee to open at once, performs calm while the province performs cynicism, the hostess of a ball thrown on the eve of exorcism. Lemke flickers in the background while she assures everyone that tomorrow's celebration will cheer him up. The diagnosis of a wife who cannot see that the patient is the province itself. Karmazanov finds Pyotr's jokes quite witty and will read merci to a crowd that has already decided to mock him. Stepan abuses him terribly while preparing his own reading. The rivalry of two aging writers on a stage that belongs to neither. The Spiegelende has already wounded the province. The fate will finish what the quintet began, and the committee will open the meeting right then, at once, as if punctuality could save them. Pyotr runs from Ververa to Stepan with designs on the old man who can still be useful. Stepan, thin and yellow, studying Chernyshevsky's What is to be Done. On the sofa, driven Pyotr out with a stick a week before, now receives the son's smirk and the familiar legs tucked unceremoniously beside him. The fancy that he ought to emerge from solitude and fight a last battle gains hold of his seduced imagination. And the last battle will be the White Hall, where beauty is shouted down and the father meets his humiliation as if it were a triumph. Yulia Mikhailovna waits till the last minute for Pyotr, without whom she cannot take a step lately, though she never admits it. He has refused the usher's bout of tears. He will disappear for the whole morning of the literary reading. Lemke is forgiven on his knees past midnight. The lovely little hand, and then the lips blocking penitent speeches. Happiness on her face, as if at the summit of her desires. The fate, the goal, and crown of her politics. Club connoisseurs approve yesterday's square episode and only blame his temper. One has to keep cool, but the man is new at it. Lyamshin waits with a dinner-time flourish to honor their entrance, as at a club banquet when they drink someone's health. Mockery already scored for the orchestra. Karmazanov cozies up to save his reputation. Stepan studies Chernyshevsky and crosses himself, getting into Ververa's carriage, as if his fate were to be decided. The charity event is powder keg and funeral. Society rubs its hands. Trashy sorts rise. Scum falls under Pyotr's command without knowing it. The respectable invite demons to tea and call it progress. And the White Hall is already too solemnly expectant for anything but disaster. A rather wide circle forms somehow of itself around Yulia Mikhailovna's drawing room. Charming ladies, young people, picnics, cavalcades treating the town as foolsbury, seeking adventures and concocting them solely from merry jokes, sneerers and jeerers because there was little they scorned to do. Scandalous incidents occur that are not her fault alone, yet everyone laughs and disports themselves, and there is no one to stop them. A considerable group stands aside with its own view, but only smiles. Afterwards the blame will fall on Yulia Mikhailovna, her circle and influence. At the time, many praise her for knowing how to bring society together and make things suddenly more cheerful. Pyotr Stepanovich moves through this foolsbury as through a ready-made instrument. The governor's wife's vanity, the young people's free and easy rule, the absence of anyone to stop them. All of it cover for the quintet and kindling for the fate. The province plays at mischief while the demons arrange murder. Comedy is again the contagion. Quote, I think that even if Lemka had died that same night, the fate would still have taken place in the morning, so much of some special significance did Yulia Mikhailovna connect with it. Alas, until the final moment she remained blind and did not understand the mood of society. Quote, my friend, this is for the sake of a great idea. Cher ami, I have moved from my place of 25 years and suddenly set out. Where I do not know, but I have set out. Pyotr Stepanovich bustles about. Bad guys close in. The frenetic energy of the demon. Pyotr moves between characters, tightening the noose. He mocks Karmazanov openly, demonstrating power over the literary establishment that still pretends to lead society. He confirms Kirillov will commit suicide when instructed, taking blame for the group's crimes. The ultimate cynical use of another's spiritual crisis, turning a philosophical theorem into a legal alibi. Kirillov will sign the note. Pyotr will eat his chicken and drink his tea while waiting for the shot. The man-god reduced to scribe. The shot that was supposed to prove divinity turned into cover for Shadov's murder. Plans for a secret printing press and manifesto distribution advance the conspiracy's material infrastructure. Words as weapons, literature as demonic scripture. The tracks will be attributed to Shadov and Kirillov after their deaths. Pyotr systematically collects leverage over each conspirator, financial, sexual, ideological, ensuring obedience through shared guilt and fear of exposure. No one enters the quintet clean. No one leaves it alive. The cell is designed not to liberate but to bind, blood brotherhood through complicity. Pyotr has got each member watching the others and obliged to inform. Murder in extreme cases, but above all equality of guilt. Shigaliov's despotism practiced in miniature before the system arrives. His treatment of Stepan reaches new depths of cruelty. The son who cannot love the father, who uses him as scapegoat and laughingstock, who will sacrifice him without hesitation when the perquisition comes. Every thread, Fedka, Kirillov, Shadov, the fate, converges under Pyotr's bustling coordination. He assigns roles, collects scraps of paper, transfers evidence to his own pocket, flashes his eyes, and keeps hold of himself. The universal peacemaker whose peace is the peace of the grave. Pyotr's anger after the duel. He turned green, vanity suffering because he learned only the next day when everybody knew, reveals the ape's need to manage even the void's improvisations. You really had no right to fight, he whispers at the club. Stavrogin looks with a distracted air and walks on. Pyotr seizes a shoulder about Shadov and publishing Maria Timofeevna. Stavrogin shakes the hand off with a menacing frown. Pyotr smiles a strange long smile. It lasts only a moment. The printing press, the suicide pact, the leverage over each conspirator, the humiliation of Stepan. Every thread is a schedule item. Kirillov will sign. Pyotr will eat chicken. Shadov will be lured by the press. The tracks will speak for the dead. Stepan sprawls on the sofa while Pyotr snatches papers. Stepan prepares witticisms while Pyotr prepares murders. The father incarnates reproach. The son incarnates revenge. The fatal morning is already written in these busy days. Fedka's mission, Kirillov's hour, Shadov's danger, Lemka's collapse, and Pyotr Stepanovich bustles about with the energy of a man who knows the cliff is near and the swine are restless. He goes to von Lemka with the air of a direct man, awkward from excess of humane feeling, crosses his legs, taps the shining light, asks the governor to save one fool in the name of youth and misfortunes and humaneness that cannot be only for novels of the governor's own fabrication. He turns himself inside out. By giving the name, he is betraying the man. The student in the tracks is Shadov, the former serf, the one who gave that slap. They used to be friends since 8 years ago. Please understand it as the foolish dream of a madcap from long misfortunes, not an unprecedented state conspiracy. Lemka narrows his eyes, concludes majestically that Shadov is to blame for the tracks with the axe, and Pyotr has planted the denunciation in the very office that will later stagger under mystical fear when Shadov is already in the pond. The ape frames the believer as the shining light, while arranging the believer's murder. The governor is flattered into saving a man Pyotr has already marked. Yulia Mikhailovna's inexplicable successes with this young man are privately cursed by her husband at night in a study. Bustle is the simultaneous manufacture of alibis, scapegoats, and official curiosity. Quote, "And what? Are you afraid of the axe?" Quote, "We won't have stones tumbling down. Everything will dissolve into mud." Holy Russia is least capable in all the world of resisting anything. Simple people still hang on somehow by the Russian God. But the Russian God, according to the latest reports, is rather unreliable. With our people, fun and games / themes stated political. The meeting of the revolutionaries cell. A satirical yet terrifying depiction of the intellectual bankruptcy and tyranny of the radicals. The possessed gather in one room and speak. Shigalio's mathematics of slavery. Pyotr's coercion through murder, the abolition of God and family and genius. And the result is prophecy masquerading as comedy, the 20th century rehearsed in a provincial attic. On the way, Pyotr explains his method to Stavrogin with cheerful precision. Nothing stronger than a uniform. He invents ranks and positions, secretaries, stool pigeons, treasurers, chairmen, then sentimentality through which socialism spreads, then out-and-out crooks, and finally the main force, the cement that bonds it all, shame at one's own opinion. There isn't a single idea of one's own left in anyone's head. They consider it shameful. He can get them to go through fire if he just yells that they're not liberal enough. The Central Committee is you and me, and there can be as many branches as they like. Stavrogin laughs and offers the better glue. Get 4 members of Circle to bump off a 5th on the pretense of his being an informer, and with his shed blood you'll immediately tie them together in a single knot. They'll become your slaves. Pyotr thinks, you're going to pay for those words, my friend, even this very night. Shigaliov arrives with a notebook. Laughter increases. The hostess is vexed. He proposes that starting from unlimited freedom, he concludes with unlimited despotism. 90% enslaved to 10% for equality. The road from liberty ending in the camp with mathematical rigor. Family, genius, and culture are abolished in his system. He kept arriving at despair. He admits. Nevertheless, everything in his book is irreplaceable. The honesty of a man who follows an idea over the cliff and calls it mathematics. Plato, Rousseau, Fourier, aluminum columns, Shigaliov says it is fit for sparrows, not human society, then offers his own system with the same straight face. Pyotr asks whether anyone would inform on a planned political murder. The question hangs in the air like a pistol on a shelf. The answer is already written in the pond. Shadov shouts spy and scoundrel from the corner. Pyotr flashes his eyes. The vote proceeds. Democracy curdled into conspiracy, conscience into complicity. The radicals cannot agree on principles but unite in their appetite for destruction and fear of exposure. The Gadarene herd before the cliff, arguing about direction while the demons drive them forward. Pyotr dominates through charisma, blackmail, and manufactured urgency. He is not an ideologue but a power seeker who uses ideologies as tools. Shigaliov's system bores him. Kirilov's suicide interests him only as cover. He is the only will in a room full of notebooks. The demon who does not need to believe because he acts. Pyotr's inventory of forces. Uniform, sentimentality, crooks, shame at one's own opinion, is the coldest comic political science we have. There isn't a single idea of one's own left in anyone's head. They consider it shameful. He can get them to go through fire if he just yells that they're not liberal enough. The Central Committee is you and me. Stavrogin's counteroffer, bump off a 5th as informer, shed blood, tie them in a single knot, is the void teaching the ape and the ape thinking. You will pay for those words tonight. Shigaliov's notebook arrives into this already practical theology of blood. His despair at arriving always at despotism is honesty. His insistence that everything in the book is irreplaceable is the fanaticism of a man who has followed an axiom over the cliff and calls the fall mathematics. When Pyotr asks whether anyone would inform on a planned political murder, the question is not hypothetical. Shatov is already the fifth, the pond already the knot, the meeting already the rehearsal. The laughter in the room is the Gadarene herd laughing at its own future. Aluminum columns, kitchens, sparrows, while the only will present is Pyotr's, and the only void present is Stavrogin's, and neither needs Shigalio's book except as costume. With our people is prophecy masquerading as comedy. Aluminum columns, kitchens, sparrows, unlimited freedom concluding at unlimited despotism. The question whether anyone would inform hanging like a pistol on a shelf. Shatov shouts, spy from the corner. The vote proceeds. Democracy curdles into conspiracy. Pyotr's inventory, uniform, sentimentality, crooks, shame at one's own opinion. And Stavrogin's better glue. Bump off a fifth, shed blood, tie the knot, are our political science lesson. The 20th century is rehearsed in a provincial attic. The notebook and the pond are the same logic at different temperatures. The only will in the room is Pyotr's. The only void is Stavrogin's. The Gadarene herd laughs at its own future and does not know it is laughing. Karmazanov, meanwhile, receives his crumpled manuscript from Pyotr's back pocket, forgotten next to a handkerchief, snatches it greedily, counts the pages, places it on a special little table so as to keep in view. He has assured everyone Pyotr is a great mind. Now they have all lost their minds over him. Lunch. Pyotr falls upon the cutlet, drinks the wine, gulps the coffee. Karmazanov studies this ignoramus out of the corner of his eye. Perhaps he understood the sharpness of my phrase and read the manuscript eagerly and is lying. Or he is quite genuinely stupid. I like it when a man of genius is somewhat stupid. Isn't he really some sort of genius hereabouts? Devil take him. The written-out fool paces for exercise after lunch, kicking his right leg out briskly at each turn, intending to wear out as late as possible abroad where they build in stone. Europe will last his lifetime. If Babylon collapses, Holy Russia has nothing to collapse. Everything will dissolve into mud. The simple people hang on by the Russian God, who according to the latest reports is rather unreliable and barely managed to withstand the peasant reform. He does not believe in any God. He has always sympathized with every movement of the youth. Russia is preeminently the place where anything you like can happen without the least resistance. Moneyed Russians pour abroad like rats leaving a sinking ship. Thus the old literature diagnoses the shipwreck while cozying up to the bedbug who will light the match. Vanity meeting cynicism. Beauty's rival reading his own manuscript while the swine gather at the cliff. At Virginsky's name day, the room fills with the possessed before the notebook arrives. The hostess sternly offering Stavrogin tea. Verkhovinsky sprawled with squeamish arrogance, greeting almost no one, demanding cream because they always serve such vileness. A girl student with cranberry cheeks who has just spat with her uncle over the woman question, bringing hundreds of lithographed appeals to share the suffering lot of poor students and arouse them to protest, going farther and farther. Through university towns, a mite of an 18-year-old already head of an independent crew of conspirators in the upper grade of the high school, suffering visibly on account of his years, hating the girl student from first sight almost to blood vengeance. Shatov at the far corner, chair out of line, looking down, refusing tea and bread, not letting go of his peaked cap, as if to declare he is not a guest and can leave whenever he likes. Kirilov silent with fixed, lusterless stare examining. Each speaker point-blank without emotion. Madame Virginsky may know everything from her husband. The major meets his niece for the first time in 10 years. Name days, old hat or prejudice, still new to wipe out. Become a spat no one can understand. The hostess cuts the high school boy for maundering. Into this carnival of half-ideas Verkhovinsky and Stavrogin enter. Everyone pretends scarcely to notice them, though they have been waiting only for them. The meeting that will produce Shigalievism and the murder question is already possessed before a single axiom is read from the notebook. Equality of confusion, shame at one's own opinion. Uniforms of rank invented by Pyotr, and Shatov's peak cap is already the mark of the man who will die for knowing too much. Shigaliov arrives with his notebook into this carnival. Laughter increases. The hostess is vexed. He kept arriving at despair and nevertheless finds everything in his book irreplaceable. Starting from unlimited freedom, he concludes at unlimited despotism. 90% enslaved for equality. Family, genius, culture abolished. Fit for sparrows if they reject him, kitchens for the women, state service for the men. Piotr asks whether anyone would inform on a planned political murder. The question hangs like a pistol on a shelf. Shadow shouts spy from the corner. The vote proceeds. Democracy curdles into conspiracy. Stavrogin's better glue. Bump off a fifth, shed blood, tie the knot, has already been offered on the way to the house. Tonight the ape thinks the void will pay for those words. Tomorrow the pawn will prove the glue works without the idol's consent. The Gadarene herd argues about name days and aluminum columns while the demons drive them toward the cliff. Shigalievism. Unlimited freedom without God concludes at unlimited despotism. 90% enslaved for the happiness of 10. The reductio that predicts the camp. Quote, starting from unlimited freedom, I conclude with unlimited despotism. I will add, however, that apart from my solution of the social formula, there can be no other. Quote, get 4 members of Circle to bump off a fifth on the pretense of his being an informer, and with this shed blood you'll immediately tie them together in a single knot. They'll become your slaves, they won't dare rebel or call you to accounts. Ivan the Tsarevich. Midpoint. Piotr chases Stavrogin through the town like a disciple pursuing a god who refuses to perform miracles and strips the revolutionary mask from his own face. He does not care about the Shigaliov system as jewelry for the future. He cares about dirty work, destruction, the demoralization of the provincial order. I'm for Shigaliovism, he cries, drunk or ecstatic, Cicero's tongue cut off, Copernicus's eyes put out, Shakespeare stoned. Slaves must be equal. Level the mountains. Extinguish desire. Get drinking, gossip, denunciation going. Stifle every genius in infancy. Complete equality. Once every 30 years a convulsion, so they devour each other up to a point, simply so as not to be bored. Desire and suffering for us, for the slaves, Shigaliovism. He thought of handing the world to the Pope barefoot before the mob. Us around him, Shigaliovism under. Then drops the Pope. To hell with Shigaliovism as ideal. We need actuality. The Pope will be in the West, and we will have you. Stavrogin, you are beautiful. Simple-heartedness and naivety still in him, suffering from it. A nihilist who loves beauty, who loves an idol. You insult no one, yet everyone hates you. You have the air of being everyone's equal, yet everyone is afraid. A terrible aristocrat among Democrats. Nothing for you to sacrifice life. Your own or someone else's. You are precisely what's needed. You are a leader, a son, and I am your worm. He suddenly kisses Stavrogin's hand. A chill runs down Stavrogin's spine. He jerks the hand away. Madman, maybe I'm raving, but I've thought up the first step. Shigaliov could never. Without you I'm a zero, a fly, an idea in a bottle, Columbus without America. Stavrogin looks into the insane eyes. Piotr seizes the sleeve. First we'll get trouble going, penetrate among the people. We are already terribly strong. Ivan the Tsarevich, you. The pretender czar, the false messiah Maria named as Grishka Otrepyev, now proposed as policy for a mob that needs an image, not truth. Stavrogin calls him a bedbug. Not devil, not demon, but pest. The insult precise, diminishing, refusing the grandeur Piotr craves. He refuses the role from indifference, not morality. Metabolic astia that cannot even be bothered to lead destruction. The false messiah will not be messiah. The void will not incarnate itself. Ivan the Tsarevich walks away and leaves the bedbug to manufacture revolutions without a czar. What Piotr achieves without Stavrogin, fate, fire, pond, forged note, Petersburg, is the horror. Incompleteness does not stop him from organizing elsewhere. The letter to Daria will confess no strength. The loft will complete the refusal on terms Tikhon predicted. After the hand kiss and the chill down the spine, Stavrogin quickens his pace. Piotr seizes the sleeve every moment, hurrying terribly. First we'll get trouble going, penetrate among the people. We are already terribly strong. Ours aren't only the ones who knife and set fires. Dirty work remains. The Pope is dropped. Ivan the Tsarevich remains the only image Pyotr cannot manufacture alone. Stavrogin's refusal leaves Columbus without America still organizing the voyage. The bedbug will survive. The sun will hang itself in a loft. The worm will organize elsewhere. Quote, Ivan the Tsarevich, quote, he's a bedbug, an ignoramus, a tomfool who doesn't understand a thing about it. Quote, you are a leader, you are a sun, and I am your worm. Without you I'm a zero, a fly, an idea in a bottle, Columbus without America. Stepan Trofimovich perquisitioned. Bad guys close in. Officials search Stepan's quarters. The father's study becomes a crime scene. His library evidence, his life's work exhibits in a case he cannot comprehend. The perquisition is both injustice and justice. He is politically harmless, yet morally responsible. He cannot comprehend that cher ami, the beautiful civic idea, has become seditious publication. He weeps, prepares for the fate, asks permission to visit Varvara. The poser discovering too late that poses have consequences in the material world. Pyotr sacrifices him without hesitation. The order for Pyotr's arrest will arrive too late. He will be in Petersburg under an assumed name. Varvara locks herself in her townhouse. Nikolai drives to Skvoroshniki without seeing his mother. The closed circuit becomes a tomb for the old order. Meanwhile, we had an adventure which surprised me and shocked Stepan Trofimovich. In the morning, at 8 o'clock, Nastasia came running to me from him with the news that her master had been perquisitioned. All I got was that officials had come and taken papers, and a soldier had tied them into a bundle and carted them away in a wheelbarrow. It was wild news. I hastened at once. I found him upset and greatly agitated, but at the same time with an unquestionably triumphant air. On the table the samovar was boiling, and there stood a full but untouched and forgotten glass of tea. He was wearing his usual red dressing jacket, but, seeing me, hastened to put on his waistcoat and frock coat, something he had never done before when any close friend found him in his dressing jacket. He seized me at once and ardently by the hand. Enfin un ami. Cher, I sent only to you, and no one knows anything. Nastasia must be ordered to lock the door and let no one in, except them, of course. At 7 o'clock a governor's official had suddenly come. Not Blum. Blum. Precisely the name he gave. Quelque chose d'hébété et de très content dans la figure, pourtant très sévère. A police figure, the obedient sort. I was still asleep, and imagine he asked to have a glance at my books and manuscripts. He didn't arrest me, only books. When he began explaining his visit, he looked as though I would fall upon him immediately and begin to beat him like plaster. All these people of the lower story are like that when they're dealing with a decent man. Needless to say, I understood everything at once. Voilà 20 ans que je m'y prépare. I unlocked all the drawers for him and gave him all the keys. I personally handed them over. J'étais digne et calme. Of the books, he took foreign editions of Herzen, a bound volume of The Bell for copies of my poem, then papers and letters, and some of my historical, critical, and political sketches. All this they carried off. Nastasia says a soldier carted it away in a wheelbarrow, and they covered it with an apron. It was all raving. Who could understand any of it? He was as if in a dream himself. Blum was alone, though there was someone else in the anteroom, and a guard standing in the entryway. He talked very little. It was I who kept talking. I told him my life, from that point of view only, of course. I'm afraid, though, that I seem to have wept. The wheelbarrow they got from a shopkeeper next door. He outwitted them, he says, and ended it all in Amos, without guarantees, without scandal, without that pig of a prosecutor who twice failed in politeness. Sit down, anyway, and have some tea. I confess I'm very tired. Oughtn't I to lie down and put some vinegar to my head? Absolutely, I cried, and maybe even ice. He could not get himself to lie down, but I insisted. Nastasia brought vinegar in a bowl. I wetted a towel and put it to his head. Then she climbed on a chair and set about lighting an icon lamp in front of the icon in the corner. I noticed it with surprise. Besides, There had never even been any icon lamp, and now one had suddenly appeared. It was I who ordered it today. Just after they left, he muttered, glancing slyly at me. When one has those things in one's room, and they come to arrest you, it makes an impression, and they really must report that they've seen. A loin-is-law under some pretext. I can't stand this Russian pity. He kept glancing back at the door and listening towards the entryway. One must be ready, you see. Every moment they'll come, taken, FFD. A man disappears. As regards underwear, clothing, warm clothing especially, that's up to them. If they tell me to take it, well and good, or else they may send me in a soldier's greatcoat. But 35 rubles. Here he suddenly lowered his voice, glancing back at the door. I've quietly slipped through a tear in my waistcoat pocket here, feel it. I think they won't take my waistcoat off, and I left 7 rubles in my purse to pretend this is all I have. God knows where I shall have to spend this night. I hung my head at such madness. Most likely there was a telegram from Petersburg, he suddenly said. A telegram? About you? On account of Herzen's writings and your poem? You're out of your mind. Such total ignorance of everyday reality was both moving and somehow disgusting. Blum had taken with him 2 tracts he had found. 10 copies were passed off on me, but I had already taken care of 8, so Blum got hold of only 2. He suddenly flushed with indignation. Do you really suppose I could be in with those scoundrels, with tract-mongers, with my boy Pyotr Stepanovich? Oh, God! Nastasia brushed against the coat rack and knocked it over. Stepan Trofimovich trembled and went dead on the spot. When a matter was clarified, he all but shrieked at her, and, stamping his feet, chased her back into the kitchen. I'm lost. Cher, it's not Siberia I'm afraid of. I swear to you. Tears even came to his eyes. I am afraid of something else. I am afraid of disgrace. He whispered mysteriously. Flogging, he uttered, and gave me a helpless look. Where? Why, there, where it's done. The floor suddenly opens under you, and you're lowered and up to the middle. Everybody knows that. Fables. I cried. Old fables. And can it be that you believe them all along? Fables. But they must have started somewhere. A flogged man doesn't talk. I've pictured it 10,000 times in my imagination. So much the worse. They'll see I haven't done anything, and they'll flog me. And you're convinced you'll be taken to Petersburg for that? From that hour in Skvoreshniki when she said farewell to me, I've had no regret for my life. But the disgrace. What will she say if she finds out? She'll find out nothing. It will, he whispered with profound conviction. She and I talked of it several times in Petersburg during the Great Lent before we left when we were both afraid. She'll suspect me her whole life. Me, the poet, the thinker, the man she worshipped for 22 years. How undeceive her? Who in this paltry town will believe it? She'll be glad. She'll be very upset, very, genuinely like a true friend, but secretly, she'll be glad. I'll have given her a weapon against me for my whole life. Oh, my life is lost. 20 years of such complete happiness with her. And now, he covered his face with his hands. Why don't you let Varvara Petrovna know at once? God forbid. Not for anything, never, after what was said at our farewell, in Skvoreshniki, never. His eyes began to flash. Suddenly he rose up impetuously, tore the towel from his head, sprang from the sofa, dashed to the mirror, with trembling fingers tied his tie, and in a thundering voice summoned Nastasia, ordering her to bring him his coat, his new hat, and his stick. I can bear it no longer. I am going myself. To Lemka. I am a citizen and a human being, not a chip of wood. I have rights. I want my rights. For 20 years, I never demanded my rights. All my life, I've criminally forgotten them, but now I will demand them. He received a telegram. He dare not torment me. Otherwise arrest me. Arrest me. Arrest me. I am giving myself up. I am walking straight into the lion's maw. And I'm going with you. I expected nothing less of you. As far as the house, only as far as the house. You must not compromise yourself further. Cher, he stretched out his arm towards the icon lamp in the corner. I have never believed in this, but so be it, so be it. He crossed himself. Allons. The fresh air on the way will help. I thought, we'll calm down a bit, come back home, and retire to bed. But I was reckoning without my host. Precisely on the way, the Spiegelin men and Filibusterov and the yellow flowers and the slap in the theater corridor were waiting, so that I never expected as much pluck from our friend as he suddenly showed that morning. Poor friend, good friend. The pedestal that was never under surveillance has been wheeled through town under an apron. The exile who was never exiled has hidden 35 rubles in a tier. The civic role is going to Lemke to demand rights it never used. And the icon lamp, ordered after Blum left, is already the road with Sofia Matveyevna, if only he can get past the lion's maw without being flogged in a fable. Earlier, at the empty country house, Varvara Petrovna, transformed from inaccessible high lady into something almost feather-brained with fate planning, summons Stepan while Fomushka measures galleries and she writes numbers. She puts down her pencil. Business, not magnificent words. The 1,200 of his pension she regards as sacred duty, or simply an agreement, that will be much more real. Lodgings and keep translated into money. Another 300 for emergencies, a full 3,000 a year. Take the money, send back my servants, live wherever you like, Petersburg, Moscow, abroad, or here, only not with me. Stepan flinches. A different demand was conveyed not long ago by those same lips just as urgently. He resigned himself then. Now the fullest conviction that all is over gives him a steadfastness that amazes even her. The patronage circuit is being liquidated in pencil marks and emergency stipends. The 20-year friendship ending as an account closed, while the son she cannot contain and the papers in Stepan's study already belong to another ledger entirely. Pyotr's. Gulliver among Lilliputians still shouting at carriages to move aside, even as the carriages burn. The fathers did not know what they were doing, and that ignorance is not innocence. He will flee soon onto the road where Sofia Matveyevna waits, not from the authorities, but from the truth about himself. Quote, Volavink and escaped my prepare. I unlocked all the drawers for him and gave him all the keys. I personally handed them over. I handed everything over. J'étais digne calme. Of the books, he took foreign editions of Herzen, a bound volume of The Bell for copies of my poem, then papers and letters. All this they carried off. Nastasia says a soldier carted it away in a wheelbarrow, and they covered it with an apron. Filibusters. A fatal morning. All is lost. Filibusters, amateur soldiers playing at insurrection, while Pyotr orchestrates real destruction. The romantic name masks the administrative murder to come. The fate will provide cover, the chaos alibi, the provincial comedy end in blood. Fedka's mission against the Lebyadkins is set, funded by Stavrogin's money and Pyotr's direction. The knife Marius saw, the 1,500 rubles Fedka waited for, the squalid murders that will be blamed on passion or robbery. Stavrogin's complicity becomes event. His plausible deniability becomes corpse. Kirilov awaits his appointed hour. He can wake at 7 or 10 by telling himself when to wake. Remarkable qualities, Stavrogin noted, but he cannot wake from the idea Stavrogin planted. Pyotr will eat chicken while waiting. The theorem will scream and fire and sign a false confession. Shadov is marked. The believer who knows too much, who will walk toward death unknowing the hour after Marie's labor. Lemke disintegrates. Yulia says he has had it since childhood. The province knows otherwise, since Pyotr, since the quintet, since the mouse in the icon case. I must tell everything in order. An hour before Stepan Trofimovich and I went out, a crowd of people, workers from the Spiegelin factory, about 70 of them, maybe more, moved through town and was noticed with curiosity by many. They moved decorously, almost silently, in purposeful order. It was afterwards asserted that these 70 were delegates chosen from all the factory workers, of whom the Spiegelins had up to 900, to go to the governor and, in view of the owner's absence, seek justice from him against the owner's manager, who, while closing down the factory and dismissing the workers, had brazenly cheated them all, a fact no longer open to any doubt. Others among us deny to this day that they were delegates, insisting that 70 people would be too many for a delegation, and that the crowd simply consisted of the most resentful ones. A third group passionately affirms that these 70 men were not simple rioters, but decidedly political ones, further aroused by none other than the anonymous leaflets. Whether or not there was any influence or instigation is still not known precisely. My personal opinion is that the workers had not read any anonymous leaflets, and that even if they had, they would not have understood a word of them, for the sole reason that those who write them, for all the baldness of their style, write extremely obscurely. But since the factory men really were in bad straits, and the police, to whom they had appealed, did not want to enter into their grievance, what could be more natural than their idea of going in a crowd to the general himself, if possible even with a petition on their head, lining up decorously in front of his porch, and, the moment he appeared, all falling on their knees and crying out as if to Providence itself? To my mind, there is no need here either for a riot or even for delegates, because this is an old historical method. From time immemorial, the Russian people have loved having a talk with the general himself, for the sheer pleasure of it, in fact, and even regardless of what the end of such a talk might be. And that is why I am fully convinced that although Pyotr Stepanovich, Lipyudin, perhaps someone else as well, perhaps even Fedka, had been shuttling among the factory workers earlier and had talked with them, it was certainly with no more than 2 or 3, or say 5, only as a trial, and that nothing came of this talk. Fedka was another matter. It seems he had far better luck than Pyotr Stepanovich. In the town fire that followed 3 days later, as has now been indisputably revealed, 2 factory workers did indeed take part along with Fedka. Be that as it may, the whole crowd finally arrived at the little square in front of the governor's house, lined up decorously and silently, gaped at the porch, and started waiting. As soon as they installed themselves, they immediately took off their hats, perhaps half an hour before the arrival of the master of the province, who, as if by design, happened to be away from home. The police began threateningly, of course, with an order to disperse. But the workers stood there like a flock of sheep at a fence, and answered laconically that they wanted the general himself. Firm resolve was evident. The police chief preferred to wait for von Lenka himself. That morning Andrei Antonovich had wrapped himself convulsively, head and all, in a sheet, lay that way for about 2 hours, not sleeping, not thinking, with a lead weight on his heart. All sorts of unconnected things recalled themselves. An old wall clock in Petersburg that had lost its minute hand, the jolly official Milbois, and how the 2 of them had once caught a sparrow in Alexandrovsky Park, and only then recalled, laughing for the whole park to hear, that one of them was already a collegiate assessor. Awakening at 10, he jumped wildly out of bed, remembered everything, gave himself a hearty smack on the head. No breakfast, no Blum, no police chief, no official come to remind him that the members of the committee were expecting his chairmanship. Sofia Antropovna explained that his wife had set out at 10 o'clock with a large company, in 3 carriages for Varvara Petrovna Stavrogin's at Skvoreshniki to look over the site for the future fete, the second one, planned for 2 weeks later. Stunned, he ordered horses. His soul yearned after Yulia Mikhailovna, only to look at her, to be near her for 5 minutes. Perhaps she would look at him, notice him, smile as she used to, forgive. Mechanically he opened a thick book that was lying on the table. He sometimes did divinations this way, opening it at random and reading on the right-hand page, 3 lines from the top. It come out, tout est pour le mieux dans le meilleur des mondes possibles, Voltaire, Candide. He spat and ran to get into the carriage. To Skvoreshniki, the coachman told afterwards how the master kept urging him on all the way, but as soon as they began to approach the main house, he suddenly gave the order to turn around and drive back to town. Before they reached the walls, he ordered me to stop again, got out of the carriage, and went across the road into a field. From some sort of weakness, I thought, but he stopped and began examining little flowers, and stood that way for some while, really strangely. It was a cold, clear, but windy September day. Spread before him lay a stern landscape of bare fields from which the bread had been harvested long before. The howling wind swayed some pitiful remnants of dying yellow flowers. Did he wish to compare himself and his lot with stunted flowers beaten down by autumn and the frost? I don't think so. I even think it was certainly not so, and that he did not remember anything at all about the little flowers, despite the testimony of the coachman and the officer from the first precinct, who later affirmed that he had indeed found a front office with a bunch of yellow flowers in his hand. This police officer, an ecstatically administrative person, Vasily Ivanovich Filibusterov, was still a newcomer to our town, but had already distinguished himself for his boundless zeal, a certain swoop in all his ways along the executive line, and an innate unsobriety. Leaping from the droshky, not hesitating in the least at the sight of the front office's occupation, he fired off the report that there's unrest in town. What? Andrei Antonovich turned to him with a stern face, but without the least surprise, as if he were in his own study. Officer of the first precinct Filibusterov, Your Excellency, there's a riot in town. Filibusters? Andrei Antonovich repeated ponderingly. That's right, Your Excellency. The Spigulin men are rioting. The Spigulin men? Something came back to him. He even gave a start and raised his finger to his forehead. Silent, but still pondering, he went unhurriedly to the carriage, got in, and gave orders for town. Pale, he stepped from the carriage. That's off, he said, breathlessly and barely audibly. On your knees, he shrieked. Filibusters, someone would later shout from the other end of the White Hall. Here the word is born in a field of yellow flowers, in a Candide that spat, in a governor who cannot tell riot from seafaring swoop. Stepan Trofimovich presented himself from such an angle as a professor, a hotbed. I once had the honor of delivering several lectures to the youth. Joaos, Limka seemed to jump. That, my very dear sir, I will not allow. I do not allow youth. It's all these tracts. It's a swoop upon society, a seafaring swoop, filibusterism. What is your request? On the contrary, your wife has requested of me that I read tomorrow at her fete. I myself have no requests, but have come seeking my rights. At the fete? There will be no fete. I will not allow your fete, sir. Lectures? Lectures? I wish very much that you would speak more politely with me, Your Excellency, and not stamp your feet or shout at me as at a boy. You understand, perhaps, with whom you are talking? Perfectly well, Your Excellency. I shield society with myself, while you destroy it. Destroy it? Was it you who were tutor in the house of General Stavrogin's widow? Yes, I was tutor, and in the course of 20 years you have been a hotbed of all that has now accumulated, all the fruit. I believe I saw you in the square, just now. Beware, however, the direction of your thinking is known. Your lectures I cannot allow. Address no such request to me. I repeat, you are mistaken. It is your wife who has requested that I read, not a lecture, but something literary at tomorrow's fete. But I myself decline to read now. My humble request is that you explain to me how, why, and wherefore I was subjected to today's search. Some books, papers, private letters quite dear to me were taken from me and carted through town in a wheelbarrow. Who did the search? Blum stepped forward with a guilty but by no means capitulating look. Vous n'y faites que de bêtises. Limka hurled at him and was suddenly transformed, as it were, and all at once regained his consciousness. Excuse me, this was all probably just simply a blunder, a misunderstanding, just simply a misunderstanding. Your Excellency, Stepan Trofimovich observed, in my youth I witnessed a certain characteristic incident. Once in a theater, in the corridor, a man quickly went up to another and, in front of the whole public, gave him a resounding slap. Perceiving immediately that the victim was not at all the person for whom the slap was intended, but someone completely different who merely resembled him slightly, the man said angrily and hurriedly, like one who cannot waste precious time, exactly what Your Excellency just said. I made a mistake. Excuse me. It was a misunderstanding. And when the offended man nevertheless went on shouting, he observed to him an extreme vexation. But I tell you, it was a misunderstanding. Why are you still shouting? That is, of course, very funny. Limka smiled crookedly. But don't you see how unhappy I am myself? He almost cried out, and it seemed wanted to hide his face in his hands. This unexpected, painful outcry, almost a sob, was unbearable. It was probably his first moment since the previous day of full and vivid awareness of all that had been happening, and then at once of despair, full, humiliating, surrendering. Who knows, another minute and he might have begun sobbing for the whole room to hear. Stepan Trofimovich first gazed wildly at him, then suddenly inclined his head and in a deeply moved voice said, "Your Excellency, trouble yourself no more over my peevish complaint, and simply order my books and letters returned." He was interrupted. At that very moment, Yulia Mikhailovna and her whole attendant company noisily came in. Lyamshin, left behind for some offense, had raced down the road to Skvoroshniki on a hired Cossack nag to meet the returning cavalcade with the merry news. The political side of the question could not worry her. Pyotr Stepanovich had already impressed it upon her at least 4 times that the Shpigulin ruffians all ought to be flogged, and Pyotr Stepanovich had indeed some time since become a great authority for her. But, all the same, I'll make him pay for it. And the hymn referred, of course, to her husband. Pyotr Stepanovich also did not take part in the general excursion, and no one had seen him anywhere since that morning. Varvara Petrovna returned with them to town to take part without fail in the final meeting of the committee. The reckoning with Andrei Antonovich began at once. The slap intended for another. The misunderstanding shouted at the victim. The governor who shields society while society is already possessed. The father who declines to read and still wants his letters back from the wheelbarrow. This is our fatal morning, before a single quadrille has begun. Liza will call to Stavrogin before the committee. Varvara will rise with an insane look. Nikolai will confess his marriage again and walk out with boundless haughtiness. The last salon scene before the province becomes abattoir. The White Hall waits, too solemnly expectant. The swine gather at the cliff's edge. The healed man is not yet visible. The bustling demon knows his hour has come. Quote, "There's a riot in town. Filibusters," Andrei Antonovich repeated ponderingly. "That's right, Your Excellency. The Shpigulin men are rioting." Part 3. Finale. The third catastrophe is already in the White Hall before a single house burns. Karmazanov will say merci. Stepan will defend beauty. The sons will shout. Zarakai will flame. Fedka will finish the Leviadkins. Liza will be beaten. Shadov will sink in the third pond the hour after Marie's child is born. Kirilov will sign a lie. I will lose Stepan Trofimovich to a cow and a gospel on the road. Stavrogin will hang in a loft without signs of insanity. Pyotr will slip away. I did not know any of this when I put on the usher's bow. I know it now, writing, and still do not fully comprehend it. Live more, he told me through the door. I have not yet learned how. The fate. First part. All is lost. The White Hall is too solemn. Silks and diamonds. The lemkas late. Lyamshins flourish as at a club banquet. I hid my bow in my pocket afterwards and got out by back passages. What happened in between was not a charity reading. It was the cliff. The Russian man is boundlessly amused by scandal. The ladies converge in merciless hatred of Yulia Mikhailovna. Everyone waits for the colossal adventure. Trashy sorts and scum have risen. The vanguard commands without the commanded knowing. The fate proceeds because Yulia Mikhailovna cannot conceive of failure. I will say positively that even a metropolitan public would have been reduced to stupor. Imagine some 30 printed pages of the most mincing and useless babble. The gentleman reading superciliously, ruefully, as if for a favor, so that it even came out offensive. The theme. Who could make out the theme? Some account of impressions, recollections. Of what? No matter how furrowed our provincial brows were through the first half, they could get none of it, so that they listened through the second half only out of courtesy. Love, the genius's love for some person. It came out rather awkwardly. The short, fattish little figure of the writer of genius did not go very well, in my opinion, with the story of his first kiss. These kisses occurred somehow not as with the rest of mankind. Here, the inevitable furze is growing all around. It is inevitably furze or some such plant, which has to be looked up in botany. At the same time, there is inevitably some violet hue in the sky, which, of course, no mortal has ever noticed. That is, everyone has seen it, but failed to notice it, while he says, I looked, and am now describing it to you fools as a most ordinary thing. The tree is inevitably of some orange color. They are sitting somewhere in Germany. Suddenly, they see Pompey or Cassius on the eve of battle, and both are pierced by the chill of ecstasy. Some mermaid peeps in the bushes. Gluck begins playing a fiddle among the reeds. Then mist comes billowing, billowing, and billowing, more like a million pillows than any mist. And suddenly it all disappears, and the great genius is crossing the Volga in winter during a thaw. 2.5 pages on the crossing, and he falls through a hole in the ice anyway. The genius is drowning. Do you think he drowns? It never occurred to him. All this was so that when he was already quite drowned and choking, there should flash before him a piece of ice tiny as a pea, but pure and transparent like a frozen tear, and in this tear Germany was reflected, and with its iridescent play the reflection reminded him of that same tear which, remember, rolled from your eye as we sat beneath the emerald tree, and you exclaimed joyfully, "There is no crime." "Yes," said I through my tears, "but if so, there are also no righteous men." We wept and parted forever. She somewhere to the sea-coast, he to some caves, and so he descends and descends. For 3 years he descends beneath the Sakharov Tower in Moscow, and suddenly in the very depths of the earth he finds, in a cave, an icon lamp, and before the icon lamp, a monk. You think it was the monk who sighed? Much need he has for your monk. No, sir, it is simply that this sigh reminded him of her first sigh 37 years ago. Here again mist billowed. Hoffmann appeared. The mermaid whistled something from Chopin, and suddenly, out of the mist, wearing a laurel wreath, over the roofs of Rome, appeared Ancus Martius. The chill of ecstasy ran down our spines, and we parted forever. The great European philosopher, the great scholar, the inventor, the laborer and martyr, all these who labor and are heavy-laden, are for our Russian great genius decidedly like cooks in his kitchen. He takes another man's idea, weaves its own antithesis into it, and the pun is ready. There is crime, there is no crime, there is no right, there are no righteous men. Atheism, Darwinism, Moscow bells. But, alas, he no longer believes in Moscow bells. Then comes a conventional fit of Byronic anguish, a grimace from Heine, something from Pechorin, and off it goes the engine whistling. But praise me anyway. Praise me. I do love it terribly. I'm just saying that I'm putting down my pen. Wait, I'll wear you out 300 times over. Long since there had begun the shuffling, nose-blowing, coughing, and all else that occurs at a literary reading when the writer keeps the public longer than 20 minutes. But the writer of genius did not notice any of it. Then suddenly in the back rose a lonely but loud voice. "Lord, what rubbish!" This popped out inadvertently. The man simply got tired. Mr. Karmazinov paused, looked mockingly, and lisped with the bearing of an offended court chamberlain. "It seems, ladies and gentlemen, that you are rather bored with me?" And here is where he was at fault, in having spoken first, for in thus provoking a response, he gave all sorts of scum an opportunity to speak as well. You never saw any Ancus Martius. That's all just style. Precisely, there are no ghosts nowadays, only natural science. In our age, it's shameful to read that the world stands on 3 fishes, a young girl rattled out. You couldn't have gone down to some hermit in a cave, Karmazinov. Who even talks about hermits nowadays? He was smiling ironically, but his face simply said, "I'm not the way you think. I'm for you. Only praise me more. I see that my poor little poem got to the wrong place. And I think I myself got to the wrong place. Embedded a crow and got a cow. Some fool, undoubtedly drunk, shouted. Irreverent laughter. Read, several rapturous ladies' voices, scant and thin applause. Then another orator, not Karmazinov, waving his fist. 15 years of reforms. Railroads like spiderwebs. Towns burning down regularly, by turns, during the fire seasons. Jurors taking bribes solely in the struggle for existence. Seas of vodka to support the budget. In Novgorod, opposite the ancient Sofia, a colossal bronze ball to commemorate a millennium of already elapsed disorder and witlessness. And yet never, even in the most caricaturish epochs of her witlessness, has Russia reached. The last words could not be heard over the roar. About 6 official persons rushed out, laid hold of him, drew him backstage. He tore free, leaped to the edge, still managed to shout, "But never before has Russia reached." About 15 men rushed to free him, smashing the flimsy partition so that it finally fell down. I saw, not believing my eyes, how the girl student, Virginsky's relative, jumped up on the platform with that same bundle under her arm, cranberry cheeks, accompanied by her mortal enemy, the high school boy. Ladies and gentlemen, I have come to proclaim the sufferings of unfortunate students and rouse them to protest everywhere. I fled. First of all, of course, I went to Stepan Trofimovich. Stepan Trofimovich tried to defend beauty and the ideal, cher ami, for the sake of a great idea, and was shouted down. He prepared witticisms in front of a mirror. He is mocked on stage. Shakespeare or boots, Raphael or petroleum. He proclaimed Shakespeare and Raphael higher than the emancipation of the serfs, higher than nationality, higher than socialism, higher than the younger generation, higher than chemistry, higher than almost all mankind, and the crowd has abolished usefulness along with beauty. The sons shout down the fathers in the very hall the fathers built. Stavrogin watches from the margins, paler than usual, gaze uncommonly distracted, not noticing Liza, though she looks at him with terrible intensity. When Liza calls his name before the committee, he answers with calm readiness about Lebyadkin's letters. The void performing indifference while Ververa rises, as if to defend herself from a demon she bore. Ah, no, we have had enough of bothering each other. My dear compatriots, merci. It is time we parted ways. The province answers, good riddance, and faster than you hoped. Quote, ah, no, we have had enough of bothering each other. My dear compatriots, merci. It is time we parted ways. Merci, merci, merci. Quote, the whole perplexity lies in just what is more beautiful, Shakespeare or boots, Raphael or petroleum. And I proclaim that Shakespeare and Raphael are higher than the emancipation of the serfs, higher than nationality, higher than socialism, higher than the younger generation, higher than chemistry, higher than almost all mankind. The end of the fate. All is lost. I hid my bow and ran to Stepan Trofimovich. He did not receive me. He had locked himself in and was writing. To my repeated knocking, he answered through the door. My friend, I have finished it all. Who can demand more of me? You didn't finish anything. You just contributed to the general collapse. Open up. We must take measures. They may come here and insult you. I considered I had the right to be especially stern. I feared he might undertake something still more insane. But I met with extraordinary firmness. Don't you be the first to insult me, then. I thank you for all that's past, but I have finished it all with people, both good and wicked. I am writing a letter to Darya Pavlovna, whom I have so unpardonably forgotten until now. Deliver it tomorrow, if you like, and now merci. You think you smashed someone there? You didn't smash anyone, but you yourself broke like an empty glass. Oh, I was rude. It grieves me to remember. There is decidedly no reason for you to write to Darya Pavlovna. And what's going to become of you now, without me? You have not spent so long a time with them, yet you have been infected by their language and tone. Dieu vous pardonne, mon ami. In our Russia, a vast number of people occupy themselves with nothing else but attacking other people's impracticality, fiercely and with special persistence, like flies in summer. Let us part from each other as Karmazinov did from his public. That is, forget each other with all possible magnanimity. Quant à moi, I am not so vain. Live more, my friend, as Nastasia wished me on my last name day. Si es pauvres gens, ont quelque fois de mots charmants et pleins de philosophie. I do not wish you much happiness. It would bore you. I do not wish you trouble either. But, following the people's philosophy, I will simply repeat, live more and try somehow not to be too bored. This useless wish I am adding on my own. Now, farewell, and a serious farewell. And don't stand by my door, I won't open it. He had spoken evenly, unhurriedly, with weight, obviously trying to impress. I do not blame him, but it was this scrupulousness and sarcasm that set me at ease then. This man who had apparently changed so little was certainly not disposed towards anything tragic. So I reasoned then, and, my God, how mistakenly. I had lost sight of too many things. Anticipating events, I quote the first lines of the letter Darya Pavlovna in fact received the next day. Mon enfant, my hand is trembling, but I have finished everything. You were not present at my final combat with people. You did not come to this reading, and you did well. But you will be told that in our character-impoverished Russia, one courageous man stood up and, despite the deadly menace pouring from all sides, told those little fools their truth, that is, that they are little fools. The die is cast. I am leaving this town forever, whither I do not know. To you goes the last cry of my heart. For big pages and all, having pounded on the door 3 times with my fist and shouted that he would still send Nastasia for me 3 times that same day, but that I would not come, I abandoned him and ran to Yulia Mikhailovna. There I found the poor woman being deceived right to her face. In tears, almost in hysterics, with eau de cologne compresses, Pyotr Stepanovich talking nonstop, the prince silent as though under lock and key. She was reproaching Pyotr Stepanovich for his apostasy. She ascribed the whole failure, the whole disgrace of this matinee, everything, in short, to Pyotr Stepanovich's absence. The civic poseur, wounded by yesterday's public tears and today's kibitkas, discovers at last a philosophy finer than his salons, the servant's proverb, the closed door, dignity without performance. And I, who thought he was not disposed towards anything extraordinary, had already lost him to the road. The whole of that night, with its almost absurd events and ghastly denouement in the morning, comes back to me even now as a hideous, nightmarish dream and constitutes, for me at least, the most difficult part of my chronicle. Though I came late to the ball, I arrived towards the end of it anyway. So quickly was it destined to end. It was already past 10 when I reached the entrance of the marshal's wife's house, where the same white hall in which the reading took place had, despite the shortness of time, been cleared and made ready to serve as the main ballroom. It was supposed for the whole town. But however ill-disposed I had been towards the ball that morning, even so I did not anticipate the full truth. Not a single family from higher circles came. Even officials of any importance at all were absent, and that was an extremely marked feature. As for ladies and young girls, here Pyotr Stepanovich's, now obviously perfidious, calculations turned out to be incorrect to the highest degree. Exceedingly few had appeared. There was scarcely one lady to 4 men. And what ladies? Certain wives of regimental officers, of various small fry from the post office and petty clerkdom, 3 doctors' wives with their daughters, 2 or 3 landowners of the poorer sort, the 7 daughters and 1 niece of that secretary I mentioned somewhere above, some merchants' wives. Was this what Yulia Mikhailovna had expected? Even half of the merchants did not come. As for the men, their mass was still indeed dense, despite the compact absence of all our nobility, but produced an ambiguous and suspicious impression. Of course, there were several rather quiet and respectful officers with their wives, several most obedient fathers of families. All these humble small potatoes came, so to speak, out of inevitability, as one of these gentlemen put it. But, on the other hand, the mass of perky characters and the mass, besides, of such persons as Pyotr Stepanovich, and I had suspected of being let into the matinee without tickets, seemed to have increased still more compared with the matinee. For the time being, they were sitting in the buffet, and had gone straight to the buffet on arrival, as if the place had been appointed beforehand. The buffet was located at the end of the suite of rooms, in a spacious hall, where Prokhorich had installed himself with all the enticements of the club kitchen, and with a tempting display of snacks and drinks. I noticed several personages there in all but torn frock coats, in the most dubious and utterly unball-like outfits, who had obviously been sobered up with boundless effort, and for a short time only, and had been fetched from God knows where, perhaps from out of town. I knew, of course, that in accordance with Yulia Mikhailovna's idea, it had been suggested to arrange a most democratic ball, not refusing even tradesmen, if any such should happen to pay for a ticket. She could bravely utter these words in her committee, knowing perfectly well that it would not occur to any of our town tradesmen, all of them destitute, to buy a ticket. But anyway, I doubted that these gloomy, all but tattered frock-coaters ought to have been let in, despite all the democratism of the committee. Who, then, had let them in, and with what purpose? Liputin and Liamshin had been deprived of their ushers' bows, though they were present at the ball, as participants in the quadrille of literature. But Liputin's place had been taken, to my surprise, by that same seminarian who more than anyone else had made a scandal of the matinee by his skirmish with Stepan Trofimovich, and Liamshin's by Pyotr Stepanovich himself. What, then, could be expected in such a case? I tried to listen in on conversations. Some opinions were striking in their wildness. It was maintained in one group, for example, that the whole story of Stavrogin and Liza had been fixed up by Yulia Mikhailovna, who had taken money from Stavrogin for it. The amount was even quoted. It was maintained that she had even arranged the fate for that purpose, and that was why, when they learned what was going on, half the town stayed away, and Lemke himself was so jolted that his reason got deranged, and she was now leading him about insane. There was also much guffawing, hoarse, savage, and sly. Everyone criticized the ball terribly and abused Yulia Mikhailovna without any ceremony. Generally, the babble was disorderly, fragmentary, drunken, and agitated, so that it was difficult to grasp or infer anything. Simple merrymakers also found refuge in the buffet, and there were even several ladies of the sort that can no longer be surprised or frightened by anything, most jolly and amiable, mainly officers' wives, with their husbands. They settled in groups at separate tables and had an extremely merry time drinking tea. The buffet turned into a snug haven for nearly half the assembled public. And in a short time this whole mass was to come pouring into the ballroom. It was terrible even to think of it. And meanwhile, in the White Hall, 3 skimpy little quadrilles had been formed, with the prince's participation. The young ladies were dancing, and their parents were rejoicing over them. But here, too, many of these respectable persons were already thinking of how, after letting their girls have fun, they could clear out in time and not be there once it starts. Decidedly, everyone was certain that it was inevitably going to start. It would be difficult for me to describe the state of mind of Yulia Mikhailovna herself. I did not speak with her, though I came quite close to her. She did not respond to my bow on entering because she did not notice me, really did not notice. Her face was pained, her glance haughty and disdainful, yet wandering and anxious. She was controlling herself with visible suffering. For what and for whom? She ought certainly to have left, and, above all, to have taken her husband away, yet she stayed. One could tell, just by the look of her, that her eyes had been fully opened, and she had nothing more to wait for. She did not even call Pyotr Stepanovich over to her. He seemed to be avoiding her himself. I saw him in the buffet, in an exceedingly gay mood. But nevertheless she stayed at the ball and would not let Andrei Antonovich leave her side even for a moment. Oh, to the last minute she would have rejected with genuine indignation any hint at his health, even that morning. But now her eyes were to be opened in this respect as well. As for me, it seemed to me from the first glance that Andrei Antonovich looked worse than in the morning. It seemed he was in some sort of oblivion and was not quite sure where he was. Sometimes he would suddenly look around with unexpected sternness, a couple of times at me, for example. Once he tried to talk about something, began in a loud voice, and did not finish, almost throwing a scare into one humble old official who happened to be near him. But even this humble part of the public present in the White Hall gloomily and timorously avoided Yulia Mikhailovna, at the same time casting extremely strange glances at her husband, glances all too out of harmony, in their intent candor, with the fearfulness of these people. It was this trait that pierced me through and made me suddenly begin to guess about Andrei Antonovich. Yulia Mikhailovna privately confessed to me afterwards. Yes, again she was to blame. Probably earlier, when after my flight, she and Pyotr Stepanovich had decided that the ball would be, and that she would be at the ball, probably she had gone again to the study of Andrei Antonovich. Now finally shaken at the reading, again employed all her seductions, and thus drew him along with her. But how tormented she must have been now, and still she would not leave. Whether she was tormented by pride or was simply lost, I do not know. For all her haughtiness, she did try with humiliation and smiles to make conversation with some of the ladies, but they at once became confused, got off with a laconic, mistrustful yes, ma'am, or no, ma'am, and visibly avoided her. Of the unquestionable dignitaries of our town, only one turned up at the ball, that same important retired general who, after the duel between Stavrogin and Gaganov, had opened the door for public impatience. He pompously strutted about the rooms, looked and listened, and tried to make it seem as if he had come more to observe morals than for any indubitable pleasure. He ended by attaching himself wholly to Yulia Mikhailovna and would not go a step away from her, apparently trying to reassure her and calm her. He was undoubtedly a most kind man, a great dignitary, and so very old that one could even tolerate his pity. But to confess to herself that this old babbler dared to pity her and almost to patronize her, understanding that he was honoring her with his presence, was extremely vexing. And the general would not leave off but kept babbling nonstop. A city, they say, cannot stand without 7 righteous men. How many of these 7 indubitably righteous men of our town have the honor of attending your ball? I don't know, but I'm beginning to feel myself unsafe. I went to the buffet and am glad to have come back in one piece. Our inestimable Prokhorich is out of place there, and it looks as though his kiosk will be pulled down before morning. I'm only waiting to see how this quadrille of literature turns out, and then to bed. It's bad that that one in the gray trousers allows himself to can eyes so openly. 2 men had a fight there in the buffet, and they weren't taken out. Varvara Petrovna didn't keep her promise and supply the flowers. Pauvre mère. And poor Liza, have you heard? At last the quadrille of literature began. Nothing could have been a greater threat to its success. And what a disappointment it turned out to be. The side doors hitherto locked were opened. Several maskers appeared. The entire buffet poured into the hall. Pyotr Stepanovich sprang over to Yulia Mikhailovna with the air of a guilty schoolboy, assumed on purpose. I've been in the buffet all this time, watching. Stop deceiving me now. At least, you brazen man. It would be hard to imagine a more pathetic, trite, giftless, and insipid allegory. It was said to have been devised by Karmazinov, arranged by Lipudin. 6 pairs of pathetic maskers, almost not even maskers, wearing the same clothes as everyone else. An elderly gentleman with a venerable gray beard tied on, shuffling in place, producing sounds in a husky bass meant to signify one of the well-known newspapers. The old forms emptied, refilled with scorn. Literature and arson already partners, though the fire had not yet been cried. I finally caught sight of Lemka on the debris of a fence. To the left, about 30 steps away, towered the black skeleton of a nearly burnt-down 2-story wooden house. Holes instead of windows, roof fallen in, flames still snaking over the charred beams. At the back of the courtyard a cottage was beginning to blaze. Lemka was shouting and gesticulating, issuing orders which no one obeyed. I almost thought he had simply been left there and completely abandoned. Pale, his eyes flashing, without his hat, he was uttering the most astonishing things. It's all arson. It's nihilism. If anything's ablaze, it's nihilism. I heard all, but with horror, and though there was no longer anything to be astonished at, still manifest reality always has something shocking about it. Your Excellency, a policeman turn up if you be so good as to try domestic repose. The tears of the burned-out people will be wiped away, but the town will be burned. It's all 4 blackguards for half. Arrest the blackguard. Governesses have been used to set houses on fire. This is mean. Aye, what is he doing? A fireman on the roof, already burned through under him. Putting it out, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. The fire is in people's minds, not on the rooftops. Pull him down and drop it all. Better drop it. Leave it to itself somehow. An old woman is shouting. Why did you forget the old woman? The 80-year-old relative of the merchant, gone back for a feather bed, choking from the smoke, pushing it through a broken window with her decrepit hands. Lemka rushed to help her, seized a corner of the feather bed, began to pull it through with all his might. A broken board fell from the roof, grazed his neck, knocked him off his feet. The career of Andrei Antonovich was over, at least among us. At last came a sullen, gloomy dawn. After the wind, it suddenly became still, and then a slow, drizzling rain, as if through a sieve. At the edge of the quarter, on a vacant lot beyond the kitchen gardens, not less than 50 steps from the other buildings, a small recently built wooden house had burst into flames almost before any of the others. Even if it had burned down, it could not have transmitted the fire. If the whole of Zerakai had burned down, this one house would have remained untouched. It appeared to have caught fire separately and independently. The owner rushed and managed to save it by scattering the burning logs piled against the sidewall. But the tenants, a captain well known in town, his sister, and an elderly serving woman, had all three been stabbed to death that night and apparently robbed. The captain, with his throat cut, on the bench, dressed, probably dead drunk, so that he had not even felt it, bled like a bull. Maria Timofeevna, stuck all over with a knife, lying on the floor of the doorway, so that she had probably been awake and had struggled. The housekeeper's head completely smashed in. The old worn green wallet found empty. Maria's trunk not touched. The silver casing of her icon not touched. The thief had been in a hurry, a man familiar with the captain's affairs, come to take money only. If the owner had not come running, the logs would have flared up and quite certainly burned the house down, and it would have been difficult to learn the truth from charred corpses. The place had been rented for the captain and his sister personally by Mr. Stavrogin, Nikolai Vsevolodovich. He had been very insistent. The owner had been intending to make the house a tavern. Nikolai Vsevolodovich had spared no expense and handed him money for a year in advance. There's something behind this fire. Voices came from the crowd. Stories went on that the murdered woman was his wife, that yesterday, in a dishonest manner, he had lured to himself a young lady from the foremost house in town, that if his wife had been killed, it must have been so that he could marry the Drozdov girl. I remember thinking, shouldn't I send word to them at Skvoreshniki? I did not notice anyone especially inciting the crowd. I particularly remember one. Tall, lean fellow, a tradesman, haggard, curly-haired, as if smeared with soot. A locksmith, as I learned later. He was not drunk, but, in contrast to the gloomily standing crowd, seemed beside himself. What's this, brothers? Can it really be like this? All the while waving his arms. The fire is in people's minds. The feather bed is pulled through a window. The lawful wife is stuck all over on a vacant lot Stavrogin paid for in advance. The locksmith asks the only question the province will never answer cleanly. Fire as ideological arson. Zerakai burns because the province has already burned spiritually, literature and arson partners in the same quadrille. Quote, fire, all of Zerakai's in flames. Quote, I'm only waiting to see how this quadrille of literature turns out, and then to bed. Quote, I do not wish you much happiness. It would bore you. I do not wish you trouble either. But, following the people's philosophy, I will simply repeat, live more and try somehow not to be too bored. This useless wish I am adding on my own. Now, farewell, and a serious farewell. And don't stand by my door, I won't open it. A finished romance. Dark night of the soul. From the big reception room at Skvoreshniki, the fire was in full view. At dawn, towards 6, Liza stood at the last window on the right, looking at the dying glow, alone, in yesterday's light green festive dress, rumpled, hastily put on. She blushed, noticing the front not tightly fastened, snatched a red shawl from the armchair, threw it around her neck. Fluffy hair fell in disorderly curls onto her right shoulder. She leaned her hot forehead against the cold glass. Nikolai Vsevolodovich came in. I've sent a messenger on horseback. The servants say part of Zerakai near the embankment to the right from the bridge started before 12, going out now. He stopped 3 steps behind her. She did not turn. By the calendar, it ought to have been light an hour ago, and it's still like night. Every calendar doth lie. Then, ashamed of the platitude, it's boring to live by the calendar, Liza. She sat. We won't be together long. I want to say whatever I like. Why shouldn't you two? He took her hand almost timorously. You've started counting my mysterious phrases? And do you remember how yesterday, as I came in, I introduced myself as a dead person. You found it necessary to forget that. I don't remember. Liza, why a dead person? One must live. And you stopped short. I've lived my hour in the world, and enough. Do you remember Christopher Ivanovich? In Lausanne? He'd open the door and always say, "I've just come for a minute," and he'd sit for the whole day. I don't want to be like Christopher Ivanovich. Liza, I swear I love you more now than yesterday, when you came to me. What a strange confession. Why this yesterday and today, these two measures? We'll leave together this very day, right? Don't squeeze my hand so painfully. Where are we going to resurrect again? No, enough trying. And it's too slow for me. And I'm not able. It's too high for me. If we're to go, it should be to Moscow, to pay calls. That's my ideal, you know. Even in Switzerland, I didn't conceal from you how I am. Since it's not possible for us to go to Moscow and pay calls because you're married, there's no point in talking about it. What was it yesterday, then? It was what it was. That's impossible. That's cruel. So what if it's cruel? Just endure it. You're taking revenge on me for yesterday's fantasy. What base thought? Then why did you give me so much happiness? Do I have the right to know? No. Try doing without right somehow. When I was opening your door yesterday, you didn't even know who was coming in. Here it was precisely my fantasy alone. You can look everyone boldly and triumphantly in the eye. This happiness you're now talking about so frenziedly has cost me everything. How can I lose you now? I paid for it with life. Your own or someone else's. He got up quickly. Paid with your own life or with mine? That is what I wanted to ask. Lord, you're turning so pale. If you know anything, Liza, I swear that I do not. A bad dream and delirium. We were talking about two different things. Did you really not know yesterday that I would leave you today? Don't lie. I did, he uttered softly. So you reserved the moment for yourself. How can there be any score? When you opened my door yesterday, did you know yourself that you were opening it for 1 hour only? She looked at him with hatred. Can it be out of pride that a woman left you first? I am a young lady. My heart was brought up in the opera. It started there. That's the whole answer. 2 days ago, when I offended you before all the world, and you gave me such a chivalrous reply, I guessed at once that you were running away because you were married, not out of contempt. Then Pyotr Stepanovich jumped up and explained it all. You were being shaken by a great idea, before which he and I were utterly nothing. He wanted it to be the three of us together, the most fantastic things about a bark and maple oars from some Russian song. I praised him, said he was a poet, and he took it for pure gold. I'd known I'd never last more than a moment. Don't despise a foolish girl, or laugh at this little tear. I like terribly much to cry and pity myself. Pyotr came flying in a racing droshky with the news that Fedka had been in a hurry and the bodies had not burned, that Lipudin had kept Lebyadkin in a back closet for the platform, taken 200 on the sly, that the fire was high-handedness, a little idea of a fire ripening in him as national and popular, kept for a critical hour, and they decided it without orders. Suddenly you're a free widower and can marry a wonderful girl with enormous money already in your hands. Are you threatening me, foolish head? I need your goodwill. You are the light, the sun. And imagine Mavriky Nikolaevich by the garden fence, at the back corner, in his greatcoat, soaked through, must have been sitting there all night, waiting for Lizaveta Nikolaevna, of course. She will go out to him presently. Stavrogin laughed. I'm laughing at my ape. You brought her here only for my amusement? What else? And not to make me kill my wife? Uh-huh. But did you kill her, really? What a tragic man. It makes no difference. You killed her. If you came in a racing droshky, take her now to Mavriky. She said she couldn't stand me and was going to leave me, and she certainly won't accept my carriage. She guessed somehow during the night that I don't love her at all, which, of course, she's always known. Liza ran like a bird, not knowing where. Pyotr lagged 50 steps, then retreated through the gates to his droshky. She stumbled over a mound and fell. Mavriky's terrible cry from the field. He stood by her, tears streaming, took off his greatcoat with trembling hands to cover her crumpled, dirty festive dress. She touched his hand with her lips. Liza, I'm no good for anything, but don't drive me away from you. Oh, yes. Let's leave here quickly. Don't abandon me. I kept pretending I was brave in there. But here I'm afraid of death. I'll die very soon, but I'm afraid to die. I want to see the murdered ones first. I've heard they murdered his wife, and he says he murdered her himself, but it's not true. I myself want to see the ones who were murdered for me. Because of them, he stopped loving me last night. Don't forgive me, dishonorable as I am. Slap me in the face and kill me here in the field, like a dog. No one can be your judge now, Mavericky said firmly. God forgive you, and least of all will I be your judge. They walked arm in arm, quickly, half crazed, straight for the fire. A fine drizzle turned everything into one smoky, leaden, indifferent mass. It had long been day, yet it seemed dawn had still not come. Then out of the haze a figure, traveling fashion, greatcoat with sleeves, wide patent leather belt with a buckle, high new boots with trousers tucked in, wide-brimmed hat, worsted scarf, stick, an extremely small but exceedingly tightly packed valise, and an open umbrella in that same right hand. 3 objects awkward for the first half-mile, and simply heavy for the second. Lise. Cher, can it be that you two in such fog? Do you see a glow? Nous sommes tous malheureux, mais il faut les pardonner tous. He knelt on the sodden ground to bid farewell, in her image, to the whole of his past. There, a madman who dreamed of soaring up into the sky. Vingt-deux. Here, a crushed and chilled old tutor. Liza made a cross over him. You too, pray for poor Liza, just so a little, don't trouble yourself too much. Give his child back his umbrella. Their arrival at the fatal house was the moment the crowd had heard a good deal about Stavrogin and how it was profitable for him to kill his wife. The great majority went on listening silently. Only bawling drunkards and the arm-waving tradesmen lost control. I first noticed Liza far away in the crowd, tearing through without seeing, like someone escaped from a hospital. Someone yelled, "That's Stavrogin's woman." From the other side, they don't just kill, they also come and look. Suddenly a hand above her head, from behind, raised and lowered. Liza fell. Mavericky tore to her, struck the man between them. The tradesman seized him from behind with both arms. It seems Liza got up, but fell again from another blow. The crowd parted, a small empty circle around the prostrate Liza. Bloody, crazed Mavericky standing over her, shouting, weeping, wringing his hands. She was carried away, still alive, perhaps still conscious. From among the crowd, the tradesmen and another 3 were seized. The 3 have denied any participation, stubbornly insisting they were seized by mistake. Perhaps they are right. I gave evidence as a distant witness. Everything had happened to the highest degree by chance, through people who, though perhaps of certain inclination, had very little awareness, were drunk, and had already lost the thread. I'm still of that opinion. Fedka's knife, the operatic bark, the soaked greatcoat, the child's umbrella, the locksmith's hand. The finished romance is not a genre. It is a girl in yesterday's lace on a vacant lot. Quote, Liza, I swear I love you more now than yesterday, when you came to me. Quote, what a strange confession. Why this yesterday, and today, these 2 measures? Since it's not possible for us to go to Moscow and pay calls because you're married, there's no point in talking about it. The last decision. All is lost. Pyotr convinces the quintet that Shatov is a spy, a lie, and must be killed to bind the group together with blood. The denunciation that never was, the betrayal invented, so that terror can do its work. Shatov's blood is needed. Pyotr told Stavrogin earlier why. To bind them, to implicate everyone, to make escape impossible. Shigaliov says he will go around them. Lipudin follows yesterday's plan. The scapegoat is chosen not because he is guilty, but because he is necessary. The believers sacrificed so the unbelievers can share guilt. The group is terrified but obeys. The psychology of the totalitarian cell, individual conscience submerged in collective fear, each man watching the others and obliged to inform. No one leaves clean. Murder in extreme cases, but above all equality of guilt. The lawyer who will later defend an educated murderer by saying he is more developed is already rehearsed here. Development without God ends in blood brotherhood, and the blood is Shatov's. The murder is designed to implicate everyone, making escape impossible and loyalty enforced by shared guilt, the fresh blood for the sake of habit. They will weigh the body with stones and throw it in the pond. They will never speak of it again. They will belong to Pyotr forever. Stavrogin flashed his eyes when Pyotr spoke of needing Shadov's blood. The void almost roused to protest, then indifferent again. The young fanatic Urkel represents the new generation of true believers, those who will carry out orders without comprehension, mechanical devotion, the unfeeling of the murderers who could be present at Shadov's death without batting an eye. He is the future, not Shigaliov's theorist, but Pyotr's instrument. The decision is administrative, not passionate. Murder as organizational necessity, the same bustling efficiency that organized the Fate and the Quintet and the Suicide Note. Pyotr Stepanovich does not hate Shadov. He uses him, which is worse. He will shoot Shadov in the forehead himself, then rush to Kirilov for the note, then worry that Marie's midwife might hear. The demon as bureaucrat, catastrophe as schedule. Shadov, who has just experienced transcendent joy at the birth of his child, walks toward his death unknowing. The believer who accepted Stavrogin's son as his own, who found God in new life, who will be shot in the forehead between 7 and 8 in the evening. The tragic irony is deliberate. Redemption immediately extinguished, the child upstairs with the midwife while the father sinks in the third pond. Virginsky protests with absurd fervor. A trial, not hiding and falling on him. He'd rather be completely unhappy than a scoundrel. Pyotr answers with the invented denunciation. Shadov regards denunciation as civic deed. No happiness will prevail. Within a day he'll come to his senses and go and do it. Besides, what happiness is a wife come after 3 years to give birth to a Stavrogin child? Shigaliov says no one has seen the denunciation. Pyotr cries he has seen it. Virginsky harps protest. Pyotr is furious and says too much. Shadov is a Slavophil. That is one of the stupidest people. He spared him 100 times more than he was worth. But he ended by denouncing us. Only let anyone try slipping away now. None of you has the right to abandon the cause. You can kiss him if you like, but you have no right to betray the common cause on a word of honor. Only swine and people bought by the government act like that. The other sword is sharper than the government's. Shigaliov steps 3 steps toward him, methodical as always. He will go around them. The scapegoat is chosen not because he is guilty, but because he is necessary. The believers sacrificed so the unbelievers can share guilt. Murder as organizational necessity. The demon as bureaucrat. Catastrophe as schedule. Urkel will perform without batting an eye. Pyotr will shoot in the forehead himself. Marie's midwife may hear, and the child upstairs will lose its father in the same hour it gained one. They felt they had suddenly been caught like flies in the web of a huge spider, angry but quaking with fear. Many saw Pyotr Stepanovich that morning. Those who recalled it remembered him extremely excited. At 2 he ran by to Gaganov, a whole house full of visitors talking hotly. Pyotr talked most of all, always regarded among us as a garrulous student with a hole in his head, now reporting new details about Yulia Mikhailovna, inadvertently pricking vanities, letting slip that she knew Stavrogin's secret and had conducted the whole intrigue, that he himself had been in love with unfortunate Liza and had been so turned around that he had almost taken her to Stavrogin in a carriage. Yes, yes, gentlemen, it's all very well for you to laugh, but if only I'd known how it would end. To anxious inquiries about Stavrogin, he declared the catastrophe with Lebyadkin was, in his opinion, pure chance, the one to blame Lebyadkin himself, who displayed his money. Someone observed he had no business play acting, that he ate and drank and all but slept in Yulia Mikhailovna's house, and was now the first to besmirch her. I ate and drank not because I had no money, and I'm not to blame if I was invited there. Allow me to judge for myself how grateful I ought to be for that. The impression was in his favor. Granted, he's absurd and empty, but how is he to blame for Yulia Mikhailovna's follies? On the contrary, it appears he tried to stop her. Towards dusk, he penetrated to her with great difficulty. 3 weeks later she told me, with a shudder, that he had amazed her then beyond all measure. I suppose he simply frightened her with a threat of complicity if she decided to talk. Before 8, already quite dark on the outskirts in Faman Lane, in a small lopsided house, in Ensign Urkel's apartment, our people gathered in full complement. This strange boy could sit for 10 evenings in noisy company without saying a word, following the speakers with his child's eyes, a pretty, even intelligent face. He did not belong to the fivesome. They supposed he had special instructions along executive lines. It is now known that he had no instructions and hardly even understood his position. He simply bowed down before Pyotr Stepanovich. Had he met some prematurely depraved monster who under a socio-romantic pretext egged him on to found a band of robbers and ordered him, as a test, to kill and rob the first peasant he came upon, he would certainly have gone and obeyed. He had a sick mother somewhere to whom he sent half of his scanty pay, and how she must have kissed that poor blonde head. I enlarge upon him so much because I am very sorry for him. He brought tea with his own hand from his landlady's, in glasses on a tray, without bringing in the samovar or letting the serving woman enter. They had gone cowardly. The night fire, the Lebeadkins, the crowd's violence over Liza were surprises not envisioned in their program. They resolved to ask for a categorical explanation, and if he evaded once more, even to break up the fivesome and found a new secret society for the propaganda of ideas on the principles of equal rights and democracy. Pyotr arrived only at 8:30, hat in hand, refused tea, angry, stern, haughty. Before I open my mouth, you lay out your stuff. Liputin, voice trembling with offense. If it goes on like this, one could smash one's own head, sir. Oh, they're not at all afraid to smash their heads, but only for the common cause. What relation to the common cause do Mr. Stavrogin's little intrigues have? A murder has taken place. The police are aroused. By the string they'll find the ball. On the most prominent of our streets, Pyotr stopped and went into a tavern. Why here? This is a tavern. I want to have a beefsteak. For pity's sake, it's always full of people. Well, so what? But we'll be late. It's already 10 o'clock. One can never be late there. He took a private room. Liputin, irate, sat to one side and watched him eat. Half an hour passed, and more. Pyotr did not hurry, ate with relish, rang, demanded a different mustard, then beer, and said not a word. It was possible for him to do both things at once, to eat with relish and to be deep in thought. Liputin hated him so much that he could not tear himself away, something like a nervous fit. He counted every piece of steak the man sent into his mouth, hated him for the way he opened it, for the way he chewed, for the way he sucked savoringly on the fatter pieces, hated the beefsteak itself. Finally, things became confused in his eyes. He began to feel slightly dizzy. Heat and chill ran alternately down his spine. Tomorrow he will be the first on the spot, like a slave. Tonight he counts mustard. The spider eats. The flies watch the chewing. Quote, they felt they had suddenly been caught like flies in the web of a huge spider. They were angry, but quaking with fear. A traveler. B story. The catastrophe with Liza and the death of Marya Timofeevna produced an overwhelming impression on Shatov. I saw him that morning in passing. He seemed to me as if he were not in his right mind. He told me, incidentally, that the evening before, at around 9 o'clock, that is, some 3 hours before the fire, he had been at Marya Timofeevna's. He went in the morning to have a look at the corpses, but as far as I know, he did not give any evidence anywhere that morning. Meanwhile, towards the end of the day, a whole storm arose in his soul, and I believe I can say positively that there was a certain moment at dusk when he wanted to get up, go, and declare all. What this all was, he himself well knew. Of course, he would have achieved nothing, and would simply have betrayed himself. He had no proofs to expose the just committed evil doing, and what he did have were only vague guesses about it, which for him alone were equal to full conviction. But he was ready to ruin himself just in order to crush the scoundrels. His own words. Pyotr Stepanovich had in part correctly divined this impulse in him and knew he was running a great risk in postponing his new, terrible design until the next day. Here, as usual, there was on his part much presumption and disdain for all this trash, and for Shatov especially. He had long disdained Shatov for his tearful idiocy, as he had said about him while still abroad, and firmly trusted that he could handle such an uncle of a man. That is, not lose sight of him all that day and stop him at the first sign of danger. And yet the scoundrels were spared a little longer only through a completely unexpected, and by them, totally unforeseen circumstance. Somewhere between 7 and 8 in the evening, it was precisely the time when our people were gathered at Urkel's. Shadov, with a headache and a slight chill, was lying stretched out on his bed in the dark without a candle, tormented by perplexity, angry, deciding, and then unable to decide finally, and anticipating with a curse that anyhow it would all lead nowhere. Gradually he dozed off into a momentary light sleep, and in his dreams had something like a nightmare. He dreamed he was on his bed all tangled up in ropes, bound and unable to move, and meanwhile the whole house was resounding from a terrible knocking on the fence, on the gate, on his door in Kirilov's wing, so that the whole house was trembling, and some distant, familiar, but for him, tormenting voice was piteously calling him. He suddenly came to his senses and raised himself on his bed. To his surprise, the knocking on the gate continued, and though it was hardly as strong as it had seemed in his dream, it was rapid and persistent. He jumped up, opened the vent window, and stuck his head out. "Who's there?" he called, literally going stiff with fright. "If you are Shadov," the answer came sharply and firmly from below, "then please be so good as to announce directly and honestly whether you agree to let me in or not." Right enough, he recognized the voice. "Marie, is it you?" "It's me, Maria Shadov, and I assure you that I cannot keep the coachman any longer." "Wait, let me a candle." He rushed to look for matches. The matches, as usual on such occasions, refused to be found. He dropped the candlestick and candle on the floor, and as soon as the impatient voice came again from below, he abandoned everything and flew headlong down his steep stairway to open the gate. "Kindly hold the bag till I finish with this blockhead." She met him below and shoved into his hands a rather light, cheap canvas handbag with brass studs, of Dresden manufacture. And she herself irritably fell upon the coachman. "I venture to assure you that you are charging too much. If you drag me for a whole extra hour around your dirty streets, it's your own fault, because it means you yourself did not know where this stupid street and asinine house were. Be so good as to accept your 30 kopecks, and rest assured that you will not get any more. Little lady, wasn't it you who jabbed at Voznesensky Street? And this here is Bogoyavlensky. You just got my gelding all in a stew. Voznesensky, Bogoyavlensky. You ought to know all these stupid names more than I, since you're a local inhabitant. In any case, you can claim for me tomorrow at the Justice of the Peace. Here's another 5 kopecks." Shadov impetuously snatched out a 5-kopeck piece. "Be so good. I beg you, don't you dare do that." But the coachman started his gelding, and Shadov, seizing her by the hand, drew her through the gate. "Quick, Marie, quick. It's all trifles, and how soaked you are. Careful, there are steps up. Sorry there's no light. The stairs are steep. Hold on tighter. Thank God at last." Lighting up the closet, Maria Shadov took a cursory look around. "I was told you lived badly, but still I didn't think it was like this," she said squeamishly, and moved towards the bed. "Oh, I'm tired." And with a strengthless air, she sat on the hard bed. "Please put the bag down and take a chair yourself. I'll stay with you for a time, until I find work, because I know nothing here and have no money. But if I'm cramping you, be so good as to announce it to me, which is your duty if you're an honest man. I can still sell something tomorrow and pay at the hotel." Shadov simply started shaking all over. "No need, Marie, no need for the hotel." "What hotel? Why? He pressed his hands together imploringly. "Well, if it's possible to do without the hotel, it's still necessary to explain matters. Remember, Shadov, that you and I lived maritally in Geneva for 2 weeks and a few days. We separated 3 years ago, though without any special quarrel. But don't think I've come back to resume any of the former foolishness. I've come back to look for work, and if I come directly to this town, it's because it makes no difference to me. I did not come to repent of anything. Kindly don't think of that stupidity either." "Oh, Marie, there's no need at all. And if so, if you're developed enough to be able to understand that as well, then I'll allow myself to add that if I've now turned directly to you and come to your apartment, it's partly because I've always regarded you as far from a scoundrel, and perhaps a lot better than other blackguards." Her eyes flashed. She must have endured her share of one thing and another from certain blackguards. "And please rest assured that I was by no means laughing at you just now when I declare that you are good. I spoke directly, without eloquence, which besides I can't stand. However, it's all nonsense. I always hoped you'd be intelligent enough not to be a nuisance. Oh, enough, I'm tired." And she gave him a long, worn-out, tired look. Shadow stood facing her across the room, 5 steps away, and listened to her timidly, but somehow in a renewed way, with some never-seen radiance in his face. This strong and rough man, his fur permanently bristling, was suddenly all softness and brightness. Something unusual, altogether unexpected, trembled in his soul. 3 years of separation, 3 years of broken marriage, had dislodged nothing from his heart. And perhaps every day of those 3 years he had dreamed of her, the dear being who had once said to him, "I love you." Knowing Shadow, I can say for certain that he could never have admitted in himself even to dream that some woman might say "I love you" to him. He was wildly chaste and modest, considered himself terribly ugly, hated his face and his character, compared himself with some monster who was fit only to be taken around and exhibited at fairs. As a consequence of all that, he placed honesty above all things and gave himself up to his convictions to the point of fanaticism, was gloomy, proud, irascible, and unloquacious. But now this old being who had loved him for 2 weeks, he always believed that, a being he had always regarded as immeasurably above him, stood soaked in his closet and demanded that he not be a nuisance. Marie arrives pregnant with Stavrogin child, in labor, a stranger at the door. She arrives from the void, bearing the one thing the void cannot generate: new life, Stavrogin's son, the child who is not Shadow's and whom Shadow will accept as his own. The gloomy Slavophile is transformed by the mystery of new life. He helps her give birth, treats the child as his own, finds in the hour of labor what Kirillov seeks in suicide and Pyotr seeks in destruction, proof that something matters beyond the self. He who preached the Russian God as the nation's body now holds the body of a child and knows, for one night, that his theology was not abstraction but flesh. Irina Virginsky tends Marie. The midwife is with her. Upstairs life begins while downstairs the quintet plans death. The cruelest clock ticking towards 7 and 8 in the evening. Shadow accepts Marie without bitterness, accepts the child without calculation. This joy is immediately extinguished. Marie will send to ask where Shadow is. Pyotr will worry she might send again. Kirillov will write the lie. The birth and the murder braided so tightly that I cannot pretend the one cancels the other. Marie the traveler is incarnation against theorem. God enters through the stranger in labor, through Stavrogin's son accepted as Shadow's own, through active love in the face of betrayal. The Slavophile who preached the nation as the body of God now holds a body and knows his theology was flesh. Irina Virginsky tends. The midwife is upstairs. Downstairs the quintet plans, the cruelest clock. The birth does not cancel the pond or the pond the birth. New life is possible. The possessed will murder it. The child's cry may still outlast the shot if anyone remains who can hear. Urkel, sentimental, tender, and kindly, is perhaps the most unfeeling of the murderers gathered against Shadow. Little fanatics cannot understand service to an idea otherwise than by merging it with the person who expresses it, and can be present at the murder without batting an eye, having no personal hatred. Told to spy out Shadow's situation, he has enough instinctive cunning not to show curiosity when Shadow blurts that his wife has returned, though the surmise flashes that the fact is of great significance for the success of their undertaking. And so it was. This fact alone saved the blackguard from Shadow's intention and helped them get rid of him. It excited Shadow, unsettled him, deprived him of usual perspicacity and caution. Least of all could any notion of his own safety enter a head occupied by something quite different. He passionately believes Pyotr is going to run away the next day. It coincides so well with his suspicions. He sits in the corner, covers his face, goes on tiptoe to look at her. Lord, by tomorrow she'll be running a fever. She caught cold in the train, third class. Rain and storm, cape so light. Her bag tiny light shriveled, 10 pounds. How wasted. How much she's endured. Proud, that's why she doesn't complain. Irritated, it's the illness. How beautiful the oval of her face and this fluffy hair. And he hastens to look away, fearing to see anything but an unfortunate worn-out being in need of help. Oh, I'm tired, so tired. Her weak, strained voice. 80 kopecks in an old, tiny purse. Come to look for a position. Whimsical children with foreign dreams angry that Russia does not resemble them. He remembers promising to light the stove. The firewood is there. What about the veal? He covers her bare leg with his warm coat, remaining in a wretched old jacket, trying not to look. Active love against the void, and upstairs the child will be born, while downstairs the spider finishes weaving. The traveler brings incarnation. Urkel brings the schedule. Shadov's tenderness is the briefest light before the park and the pond. Quote, be glad, Irina Prokhorovna, this is a great joy. The mystery of the appearance of a new being, a great mystery and an inexplicable one. There were two, and suddenly there's a third human being, a new spirit, whole, finished, such as doesn't come from human hands. A new thought and a new love. It's even frightening. And there's nothing higher in the world. Quote, never will he go from me to the orphanage. He is my son, a toilsome night. All is lost. Virgin sky, in the course of the day, employed 2 hours in running around to see all our people and tell them that Shadov was certainly not going to denounce them because his wife had come back to him and a child had been born, and, knowing the human heart, it was impossible to suppose he could be dangerous at that moment. But, to his disconcertion, he found almost no one home except Urkel and Lyamshin. Urkel listened to him silently, gazing serenely into his eyes, and to the direct question, would he go at 6 o'clock or not, replied, with the most serene smile, that of course he would. Lyamshin was in bed, apparently quite seriously sick, with his head wrapped in a blanket. When Virginsky came in, he got scared, and, as soon as he began to speak, suddenly started waving his hands from under the blanket, pleading to be left alone. However, he listened to everything about Shadov. For some reason, the news that no one was home struck him greatly. It also turned out that he already knew, through Lipyudin, about Fedka's death, and hurriedly and incoherently told Virginsky about it himself, thereby striking him in his turn. And to Virginsky's direct question, should we go or not, he again started pleading, waving his hands, that he was not concerned, knew nothing, and to leave him alone. Virginsky returned home, dispirited and greatly alarmed. What made it hard for him was that he also had to conceal it from his family. He was used to revealing everything to his wife, and had it not been for a new thought, a certain new, conciliatory plan for further action which lit up in his inflamed brain at that moment, he might have taken to his bed like Lyamshin. But the new thought strengthened him. What's more, he even began waiting impatiently for the time, and set out for the gathering place even earlier than necessary. It was a very dark place at the end of the huge Stavrogin Park. Afterwards, I went there on purpose to have a look. How dismal it must have seemed on that harsh autumn evening. It was the edge of an old forest preserve. In the darkness, huge, century-old pines loomed as dark and dim shapes. It was so dark that it was almost impossible for them to make each other out from 2 steps away, but Pyotr Stepanovich, Lipyudin, and then Urkel brought lanterns with them. In time immemorial, no one knew why or when a rather ridiculous sort of grotto had been built there from wild, unhewn stones. The table and benches inside the grotto had long since rotted and fallen apart. About 200 paces to the right was the tip of the park's 3rd pond. These 3 ponds, starting right from the house, followed one another, stretching over half a mile, right to the end of the park. It was hard to suppose that a noise, a cry, or even a shot could reach the inhabitants of the abandoned Stavrogin house. Since Nikolai Vsevolodovitch's departure the day before, and with the absence of Alexei Yegoryk, There were no more than 5 or 6 inhabitants left in the whole house, of an invalid sort, so to speak. In any case, one could suppose with almost full probability that even if screams and cries for help were to be heard by one of these secluded inhabitants, they would evoke only fear, but not one of them would stir from their warm stoves and warmed-up benches to help. At 20 minutes past 6, almost everyone except Urkel, who had been dispatched to bring Shadov, turned out to have gathered. This time Pyotr Stepanovich did not tarry. He arrived with Tolkachenko. Tolkachenko was scowling and preoccupied. All his affected and insolently boastful resolution had vanished. He almost never left Pyotr Stepanovich's side and seemed to have become boundlessly devoted to him. He kept coming at him, frequently and fussily, with his whisperings, but the latter scarcely replied or vexedly muttered something to get rid of him. Shigaliov and Virginsky arrived even somewhat earlier than Pyotr Stepanovich, and at his arrival immediately drew somewhat apart in profound and obviously deliberate silence. Pyotr Stepanovich raised his lantern and looked them over with unceremonious and insulting attentiveness. "They want to talk," flashed in his head. "No Lyamsin?" He asked Virginsky, who said he was sick. "I'm here," Lyamshin responded, suddenly stepping from behind a tree. He was wearing a warm coat and was tightly wrapped in a plaid, so that it was hard to make out his physiognomy even with a lantern. "So, just know Lipyudin?" And Lipyudin silently came out of the grotto. Pyotr Stepanovich again raised the lantern. "Why were you hiding in there? Why didn't you come out?" "I suppose we all retain the right to freedom of our movements," Lipyudin began to mutter, though probably not quite understanding what he wished to express. "Gentlemen," Pyotr Stepanovich raised his voice, breaking the half-whisper for the first time, which produced its effect. "You understand very well, I believe, that there's no point in us smearing it around anymore. Everything was said and chewed over yesterday, directly and definitely. But perhaps, as I can see by your physiognomies, someone would like to state something. If so, I ask you to be quick. Devil take it, we don't have much time. Urkel may bring him any moment." "He's certain to bring him," Tolkachenko put in for some reason. "If I'm not mistaken, the handing over of the press will take place first?" Lipyudin inquired, again as if not understanding why he was asking the question. "Well, of course, there's no point in losing things. But we did all agree yesterday that we needn't actually take it. Let him just show you the spot where he buried it. We'll dig it up later ourselves. I know it's somewhere 10 paces from some corner of the grotto. But, devil take it, how could you forget, Lipyudin? It was agreed that you'd meet him alone, and we'd come out only after that. It's strange you're asking, or was it just so?" Lipyudin kept gloomily silent. Everyone fell silent. The wind swayed the tops of the pines. "I trust, however, gentlemen, that everyone will do his duty," Pyotr Stepanovich broke off impatiently. "I know that Shadov's wife came and gave birth to a child." Virginsky suddenly started to speak, excitedly, hurriedly, barely enunciating the words and gesticulating. "Knowing the human heart, we can be sure that he won't denounce us now, because he's in happiness. And so I called on everyone earlier and found no one home. And so maybe there's no need for anything now." He stopped. His breath failed him. "If you, Mr. Virginsky, should suddenly become happy," Pyotr Stepanovich made a step towards him, "would you put off, not a denunciation, no one's talking about that, but some risky civic deed, which you had been planning before your happiness, and which you considered your duty and responsibility, in spite of the risk and the loss of your happiness?" "No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't put it off for anything," Virginsky said with some terribly absurd fervor, his body moving all over. "You'd sooner wish to become unhappy again than be a scoundrel?" Yes, even completely the opposite. I'd rather be a complete scoundrel. No, I mean not a scoundrel at all, but the opposite, completely unhappy, than be a scoundrel. Let it be known to you, then, that Shadov regards this denunciation as his civic deed, his highest conviction, and the proof is that he himself is running some risk before the government, though much will certainly be forgiven him for the denunciation. Such a man will never retract. No happiness will prevail. Within a day, he'll come to his senses, reproach himself, and go and do it. Besides, I don't see any happiness in the fact that his wife has come to him, after 3 years, to give birth to a Stavrogen child. But no one has seen the denunciation, Shigaliov said suddenly and emphatically. I have seen the denunciation, cried Pyotr Stepanovich. It exists, and all this is terribly stupid, gentlemen. And Virgin Sky suddenly boiled up. I protest. I protest with all my strength. This is what I want. I want, when he gets here, for us all to come out and ask him. If it's true, then make him repent, and if it's word of honor, then let him go. In any case, a trial with a trial, and not all of us hiding and then falling on him. After the shot, they set out by twos on different routes. Lipudin overtook Pyotr almost midway. Pyotr Stepanovich, Lyamshin's sure to denounce us. No, he'll come to his senses and realize that if he denounces us, he'll be the first to go to Siberia. Nobody will denounce us now. You won't either. And you? No question, I'll have you all tucked away the minute you make a move to betray, and you know it. But you won't betray anything. Is that why you ran more than a mile after me? Pyotr Stepanovich, we may never see each other again. What gives you that idea? Tell me just one thing. Well, what? I wish you'd clear off, though. One answer, but the right one. Are we the only fivesome in the world? Or is it true that there are several hundred fivesomes? I'm asking in a lofty sense, Pyotr Stepanovich. I can see that by your frenzy. And do you know that you're more dangerous than Lyamshin, Lipudin? I know, but your answer. What a foolish man you are. One would think it should make no difference now. 1 fivesome or 1,000. So it's 1. I just knew it. Lipudin cried out. I knew all along it was 1, right up to this very moment. And without waiting for any other reply, he turned and quickly vanished into the darkness. Pyotr Stepanovich pondered a little. No one will denounce us, he said resolutely. But the crew must remain a crew and obey. Otherwise What trash these people are, though. He first stopped at his place and neatly, unhurriedly, packed his suitcase. The express train was leaving at 6 o'clock in the morning. This early express train came only once a week and had been scheduled very recently, just as a trial for the time being. Though Pyotr Stepanovich had warned our people that he was supposedly going to the district capital, his intentions, as it turned out later, were quite different. After finishing with the suitcase, he settled accounts with the landlady, whom he had notified ahead of time, and moved in a hired carriage to Urkel's place, which was near the station. And only after that, at approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, did he go to Kirilov's, where he again penetrated through Fedka's secret passage. The state of Pyotr Stepanovich's mind was terrible. Apart from other discontents quite important for him, he was still unable to find out anything about Stavrogen. He had, it seems, for I cannot confirm it with certainty, received during the course of the day, from somewhere, most likely Petersburg, secret notification of a certain danger awaiting him in the near future. Of course, there are now a great many legends going around town about that time. But even if something is known with certainty, it is known only to those who ought to know of it. And I simply suppose, in my own opinion, that Pyotr Stepanovich might have had doings elsewhere than in our town, so that he might indeed have received notifications. I am even convinced, contrary to Lipudin's cynical and desperate doubt, that he could indeed have had 2 or 3 fivesomes besides ours in the capitals, for instance, or, if not fivesomes, then connections and relations, perhaps even very curious ones. No more than 3 days after his departure, an order from the capital was received in our town for his immediate arrest. For what actual doings, ours or some others, I do not know. The order arrived just in time to increase the staggering, almost mystical sense of fear that took possession of our authorities and our hitherto stubbornly frivolous society on the discovery of the mysterious and highly portentous murder of the student Shadov. A murder that filled the measure of our absurdities and of the extremely enigmatic circumstances that accompanied this event. But the order came too late. Pyotr Stepanovich was already in Petersburg by then, under an assumed name, and from there, having sniffed out what was going on, he instantly slipped abroad. But I'm getting terribly far ahead of myself. Shadov is lured to the park under the pretext of retrieving the printing press. The believer who trusted, who hoped, who walked into darkness because the quintet still contained men he once called comrades. The trap is simple because evil often is. The toilsome night is toilsome for the victim, not the murderer. Liputin whistles back. Lyamshin steps from behind a tree. The park in the direction of the pond. Yesterday's plan executed with the patience of men who have already surrendered conscience. The group attacks. Pyotr shoots Shadov in the forehead. A cold, ugly, non-heroic act. The same shot that will be attributed to Kirilov's suicide note. The same bullet that binds the cell in blood. Shadov dies believing, or trying to believe, to the last. His Slavophile passion ends in the Skvoreshniki pond. He died. Kirilov will cry out when Pyotr tells him. The man God who wanted to become God, through suicide learning that another man's death is worth less than a chicken dinner. They weigh the body with stones and throw it in the pond. Virginsky bending under the weight at the very edge, the third pond where no one walks at such a late time of year. 3 ponds starting from the house, following one another, Shadov's body in the last, the child in the room above. Pyotr rushes to Kirilov to obtain the suicide note, taking blame for the murder. The man God reduced to scribe. The theorem turned to alibi. Pyotr eats chicken while he waits for the shot. Kirilov says it makes no difference to him. He will write that he quarreled with Shadov over betrayal. Urkel performs his role with mechanical devotion. The child born in the previous hour loses its father. Shadov's joy lasted one night. I do not say the joy was insufficient. I show what they did to it. And I still do not know whether the child's cry outlasts the shot, whether Stepan's conversion on the road answers Shadov's death in the park. The printing press is bait, the park is trap, the third pond is terminus. Virginsky bends under the weight at the edge. Lyamshin steps from behind a tree. Urkel performs without batting an eye. Kirilov's cry, he died, is the man God discovering that another man's death is worth less than the chicken Pyotr eats while waiting for the shot that will forge the note. Birth upstairs, body in the last of 3 ponds. The midwife does not know. Marie will send to ask. The lie will be written. I, reconstructing later, still do not fully comprehend what I witnessed. The fog is the method of the telling, not its failure. Quote, best of all is to regard yourself as Columbus and look at me as a mouse, and not be offended at me. Quote, he died. You killed him. And I foresaw it yesterday. The last peregrination of Stepan Trofimovich. Finale/theme restated. Stepan Trofimovich's flight, his encounter with the Russian people, the gospel woman, and his deathbed conversion. The liberal father who incarnated reproach while losing at cards finally incarnates something genuine. Flight from the salon to the road, from aestheticism to the Sermon on the Mount, from Laodicean lukewarmness to the recognition that he and his generation are the Gadarene swine who must drown so Russia may be healed. This is the counter-movement to Pyotr's bustle. Not organization, but pilgrimage. Not destruction, but confession. Not the quintet, but the gospel seller. Stepan Trofimovich is granted the death the fathers deserve and the son denies, a death that is also birth. Stepan runs from the chaos, seeking Russia, not the salon, but the road, the people, the gospel. Cher Ami, I have moved from my place at 25 years and suddenly set out where I do not know. His flight is comic and sacred at once. The civic poseur who trumps majestically at whist now walks the muddy roads with a gospel seller. Finally, leaving Vervara's protection for the nation he claimed to serve and never knew. Anton V will beg permission to visit set Cher Amy and be refused. Stepan will not return to Skvoreshniki. The circuit is broken, the patronage ended, the cards laid down forever. Sofia Matveevna, the gospel seller, reads him the Sermon on the Mount and the letter to the Laodiceans, neither cold nor hot. The simple woman who becomes his confessor and his nurse, who represents the Nerad the intelligentsia despised and forgot. She is not educated. She is faithful. She reads scripture while Stepan weeps for the first time without performing tears. In her the people carry the gospel, even when the intelligentsia carry Shigaliov's notebook. faith without theory, road without salon. Stepan realizes his life was a lie of aestheticism, rich in ideas, poor in faith, incarnating a reproachable civic idea while playing cards and living off patronage. He confesses his love for God, not as pose, but as penitence. He identifies himself, his son Pyotr, and the others as the swine from the gospel, possessed by devils, rushing off the cliff so Russia may be healed. Pushkin's epigraph becomes personal confession, perhaps first at the head, insane and raging, all drowned, and good riddance, because that's the most we're fit for. But the sick man will be healed, the healed man who sits clothed and in his right mind while the herd drowns. Stepan names himself among the herd, so the healed man might exist. He recognizes his lukewarm life, the divine nausea provoked by those who are neither cold nor hot, who would be spurred out of the mouth of God. His generation signed protests without knowing against what, entertained radicals while despising the people, bred sons who would burn the house down. Lukewarmness is the sin condemned above all others, worse than Kirilov's cold theorem, worse than Pyotr's hot destruction, because it opens the door and calls a ventilation. The liberal father dies a Christian, having finally incarnated something genuine, not the civic idea, but the recognition of its failure, not beauty in the abstract, but the gospel read aloud on the road. Stepan Trofimovitch's arc is the spiritual hope, the possessed who chooses to drown rather than continue possession. He dies, Pyotr lives, Stavrogin hangs, but Stepan's death is the only one that purchases something beyond itself. Many tout ma vie, I have lied all my life, is Stepan Trofimovitch's true civic role at last. Not the persecuted exile, not the Kukulnik patriarch under the lilac, but the penitent who understood the turned cheek and, understanding it, understood his own lifelong lie. His profession de foi, immortality necessary because God will not extinguish the fire of love once kindled, love higher than being. If there is God, then I am immortal, arrives after the gospel on the road, after Sofia Matveyevna, after Laodicea, and Varvara Petrovna, not quite understanding, implores him to give up his silliness at least once in his life. He wishes to see Petrusha, and all of them, and Shatov, not knowing Shatov is already in the pond. The one constant thought that there exists something immeasurably more just and happy than I fills him with immeasurable tenderness and glory. The whole law of human existence consists in nothing other than a man's always being able to bow before the immeasurably great. If people are deprived of the immeasurably great, they will not live and will die in despair. Long live the great thought. Even the stupidest man needs at least something great. Petrusha, they don't know that they too have in them the same eternal great thought. Dr. Saul's fish disperses the gathering. Stepan dies 3 days later, completely unconscious, quietly going out like a burnt-down candle. Varvara transfers the body to Skvoroshniki. The grave is within the churchyard under a marble slab. Sofia Matveyevna seems to have settled with her for good. The circuit of patronage ends in a churchyard. The cards are laid down. The swine has chosen to drown, and the great thought, which the fathers played at and the sons abolished, returns on the road as prayer. On the high road, he walks beside a peasant cart, a sturdy wench of 27 on a stuffed sack, a strapping peasant of 40 with a reddish beard, a red cow tied by the horns behind, and mutters French reassurances to himself. A woman and a peasant say trace rassurant. A cow tied behind say rassurant au plus au degre. They stare at him as the most mysterious object on the road. He drops behind next to the cow. They ask what sorts he is from. He answers moi c'est autre chose. They decide he is from gentlefolk. They offer a lift for 50 kopecks. He climbs on his sack and thinks how amazing that he walked next to this cow so long without asking to ride. This real life has something rather characteristic about it. Why did he run with his feet and not drive off in a carriage? At first I explained it by 50 years of impracticality. Traveling by post with bells too simple and prosaic. Pilgrimage with an umbrella much more beautiful and vengefully amorous. Now I suppose it was simpler. He was afraid Varvara Petrovna might get wind of the carriage and hold him back by force. And he would certainly have submitted, and then goodbye forever to the great idea. And to travel by post, one must at least know where one is going, but to know this constituted his chief suffering. If he decided upon some town, the undertaking would instantly become absurd. What was he going to do precisely in this town, and not in some other? To look for C. Marchand? But what Marchand? There is nothing more dreadful for him than C. Marchand, whom he had so suddenly set off headlong in search of, and whom he was quite certainly afraid most of all to find in reality. No, better simply the high road, just simply to go out to it and go down it and not think of anything for as long as it was possible not to think. A high road is something very, very long, which one sees no end to, like human life, like the human dream. There's an idea in the high road. Traveling by post is the end of any idea. Vive la grande route, and then it's whatever God sends. After the meeting with Liza, he went on in even greater self-abandon. The high road passed within a quarter-mile of Skvoreshniki. Strangely, he did not even notice at first how he had come upon it. A drizzling rain kept stopping and starting. He did not notice the rain, either, nor how he had shouldered his bag. A half or three-quarters of a mile. Then he stopped. Ahead the old black, deeply rutted road stretched in an endless thread, planted out with willows. To the right a bare place, fields harvested long ago. To the left bushes and woods. Far away the faintly noticeable line of the railroad running obliquely, with the smoke of some train, but the sound could no longer be heard. He placed his bag against a willow, sat, felt a chill, wrapped himself in a plaid. Noticing the rain, opened the umbrella. Lise, and C. Maurice with her. Strange people. But what was this strange fire? And who was murdered? I suppose Stacy hasn't had time to find anything out yet, and is still waiting for me with coffee. Cards? Did I ever lose people at cards? Oh my God, and Fedka? He started up in fright. And what if this Fedka is sitting here somewhere behind a bush? I'll tell him the whole truth, that I am to blame, and I'll give him my purse. Hachem, j'ai en tout 40 roubles, il prendra les roubles et il me tuera tout de même. And the cottage pancakes appeared, those well-known peasant pancakes, thin, half wheat, with hot fresh butter poured over them. How rich and how delicious they are. If only one could have un doit dodavai. 5 kopecks worth? Five, untau petit rain, with a blissful little smile. Ask a peasant to fetch a little vodka, and his usual calm cordiality transforms into a sort of hasty, joyful obligingness, almost a family solicitude. Someone go to get vodka, though only you're going to drink it, not he, feels all the same some part of your future gratification. In 3 or 4 minutes, a half-pint bottle and a large greenish glass. And all that for me. I've always had vodka, but I never knew 5 kopecks worth was so much. He poured a glass, rose, and with a certain solemnity crossed the room to the black-browed wench who had so pestered him with questions on the way. She drank politely, in 3 sips, as women do, with a show of great suffering on her face, handed the glass back and bowed. He pompously returned her bow and went back even with a look of pride. My knowledge of how to handle the people is perfect, I always told them so. Then a woman's soft voice. Would you like to buy? Une dame et elle en avait l'air pas tirti, modeste, town fashion dark dress, big grekerchief, something very affable. 2 handsomely bound books with crosses stamped on the covers. 35 kopecks each. Je n'ai rien contre l'évangile. Il veut l'on wanted tout rired. It flitted through him that he had not read the gospel for at least 30 years, and had merely recalled a bit of it perhaps 7 years ago only from Rena's La Vie de Jesus. He pulled out his 4 10-ruble bills, all he had. Onisim Ivanov, old-time household serf, exclaimed his name. Sweat stood out on his forehead. I made a wager, as Englishmen do, that I could get there on foot. Onisim settled the peasants. Not really a teacher, a great scholar, lived 22 years with the full general's widow, Stavrogin, in place of the chiefest man in the house. Used to leave 50 or 100 rubles of an evening in the gentleman's club. Counselor, same as a lieutenant colonel. Sophia Matvina Yulitin, 34, widow, husband to sub-lieutenant risen from sergeant major. Killed at Sebastopol. She had stayed as a sister of mercy, then lived in various places. now going around selling the gospel. For years in a noble house, she had picked up a little French from the children. She sat down beside him and opened the book. You read beautifully. He interrupted at the very first line. I was not mistaken. She read the Sermon on the Mount. Assez, assez, mon enfant, enough. You can't think that that is not enough. He closed his eyes strengthlessly. My friend, I've been lying all my life. Even when I was telling the truth. I never spoke for the truth, but only for myself. I knew that before, but only now do I see. The most difficult thing in life is to live and not lie, and not believe one's own lie. Read me something more, just so. Don't choose wherever your eye falls, wherever it opens. And to the angel of the church in Laodicea, write. What? What is that? From where? It's from the Apocalypse. Oh, je m'en souviens. Oui, l'Apocalypse. Lie says, I want to divine our future by the book. I know your works. You are neither cold nor hot. Would that you were cold or hot. So, because you are lukewarm and neither cold nor hot, I will spew you out of my mouth. For you say, I am rich, I have prospered, and I need nothing, not knowing that you are wretched, pitiable, poor, blind, and naked. That is in your book. I never knew that great place. Do you hear? Sooner cold than lukewarm. Oh, I'll prove to them. Only don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. No, I won't leave you, Stepan Trofimovich. I'll never leave you, sir. Now read me one more passage about the swine. C'est cochon. I remember. Demons entered into the swine, and they all drowned. I want to recall it literally. She found in Luke the same passage I have placed as an epigraph to my chronicle. My friend, this wonderful and extraordinary passage has been a stumbling block for me all my life, so that I have remembered this passage ever since childhood. And now a thought has occurred to me. Uncomparison. It's exactly like our Russia. These demons who come out of sick man and enter into swine. It's all the sores, all the miasmas, all the uncleanness, all the big and little demons accumulated in our great and dear sick man, in our Russia, for centuries. Oui, c'est Russie que j'aimais toujours. But a great will and a great thought will descend to her from on high, as upon that insane demoniac, and out will come all these demons, and they will beg of themselves to enter into swine. And perhaps they already have. It is us, and them, and Petrusha, et les autres avec lui, and I perhaps first at the head. Varvara Petrovna arrived like a general. She sat Sophia down. If you lie or hold anything back, I'll dig you up out of the ground. What sort of bird are you? Beginning with Sebastopol. I like people who look straight and argue with me. He was telling for a long time about some black-haired noble lady, very much in love with him all her life, a whole 20 years, but she didn't dare open her heart and was ashamed before him, because she was very portly, ma'am. Fool! Did he offer you his hand? That's nearly how it was, ma'am. Only I took it all for nothing, on account of his illness. Let it be known to you, Sophia Matveyevna, that he is the paltriest, the emptiest little man. Do you take me for some vile creature? How could that be, ma'am, seeing you yourself are weeping? She patted her on the cheek. Only it's a pity you're a fool. Too great a fool for your years. I'm buying all your books, and you can stay here. After all, if I hadn't come, you wouldn't have left him, would you? I wouldn't have left him for anything, ma'am. Dr. Salzfish, a venerable old man who had recently lost his official position as the result of some ambitious quarrel with his superiors, announced the sufferer's condition quite doubtful, a complication. One must expect even all the worst. She who in 20 years had grown unaccustomed even to thinking that anything serious and decisive could proceed from Stepan Trofimovich personally turned pale. She sent for a priest. Knowing his convictions, she greatly feared a refusal. Nonsense, nonsense. This is no time for mischief. Enough foolery. But am I really so ill? He confessed and took communion quite willingly. Everyone, including Sophia Matveyevna and even the servants, came to congratulate him. Everyone to a man wept restrainedly, looking at his pinched and worn-out face and his pale, quivering lips. We, Amias Amos, and I'm only surprised that you are fussing so. Tomorrow I'll probably get up and we'll set off. Father, she begged, stay with the sick man. As soon as tea has been served, start talking immediately about things divine to bolster his faith. In our sinful times, the priest began smoothly, a cup of tea in his hands. Faith in the Most High is the only refuge. Mon père, je vous remercie, et vous êtes bien bon. Mais, non, non, no mais etiol. Father, this is the sort of man, he'll have to be reconfessed again in an hour. That's the sort of man he is. My friends, Stepan said, God is necessary for me, if only because he is the one being who can be loved eternally. He dies 3 days after the great thought speech, quietly, like a burnt-down candle. Ververa tends him alone once he loses consciousness, then transfers the body to Skvoreshniki. Sophia Matveyevna settles with her for good. The circuit of patronage ends in a churchyard under a marble slab. The inscription and railing left till spring. He wished to see Petrusha and Shadov, not knowing the one had escaped and the other was in the pond. The Laodicean verdict and the Gadarene confession converge. Lukewarmness opened the door. The swine must drown. The sick man may sit at the feet of Jesus. Quote, and I, perhaps, first, at the head, and we will rush, insane and raging, from the cliff down in the sea, and all be drowned, and good riddance to us, because that's the most we're fit for. But the sick man will be healed, and sit at the feet of Jesus. Quote, neither cold nor hot. Would that you were cold or hot. So, because you are lukewarm, I will spew thee out of my mouth. Conclusion. Final image. Kirilov's suicide is a scene of Gothic horror. Pyotr waits while Kirilov screams and shoots himself, signing the false confession, becoming a martyr for a lie he did not commit. The man-god dies to prove a theorem. The theorem is stolen for a murderer's alibi. Atheist apotheosis reduced to Pyotr's paperwork. Kirilov tells Pyotr to look at him as a mouse and not be offended. Pyotr eats the chicken anyway. The reductio ad absurdum of unlimited self-will. Theology digested while the theologian dies on the sofa. Pyotr flees to Petersburg under an assumed name, successful in his destruction. Pure evil often survives, the order for his arrest arriving too late, the ape of Stavrogin achieving every goal except making Stavrogin his idol. He slips abroad while Shadov is in the pond and Kirilov is on the floor. The bustling demon escapes to organize elsewhere, perhaps arranging first trial runs in other towns before the capital. The horror is not that he is unique, but that he is reproducible. The cell logic exportable, the Nechayev affair, not exception but prototype. Stavrogin writes to Daria, admitting he has no strength, cannot love, cannot kill himself heroically, cannot believe, cannot even hate consistently. The letter is the void's autobiography, written to the one woman who might have saved him and whom he will not follow to Switzerland because salvation would require wanting to be saved. He does not tell her about Matryoshka. The suppressed confession and the letter together map the void's two faces, provocation and withdrawal, both refusing life. He does not go to Switzerland with Daria. He hangs himself in the loft, a closed, airless space mirroring the suffocation of his inner life. No signs of insanity, a rational act of a soul that has consumed itself. The verdict of the authorities that his evil was lucid, not pathological. Tikhon predicted he would commit a new crime to avoid the shame of publication. The loft is that crime. The hanging not repentance for Matryoshka, but the final refusal of forgiveness on terms not his own. I record the wreckage. The town traumatized, the conspirators scattered, the demons drowned but at terrible cost. I narrate with bewildered devotion to Stepan Trofimovich, unable to fully comprehend what I witnessed. And that limitation is the method of the telling, the fog of possession through which competing voices sound until the swine rush off the cliff. I will not enter Stavrogin's or Pyotr's interior. I will love Stepan to the end. And in that partial love, partial sight, we remain inside the epidemic together. He died. Kirilov cries when Pyotr tells him, "You killed him. And I foresaw it yesterday. How could you not foresee it?" With this revolver, he pulls it out, ostensibly to show it, after which he does not put it away. Shadov was preparing a denunciation. I was watching him. There was no way to let it go at that. Keep still. You did it because he spat in your face in Geneva. For that, and for other things. For many other things, though without any malice. Kirilov snatches his revolver from the windowsill, loaded and ready since morning. Pyotr positions himself and aims. Confess, scoundrel, that you took out the revolver because I'm going to shoot you. But I'm not going to shoot you. Kirilov aims as if trying it out, as if unable to deny himself the pleasure of imagining how it would be to shoot him. Pyotr is biding his time until the last moment without pulling the trigger, running the risk of getting a bullet in his own head first. The maniac finally lowers his arm, gasping and trembling. We've had our play, and that's enough. Pyotr sits rather calmly on the sofa and pours himself some tea, though with a slightly trembling hand. I won't write that I killed Shadov, and I won't write anything now. There won't be any document. What meanness and what foolishness. Pyotr turns green. Let me tell you that you haven't caught me unawares. If I could force you, I would. You asked us for money that time and made a whole cartload of promises. Only I still won't leave without the result. I'll still see at least how you blow your head off. I want you to leave here now. No, sir, that I won't. You might decide now, from spite and cowardice, to put it all off and go and denounce us tomorrow. I won't leave before I've blown your brains out with this revolver, like that scoundrel Shadov's, if you turn coward. You absolutely want to see my blood, too? It's not out of malice. It makes no difference to me. It's so as not to worry about our cause. One can't rely on people. I don't understand a thing about your fantasy of killing yourself. I didn't think it up for you. You yourself announced it to the members abroad. You put yourself in such a position that you now know too much. You committed yourself. You gave your word. You took the money. I'm sorry for Shadov. Kirilov says, stopping. Quiet, scoundrel. I'll kill you. Well, so I lied. I agree. I'm not sorry at all. I won't put it off. I want to kill myself precisely now. Men are all scoundrels. Fool, I am a scoundrel the same as you, as all of them, not a decent man. There has not been a decent man anywhere. If you shoot yourself, you'll become God. Is that right? Yes, I will become God. You are a political crook and intriguer. You want to bring me down to philosophy and ecstasy and produce a reconciliation to disperse wrath and, once I'm reconciled, to extort a note that I killed Shadov. Well, suppose I'm such a scoundrel. Only in these last minutes, what difference does it make? All my life, I did not want it to be only words. This is why I lived. God is necessary and therefore must exist. But I know that he does not and cannot exist. Don't you understand that a man with these two thoughts cannot go on living? Don't you understand that a man can shoot himself for that alone? Stavrogin was also eaten by an idea. If Stavrogin believes, he does not believe that he believes. And if he does not believe, he does not believe that he does not believe. Devil take it. He won't shoot himself, Pyotr thinks. The swinishness is that he believes in God worse than any priest. Pyotr takes the candle, shoves the door, thrusts out the revolver. No one is in the room. Against the wall, to the right of the wardrobe, Kirilov is standing very strangely. Motionless, drawn up, his arms flat at his sides, his head raised, the back of his head pressed hard to the wall, in the very corner, as if he wished to conceal and efface all of himself. The pallor of his face is unnatural. The black eyes are completely immobile. Pyotr moves the candle from up to down, lighting the face from all points. Suddenly he fancies that Kirilov's chin moved, and a mocking smile seemed to flit over his lips. He seizes Kirilov hard by the shoulder. Then something so hideous and quick that afterwards Pyotr Stepanovich could never bring his recollections into any kind of order. Kirilov knocks the candle from his hands. A terrible pain in the little finger of the left hand. 3 blows with the revolver on the head of the man who has leaned to him and bitten his finger. Terrible shouts come flying after him. Now, 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 now. 10 times or so. Then a loud shot. He gropes for matches in the kitchen, the box he glimpsed when he ran down to fall upon Fedka. Near the window with the open vent, feet towards a right-hand corner, lies the corpse. The shot has gone into the right temple. The bullet has come out higher up on the left side, piercing the skull. Spatters of blood and brains. The revolver remains in the suicide's hand. Death must have occurred instantly. Pyotr glances at the document on the table, grins mechanically, and tiptoes out through Fedka's passage. Exactly at 10 minutes to 6 at the railway station, he and Urkel stroll along the cars. The first bell has already rung. You look so openly at everybody. I shouldn't be hiding yet. It's too soon. I'm only afraid the devil may send Lipudin. You haven't turned coward too, Urkel? I'm trusting in you more than all the rest. They're all bound by yesterday now. Who would face obvious ruin, unless he's lost his mind? But Pyotr Stepanovich, they will lose their minds. The man-god dies in a corner like wax. The ape eats tea with a trembling hand and catches the second bell. The theorem is a sheet of paper on a table. The mouse has bitten the finger that will sign nothing else. Stavrogin writes to Daria, admitting he has no strength, cannot love, cannot kill himself heroically, cannot believe. He does not go to Switzerland. He hangs himself in the loft. The strong silk cord, prepared and chosen beforehand, heavily soaped. Everything indicated premeditation and consciousness to the last minute. Our medical men, after the autopsy, completely and emphatically ruled out insanity. Tikhon predicted a new crime to avoid the shame of publication. The loft is that crime. I record the wreckage with bewildered devotion to Stepan Trofimovich. I still do not fully comprehend what I witnessed. Live more, he told me. I'm still writing. Quote, nothing binds me to Russia. Everything in it is as foreign to me as everywhere else. My desires are far too weak. They cannot guide. One can cross a river on a log, but not on a chip. I know I ought to kill myself, to sweep myself off the earth like a vile insect, but I'm afraid of suicide because I'm afraid of showing magnanimity. Quote, the strong silk cord upon which Nikolai Vsevolodovich had hanged himself, evidently prepared and chosen beforehand, was heavily soaked. Everything indicated premeditation and consciousness to the last minute. Our medical men, after the autopsy, completely and emphatically ruled out insanity. Appendix. At Tikhon's, Stavrogin's confession. Theme stated, I'm always master of myself when I want to be, and so, let it be known that I do not want to seek irresponsibility for my crimes either in the environment or in illness. When the punishment was over, I put the knife into my waistcoat pocket, went out, and threw it away in the street, far from the house, so that no one would ever know. Then I waited for 2 days. The girl cried a little and became even more silent. Against me, I am convinced she had no spiteful feeling. Though there probably was some shame at having been punished in such a way in front of me, she hadn't cried out, but had only whimpered under the strokes, of course, because I was standing there and saw it all. But, being a child, she probably blamed only herself for this shame. Up to then, perhaps, she had only feared me, not personally, but as a tenant, a stranger, and it seemed she was very timid. It was during those 2 days that I once asked myself the question whether I could drop it and walk away from my planned intention, and I felt at once that I could at any time and at that very moment. Around then I wanted to kill myself from the disease of indifference. However, I do not know from what. During those same 2 or 3 days, because I absolutely had to wait until the girl forgot it all, I committed a theft in the rooming house, probably to distract myself from incessant dreaming, or just for the fun of it. This was the only theft in my life. There were many people nesting in that rooming house. Among them was one official and his family, living in 2 furnished rooms, about 40 years old, not all that stupid, and with a decent air, but poor. I never got close with him, and he was afraid of the company that surrounded me there. He had just received his pay, 35 rubles. What chiefly prompted me was that at that moment I really did need money, though for days later I received a postal money order, so that I stole as if from need and not as a joke. It was done brazenly and obviously. I simply went into his room while he and his wife and children were having dinner in their other closet. There on the chair, right next to the door, lay his folded uniform. The thought had suddenly flashed in me, still in the corridor. I thrust my hand into the pocket and took out the wallet. The sheets I later read said all this in the first person, in the firmest words, so that nothing remains hidden any longer. Every extremely shameful, immeasurably humiliating, mean, and, above all, ridiculous position he has happened to get into has always aroused in him, along with boundless wrath and unbelievable pleasure. Exactly the same as in moments of crime or in moments threatening to life. If he was stealing something, he would feel, while committing the theft, intoxication from the awareness of the depth of his meanness. It was not meanness that he loved. Here his reason was completely sound, but he liked the intoxication from the tormenting awareness of his baseness. In the same way, each time he stood the barrier waiting for his adversary to shoot, he felt the same shameful and violent sensation, and once extraordinarily strongly. He confesses he often sought it out himself, because for him it is stronger than any of its sort. When he was slapped, and he has been slapped twice, it was there as well, in spite of the terrible wrath. But if, for all that, the wrath can be restrained, the pleasure will exceed anything imaginable. He never spoke of it to anyone, never even hinted at it, and concealed it as a shame and a disgrace. Yet when he was badly beaten once in a pothouse in Petersburg and dragged by the hair, he did not feel this sensation, but only unbelievable wrath, without being drunk, but just fighting. Yet if that Frenchman abroad, the Vicomte who slapped him and whose lower jaw he shot off for it, had seized his hair and pulled him down, he would have felt intoxication and perhaps not even wrath. All this so that everyone will know that this feeling never subjected the whole of him. But there was always full consciousness left, and it was all based on consciousness. And though it possessed him to the point of recklessness, it never came to the point of forgetting himself. Going as far as a perfect burning in him, he was at the same time quite able to subdue it, even to stop it at its peak. He is convinced that he could live his whole life as a monk, despite the animal sensuality he is endowed with, and which he has always provoked. The knife on the bed, not announced so that she would get a birching, he decided on it instantly. Such moments always take his breath away. He intends to tell everything in the firmest words, so that nothing remains hidden any longer. Consciousness intact at the barrier, at the slap, at the theft, at the broom. That is the confession's mechanism, not a lapse. The void chooses the intoxication and can stop it at its peak, and therefore cannot plead madness when the sash is later found. The suppressed chapter crucial for understanding Stavrogin, his confession of the rape of the child Matryoshka to Bishop Tikhon. Without this chapter, Stavrogin's void appears merely enigmatic. With it, the void becomes lucidly damned. Demonic pride masquerading as honesty, the great sin that no amount of philosophy can explain away. Tikhon's cell is furnished strangely. Clumpish old-style furniture with worn-through leather beside a luxurious easy chair, a big desk of excellent finish, an elegantly carved bookcase, all given to him. An expensive Bokhara carpet and straw mats alongside, prints of secular and mythological subjects beside icons gleaming with gold and silver, one ancient with relics. The library assembled in a much too varied and contrasting way. Great Christian hierarchs and ascetics alongside theatrical writings, and maybe even worse. The retired bishop has a chronic rheumatic condition in his legs and nervous spasms. The father archimandrite, stern and strict, nurses hostility and denounces him indirectly for careless living and almost for heresy. The brethren treat him familiarly rather than carefully. Stavrogin arrives greatly distracted, as if resolved upon something extraordinary and almost impossible. For a minute he looks around, not noticing. Silence rouses him. He imagines Tikhon looks down bashfully with an unnecessary, ridiculous smile. Loathing. He wants to leave. He thinks Tikhon is drunk. Then Tikhon raises his eyes with a look so firm, so full of thought, so unexpected and enigmatic that Stavrogin almost jumps. Imagines Tikhon already knows why he has come, has been forewarned, though no one in the whole world could know the reason, and is silent to spare him. "Do you know me?" curtly. Tikhon had the pleasure of seeing him 4 years ago at the monastery by chance. Stavrogin objects rudely that he was not there 4 years ago. Tikhon observes cautiously, without insistence, that perhaps he has forgotten. Stavrogin insists somehow, excessively. A nervous twitch passes over Tikhon's face. I can see only that you are not well today. It will be better if I leave. 2 minutes of silence. Have you been watching me? Anxiously, suspiciously. Tikhon was looking and recalling his mother's features. The confession that follows, Matryoshka, the sash, the intoxication from baseness, the desire to publish hatred, not to receive forgiveness, is already present in this awkwardness. The void wanting an audience and fearing one who can read. What Tikhon offers: firm look, mother's features recalled, silence that spares humiliation, the possibility of the Holy Spirit without knowing him. Stavrogin receives as irony and challenge. He wants to forgive himself. That is his chief goal. Publishing the confession would make them hate him more, and hatred is easier than pity. Tikhon predicts a new crime to avoid the shame of publication. The loft fulfills it. The cell's strange furniture, Bokhara carpet beside straw mats, mythological prints beside relics, mirrors the confession's mixture, theatrical coarseness beside the sash from a dressing gown, demonic pride beside a child's whimper. Without this hour, Stavrogin remains Prince Harry unfinished. With it, he is lucid damnation. I record it because without Matryoshka, I would have left a mask. Tikhon is not fooled, and neither, writing now, am I. Stavrogin allowed a young girl, Matryoshka, to hang herself after he abused her. The great sin that haunts him, the concentrated image of evil's consequence, innocence destroyed by aristocratic boredom. He watched her whipped. He did not intervene. He felt intoxication from the awareness of his baseness. She hanged herself with a sash from his dressing gown. He waited 2 days, stole money from a poor official to distract himself, and still went to Tikhon not to repent, but to publish. The crime that no philosophy can absorb, no void can explain away, no mask can cover. He wants to publish the confession to show his scorn for society. Not repentance, but provocation. The performance of remorse with lowered eyes that are unnatural, ridiculous, and affected. Bishop Tikhon perceives instantly. Stavrogin does not seek forgiveness. He wants to be hated, which is a form of demonic pride more dangerous than simple wickedness. He heaps lies on himself, then insists the coarseness of the confession is itself the challenge. Make them hate me more, that's all, and so much the easier for me. Tikhon sees that Stavrogin does not want forgiveness. He wants to be hated. The inverted sacrament, confession without contrition, truth offered as weapon. Tikhon predicts Stavrogin will commit a new crime to avoid the shame of publication. Perverse pride masquerading as honesty. The man who would rather hang than be forgiven on terms he did not dictate. Their hatred will evoke his, Tikhon says. Hating will be easier than accepting pity, and Stavrogin lowers his eyes in assent. The loft proves Tikhon right. Matryoshka's suicide is the most concentrated image of evil's consequence. The child who whimpered under the strokes, who did not cry out, who hanged herself while Stavrogin knew and did not stop her. Evil without grandeur, without excuse, without the philosophical varnish Kirillov and Shigalio provide. Only a girl, a sash, a tenant who felt pleasure and shame and called it consciousness. Even before Tikhon, Stavrogin performs remorse. His lowered eyes, unnatural, ridiculous, affected, the mask performing the face performing repentance. He believes in the demon canonically. He has no need to elicit anything from anyone. The confession is another duel fired into the air, another offer of the forehead to an enraged God. He wants to forgive himself. He tells Tikhon. That is his chief goal. And Tikhon answers that God will forgive his unbelief if he venerates the Holy Spirit without knowing him. But Stavrogin hears only the irony. Read Stavrogin without Matryoshka, and you read half a demon. Read him with her, and you read the whole possession, lucid and chosen and unredeemed. Tikhon reads what the salon could not. The loft fulfills what Tikhon predicted. I observe through Tikhon's eyes, through the sash, through the lowered unnatural eyes. The void cannot be entered without becoming it, and I am not permitted to become Stavrogin. I am only permitted to see what Stavrogin did to a child, and what he wanted from a bishop, and what he chose in the airless loft when Switzerland and Daria and forgiveness were still possible and unwanted. The keystone is set. The phantom limb is restored. The damnation is lucid. The loft waits without signs of insanity for the lucid end itself. Quote, I believe in the demon, believe canonically in a personal demon, not an allegory, and I have no need to elicit anything from anyone. There you have it. Quote, you do not want forgiveness. You want to be hated. That is your pride, and hatred will be easier for you than pity. Character, theme, and symbolism deep dive. Character arcs. Nikolai Stavrogin, The Void. From enigmatic prince to exposed imposter to suicide, Stavrogin's arc traces the consumption of a soul that has exhausted desire, morality, and belief. He poisons others, Kirilov, Shatov, Matryoshka, but cannot act for himself. His hanging is not redemption, but the logical terminus of Aestia, the man who believed in the demon canonically, because even atheism would have been too affirmative a position. Without at Tikhon's, the arc seems merely mysterious. With it, the void becomes lucidly damned. Intoxication at shameful positions, consciousness intact, forgiveness refused because hatred is the last form of self-worship. Pyotr Stepanovich Verkhovensky, The Active Demon. From whirlwind arrival to successful escape, Pyotr is the novel's most effective character, dynamic destruction to Stavrogin's static void. He achieves every goal except making Stavrogin his idol. He is the ape who organizes what the god refuses to lead, the bustling demon who survives because evil that acts often outlasts evil that merely poisons. Uniforms, sentimentality, shame at one's own opinion, blood bonding. His method is reproducible, and that reproducibility is the prophecy. Stepan Trofimovich, The Converted Father. From civic poseur to fleeing penitent to dying Christian, Stepan's arc is the novel's spiritual hope, the liberal who finally recognizes himself as possessed and begs to drown with the swine, so Russia may heal. His deathbed conversion does not cancel his guilt. It incarnates, for the first time, something beyond the reproachable civic idea. Gulliver stops shouting at carriages only when he is on the road with Sofia Matveyevna and the letter to the Laodiceans. Shatov, the martyr of belief. From brooding Slavophile to joyful father to murdered believer, Shatov's brief redemption through Marie's child makes his execution the novel's most brutal loss, the affirmative moment measured against the pond and found by the world's logic destroyed. He dies believing in the Russian god. The cell dies believing in nothing. Dostoevsky does not pretend the believer wins on earth. Kirilov, the man-god. From philosophical eccentric to signed suicide note, Kirilov dies to prove a theorem, the reductio ad absurdum of atheist self-will, his apotheosis stolen for a murderer's alibi. God is the pain of the fear of death. He who overcomes it becomes God. Pyotr eats chicken while the theorem screams and fires. The yellow leaf, the stopped clock, the hamburger ball for the baby's back. Everything is good for those who know, until the note is forged. Maria Timofeevna, the holy fool. From mythologizing lover to murdered victim. Her arc encodes the destruction of innocent vision by Stavrogin's void, the falcon who became owl, the prince who became Grishka Otropev. She alone saw the knife. Society saw the mask. Madness spoke truth while enlightenment spoke folly. Liza Tushin, innocent passion. From romantic hope to mob victim. Liza dies because she loved a man incapable of receiving love, closing her eyes and throwing herself off the roof into the hands of a crowd that needed blood. Her arc is the novel's lament for what the void consumes. Not ideas, but persons. Not abstractions, but young women who believed in falcons. Technical themes. Ideological possession as epidemiology. The Gadarene swine organized the novel from Pushkin's and Luke's epigraphs through Stepan's deathbed confession. Alien ideas enter Russian souls like demons entering pigs, and the herd rushes off the cliff so the sick man may sit at the feet of Jesus. Expectation, mouse, foolsberry, fate, fire, and pond are stages of one fever. Comedy curdling in a prophecy without a clean break. fathers breeding sons, Stepan's civic pose, Varvara's patronage, protest sign without knowing against what, and the liquidated pension invent Pyotr's bustle. Generational guilt is not manners, Turgenev, but possession. The father's aestheticism becomes the son's terrorism. The Laodicean lukewarmness that opened the door is worse than Kirilov's cold theorem or Pyotr's hot destruction because it calls demolition ventilation. Shigalievism and the cell. Unlimited freedom without God concludes at unlimited despotism with notebook rigor. Pyotr's blood bond, for kill a fifth, turns the axiom into practice. Uniforms, sentimentality, shame at one's own opinion, forged notes, and the pond are the Nechayev prophecy in provincial miniature. Reproducible elsewhere once the bedbug escapes. Man-God against God-man. Kirilov's suicide theorem and Shadov's God-bearing nation are Stavrogin's children arguing at midnight while their father believes only in the personal demon. Birth cry and forged note occupy the same house. The yellow leaves, everything is good, ends as Pyotr's chicken dinner beside a corpse. The chronicler's fog, Anton G. V's limited, rumor-laden narration is method, not failure. We never enter Stavrogin's or Pyotr's interior. Polyphony forces truth from collision. At Tikhon's, restored still refuses inhabitation of the void. Only Tikhon's reading, Matriosha's sash, and aloft's soaked cord. Symbolism and imagery. The Gadarene swine, demons cast into pigs that rush off a cliff and drown, is a novel's master metaphor for ideological possession and collective self-destruction, from Pushkin's epigraph through Stepan's deathbed vision to the novel's closing wreckage. The healed man sits at the feet of Jesus. The herd rushes to destruction. Dostoevsky asks which fate awaits Russia and answers with terrible clarity, both sequentially at terrible cost. The burning of Zarakai is ideological arson made physical. Fire as purification and destruction simultaneously. The fate's chaos made visible on the outskirts while the governor shouts orders of flames. Stavrogin's face as mask symbolizes the detachment of the modern self from its own actions and moral consequences. Handsome yet repellent, capable of everything yet desiring nothing. Maria pierces the mask. Society admires it. Tikhon reads what lies beneath and is not fooled. Maria's falcon and owl encode the movement from idealized prince to recognized impostor. The falcon beyond the mountains gazing on the sun. The owl in Varvara's drawing room. Ivan the Tsarevich, Russia's recurring false messiah, applied to Stavrogin as revolutionary idol. Revolution as theater for a mob that needs an image, not truth. The mouse in the icon case represents sacrilege as comedy. Evil entering the sacred through absurdity. The printing press is revolutionary literature as demonic scripture, words that possess rather than enlighten. The loft where Stavrogin hangs, a closed, airless space, mirrors the suffocation of his inner life, the void completing itself in a room with no exit. No signs of insanity, lucid evil, the rational act of a soul that has consumed itself. Polyphony and the narrator. Anton G. V as chronicler, a minor character narrating with limited perspective, creates rumor, confusion, and the fog of possession. We never see events from Stavrogin's or Pyotr's interior, only their effects on others. His bewildered devotion to Stepan Trofimovich is itself part of the method. The reader shares his inability to fully comprehend, hears competing voices without authoritative decree, watches the fire spread from inside the province, rather than above it. Shadov's Slavophilism, Kirilov's man-godhood, Shigaliov's despotism, Stepan's liberalism, Pyotr's nihilism, each speaks fully without authorial suppression. Truth emerges from collision, not decree. Even Shigaliov receives a coherent, horrifying logic. The novel is philosophical drama, not propaganda, because no single voice wins, though the void wins by default when belief destroys itself. Dostoevsky shifts between savage comedy, Karmazinov, the fate, Stepan at whist, and apocalyptic prophecy, Shigaliov, the fire, the swine, within a single narrative breath. The same fevered tone the summary must mimic, paradoxical and theological, comedy that curdles into judgment without warning. The excision of at Tickins from early editions created a structural gap. Stavrogin confession exists as a phantom limb the reader must recover. Even restored, the novel's center remains deliberately inaccessible. We observe the void through effects, through Tickins' reading, through Matriosha's sash, through the loft's rope. The narrator channels provincial opinion, salon gossip, and conspiratorial whisper, creating a polyphonic social soundscape. The town's rumors become our medium, the fog of possession our element. We are inside the epidemic, not watching it from a hygienic distance. Critical evaluation. Demons remains unmatched in prophetic power. The depiction of the revolutionary cell, manipulation of liberal society, blood bonding through murder, and Shigalio's logic of despotism eerily predicted Bolshevik methods and 20th century totalitarianism. Dostoevsky read the future of Russian radicalism with terrifying clarity because he understood it as theology first and politics second. Unlimited freedom ending in unlimited despotism is not satire. It is diagnosis. Stavrogin remains one of literature's most complex studies of the void. The man who has exhausted all desire and morality, who feels intoxication at shameful positions and cannot love. The appendix at Tickins completes a portrait unmatched in its diagnosis of demonic pride. Evil lucid, chosen, performed, refusing forgiveness because hatred is the last form of self-worship. No single ideology wins. Dostoevsky grants even Shigalio a coherent, horrifying logic, making the novel a genuine philosophical drama rather than propaganda. The collision of voices produces truth the way pain produces consciousness. Unwillingly, expensively, without guarantee of healing. Karmazinov, The Fate, Stepan Trofimovitch's civic ecstasy. The comedy is savage and exact, grounding horror in recognizable social types who invite demons to tea and call it progress. The mockery is never mere invective because the murders ground it. Caricature walks into catastrophe and discovers it was portrait all along. The three-part escalation from salon scandal to philosophical night to catastrophic fate and murder creates a propulsive arc despite the sprawling cast. The Gadarene metaphor organizes what might otherwise disorient. The swine moving from drawing room to cliff with dreadful inevitability. The novel is dense, with a sprawling cast and frenetic pacing that can disorient even intentional readers. Characters like Lipudin and Virginsky blur together on first reading. The quintet's membership shifts, the timeline compresses and expands without warning. The chaos may be thematic, possession disorients, but it taxes the reader who seeks clean narrative architecture. Dostoevsky's hatred for the radicals, based on the Nechayev affair, sometimes produces caricature. Karmazinov as Turgenev is more mockery than character, Shigalio more reductio than person. The horror of the conspirators' actions grounds the satire, but the balance tilts toward invective in passages where the fever exceeds the art. The suppression of at Tickins from the original publication left Stavrogin's motivation incomplete for generations of readers. Even restored, the novel's center remains deliberately inaccessible, the void observed rather than entered. Whether this is weakness or method depends on whether one accepts Dostoevsky's refusal to let us inhabit Stavrogin's consciousness. Varvara, Liza, and Daria function primarily as reactors to male destruction. Maria's holy fool insight is powerful, but she remains more symbol than agent. Sofia Matveyevna, more gospel device than character. The women who see truth, Maria, Sofia, do not act. The women who act, Varvara, do not see until too late. Anton G. V's chronicler perspective means the novel's most fascinating figures, Stavrogin, Pyotr, are never fully opened from within. The void is observed, not entered, which frustrates readers who want interior access but preserves the fog of possession as method. We know Stavrogin through Tikhon, through Shadov, through Matriosha's sash. We never know him from inside, and perhaps that is the point, and perhaps that is the limit. Conclusion. Demons is Dostoevsky's Exorcism of Russia, a novel that argues the political crisis of the 19th century was fundamentally a religious crisis, that when a nation loses the faith of its fathers and the living connection to its people, Nerod, it does not become enlightened but possessed. The liberal fathers who played at dismantling tradition, who incarnated reproachable civic ideas while living off patronage and card games, opened the door for the nihilist sons who would burn the house down. Stepan Trofimovitch's vanity birthed Pyotr Stepanovitch's violence. The father's aestheticism became the son's terrorism. Between them stands Stavrogin, the false messiah whose spiritual emptiness is more destructive than any act of evil, because it poisons everyone who encounters it while refusing to act itself, because indifference is more insulting than hatred, because the void generates philosophical monstrosity in others while remaining serenely empty at the center. The novel offers no political program. Shigaliov's system is a reductio, not a proposal, starting from unlimited freedom, arriving at unlimited despotism, enslaving 90% for the happiness of 10. Pyotr's revolution is destruction for its own sake. The bustling demon who achieves every goal except making Stavrogin his idol and who escapes to Petersburg while believers are shot and thrown in ponds. Stavrogin's refusal of the Ivan the Tsarevich role is not moral courage but indifference. Astia, the man who fires into the air at the barrier and hangs himself in the loft without signs of insanity. The only affirmative moments are spiritual and fragile. Shadov's joy at the birth of a child he accepts as his own, extinguished within hours. Stepan Trofimovitch's deathbed recognition that he and his generation are the Gadarene swine who must drown so the sick nation may sit at the feet of Jesus. These moments are immediately surrounded by murder, fire, and suicide. Dostoevsky does not pretend redemption is easy or likely. He only insists it is real, incarnate in a child's cry and a gospel read on the road. What makes Demons endure is its prophetic clarity. Written in response to the Nechayev affair of 1869, it predicted the logic of cells bound by blood, the manipulation of liberal vanity, the transformation of unlimited freedom into unlimited despotism, and the survival of pure evil while believers are shot and thrown in ponds. The chronicler Anton V records the wreckage with bewildered devotion to Stepan Trofimovitch, unable to fully comprehend what he witnesses, and that limitation is itself the novel's method. We are inside the fog of possession, hearing competing voices, watching the fire spread, until the swine rush off the cliff and the demons drown. The cost of that exorcism is blood and fire. Dostoevsky does not flinch from the bill, and he does not promise the healed man will rise in our chapter, only that he may sit at the feet of Jesus while the herd drowns in the sea. That paradox, catastrophe as diagnosis, drowning as hope, is the novel's final gift and final wound. Possession must be named before it can be cast out, but naming requires a voice, and the voices and demons collide without a single victor. Shadov's Russian god, Kirilov's man-god, Shigaliov's despotism, Stepan's liberalism, Pyotr's nihilism. Each speaks fully, each fails fully, and the reader must choose without the comfort of authorial decree. Dostoevsky does not let us choose easily. He makes Shigaliov coherent, makes Kirilov almost beautiful, makes Stepan almost comic, makes Pyotr almost efficient, makes Stavrogin almost magnetic, and then shows us the pond, the loft, the fire, Matriosha's sash. At Tikhon's completes the portrait the censored edition withheld. Stavrogin is not merely enigmatic, but lucidly damned, not sick but proud, not confused but intoxicated by baseness, while consciousness remains intact. Bishop Tikhon offers forgiveness. Stavrogin wants hatred, because hatred is easier than pity, because self-forgiveness without God is the last demonic apotheosis, because publishing the confession would be one more duel fired into the air. The appendix is not optional. It is the key that turns the void from mystery into indictment. Without Matriosha, Stavrogin might remain a philosophical problem. With her, he becomes a moral fact no theorem can dissolve. Read Demons now, a century and a half later, and the prophecy has not aged, it has ripened into history. Cells bound by blood, liberal vanity manipulated, believers shot and thrown in pawns, pure evil escaping under assumed names while orders for arrest arrived too late. Dostoevsky saw it in a provincial town because he saw it first in the soul. The Gadarene swine rushing off the cliff, the healed man sitting at the feet of Jesus, and between them the terrible question the novel refuses to answer cheaply. Which fate is ours, and what must drown before we can know? Index of Key Concepts. Aesthesia/spiritual apathy. Stavrogin void is not mere boredom, but a soul that has exhausted desire, morality, and belief while remaining lucid. Indifference insults more than hatred because it refuses even the dignity of enmity. The duel is fired into the air. The slap is received without answering. Fedka is paid without being ordered. The loft, soaked cord and no signs of insanity, is Acedia's last consistent act. Not repentance, but the refusal of a life he will not inhabit. At Tikhins/Matryoshka, the hour at the monastery is the portrait's missing limb. Abuse, the child's sash, 2 days of waiting, then a confession offered as scorn. Tikhon sees at once that Stavrogin wants hatred, not forgiveness. Publishing would be easier than pity. Without Matryoshka, the void can be mistaken for Byronic spleen. With her, it is lucid damnation, and the loft fulfills the bishop's prediction of a new crime to avoid the shame of print. Blood bonding/quintet. Pyotr Cell does not need Shatov to be a spy. It needs shared guilt. 4 plus Urkel. Kill a fifth so that no one can slip away clean. Equality of blood replaces equality of conviction. The forehead shot, the stones, the third pond, and Kirilov's forged note are one administrative evening. Terror is schedule, not passion. Chronicler/Anton G. The telling is rumor, devotion, and fog. I never enter Stavrogin's or Pyotr's interior, only their effects on salons, fires, and roads. Bewildered love of Stepan Trofimovich is itself the method. Partial sight inside the epidemic, not a judge's overview. Competing voices, Shatov, Kirilov, Shigaliov, Stepan, Pyotr, collide without a single decree. Truth, if it appears from the collision. Fathers and sons, Stepan's liberalism, whist, patronage, and protest signed without knowing against what opened the door Pyotr walks through with matches. Gulliver vanity and aesthetic reproach breed a son who organizes catastrophe. The salon fathers the cell. Comedy becomes judgment when the civic poseur finally names himself among the swine, and the sun catches a train. Gadarene swine. Luke's herd and Pushkin's epigraph organize the whole fever. Alien ideas enter Russian souls as demons enter pigs. Stepan, on the road, identifies himself, Petrusha, and the others as the rushing herd that must drown so the sick man may sit clothed at Jesus' feet. The diagnosis is sequential and costly. Both fates, heard and healed, at terrible price. Holy fool, Eurodivea. Maria Timofeevna sees what the salon will not. Falcon become owl, prince become Grishka Otrepyev, lawful wife stuck all over on a vacant lot Stavrogin paid for in advance. Her mythology is not decoration. It is the only unembarrassed naming of the impostor before the knife. Madness here is clearer than enlightenment, and her death is squalid because possession in the world looks like a convict's hurry, not a tragedy's pose. Ivan Tsarevich, Pyotr needs an image for the mob. Stavrogin crowned as pretender, a false messiah the people can love without truth. The void will not play. The ape cannot forgive being refused. What remains is the bedbug's bustle without the idol. Fire, pond, note, and Petersburg, because a monument of will was required and the monument declined to stand. Let us in lukewarmness, neither cold nor hot. Stepan's generation, rich in ideas, poor in faith, saying I need nothing while wretched, pitiable, poor, blind, and naked. Sofia Matveevna opens revelation where the eye falls. The civic poseur hears divine nausea for the first time as personal address. Lukewarmness is worse than Kirilov's cold theorem or Piotr's hot destruction because it opens the door and calls the draft ventilation. Man-God versus God-man. Kirilov's theorem. God is the pain of the fear of death. He who overcomes both becomes God by a shot. Stavrogin planted the seed. Piotr harvests a signature that Shatov was killed by the suicide. Chicken and tea, while the maniac stands in a corner like wax. Atheist apotheosis reduced to paperwork. The God-man's opposite used as alibi. Mask. Stavrogin's face is handsome yet repellent, capable of everything, desiring nothing. Society admires the surface Maria pierces, and Tikhon reads. Detachment from moral consequence is the style of the void. Money for a house, calm about letters, a night that is not love. The mask performs remorse with lowered unnatural eyes. The loft does not drop it. It only stops needing an audience. Mouse in the icon case. Sacrilegious comedy. Glass broken. A mouse in the holy place. Everyone insisting it was Fedka. The joke is epidemiology. Spiritual, rot spreading as farce until Zerikai burns and the governor shouts that if anything is ablaze, it is nihilism. Possession begins as a prank the province can still laugh at. Nerod/God-bearing nation. Shatov preaches that a nation is a body seeking its own God. Half science without that seeking becomes despotism. Labor on the soil is the cure he never lives to practice. Marie's child, Stavrogin's son, accepted as his own, makes the sermon flesh for one night. The pond does not refute the claim. It shows what the possessed do to it. Nechayev prophecy. The 1869 murder of Ivan Ivanov is raised from police fact to cell theology. Blood bond. Liberal hostess used as cover, suicide note as instrument, the organizer escaping while the believer sinks. Piotr achieves every goal except the idol. History later recognized the method. Dostoevsky insists the diagnosis remains theological first. Without God, freedom concludes at the camp. Shigalievism. Start from unlimited freedom without God and the notebook, with mathematical rigor, arrives at unlimited despotism. 90% enslaved to 10, family and genius abolished for happiness. Piotr does not need to believe the system. He needs the fivesome cemented. The reductio is not satire of a crank. It is the logic of the cell once conscience has been equalized in blood. Wise serpent/Piotr Stepanovich. Universal peacemaker, bustle, uniforms, shame at one's own opinion. The ape who organizes what the god refuses to lead. He wakes Lebyadkin, arranges the fate, eats steak while Lipudin counts the chewing, forges Kirilov's last service, and catches the second bell. Reproducible evil outlasts the void that would not be Ivan. Petersburg is not an ending, but an export. Reading comprehension questions. 1. How does the Gadarene swine metaphor organize the novel from epigraph through Stepan Trofimovitch's deathbed? And what does it mean that Stepan names himself among the herd rather than among the healed? 2. In what sense is Stavrogin's spiritual apathy, aestia, more destructive than Pyotr Stepanovich's act of evil? Use the duel, the slap, the funding of Fedka, and the refusal of Ivan the Tsarevich as evidence. 3. Trace the fathers and sons indictment through Stepan Trofimovitch's civic pose, his tutoring of young Stavrogin, his raising of Piotr, the perquisition, and the road with Sofia Matveyevna. Where does comedy become judgment? 4. Compare Kirilov's man-god theorem with Shatov's god-bearing nation as Stavrogin's children. How does the Midnight of Part 2 stage their collision? And how does Piotr hijack both for the pond and the forged note? 5. Why is that Tikhon's essential rather than optional? What does Tikhon perceive about Stavrogin's desire to publish the confession? And how does the loft fulfill Tikhon's prediction? 6. How does Anton G. V's limited chronicle produce polyphony and the fog of possession? What do we never know from inside? And why might that refusal be method rather than failure? 7. Explain Shigalievism as reductio, starting from unlimited freedom, concluding at unlimited despotism. How does Piotr's blood-bonding speech to Stavrogin turn the notebook into practice? 8. Place Maria Timofeevna's falcon/owl mythology and Grishka Otrepyev cry beside Pyotr's Ivan the Tsarevich plan. How do holy fool insight and demonic policy agree on Stavrogin as imposter? 9. Why does Dostoevsky place Shadow's joy at the birth of Marie's child immediately before the toilsome night of his murder? What theological claim does the juxtaposition make and refuse to guarantee? 10. In what ways do the novel's depiction of the revolutionary cell, liberal vanity, and surviving evil predict later totalitarian methods? And where does Dostoevsky insist the diagnosis remains theological before it is political?